Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Ichigo got Squad Zero's Zanpakuto Part 5. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the AEthereal Devastation for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. Let's start this video. Sateicho-sama is the cry that greets me upon my return. Soifan is waiting by the Keto gate at the 4th, where I just arrived. I note Kirei and all the servants made it safely, and that Shinigami robes have appeared in place of their old garb. The Hound of Ulster looks strange with his spear gone and him in black robes, a sheathed katana by his side. Those who arrived before me are comrades of mine, I explain, and swift nods follow as the group is grabbed by 8 division members who then vanish into Shunpo, taking the former servants with them. I grab Kirei before they can take him though, and notice all the captains are present. I grin behind my helm and signal for other members of my division to be ready with cameras. All except for this one anyways. Swords are swiftly drawn when I say this, and release phrases begin to be spoken. He is Aizen's grandson by Kodaman Shizune, I explain, and am greatly amused by the reactions, which are swiftly recorded by cameras, never to be forgotten by the Sirete. Soifan actually has her jaw drop in shock for a moment before controlling herself again. Ichimari-chan begins cursing in a minimum of 7 different languages, and her head sinks into her hands. Anohana grins evilly, and Kirei shrinks back as she turns on him, praying for his soul. Aizen collapses, going catatonic and beginning to suck on his thumb. Aosen begins to lecture Aizen on justice and fidelity, smacking him over the head repeatedly with Suzumushi. I glare at Aosen by reflex and draw Sode no Shirayuki slowly as Sajin stumbles back, falls over a rock, and falls into a pond. Hitsugaya draws High Orochimaru and advances on Kirei, murder filling the air. Iraku trips on the edge of the same pond he fell into before I left, and his screams fill the air. Zaraki starts laughing, clearly amused. Kuritsuchi starts muttering about experimentation, and Kirei cringes. Finally, Juishiro ignores the proclamation and grabs me, removing my helm and dragging me away for private time. She has apparently just finished the first of the treatments Urahara is putting her through to deal with her disease, and also has had little time with me lately. Yamajiji has been trying to get her off the front lines recently so we can spend time together, but hasn't had much luck. Now, with a general recall, she gets to return anyways. I unleash biting cold upon the abomination violating Kairaku as we pass, and grab his Haori with a gauntleted hand, casually tossing him onto the ground away from the pool. I then signal for Momo to clear my schedule for the rest of the day, seeing Lisa fall in and join Juishiro. It's about 6 in the evening right now, judging from the sun, so at least I'm not losing too much working time. The next day. Sateicho-sama, my report, Soifan says, offering a scroll to me. I got up at 4 this morning and dealt with the paperwork as usual, assigning all the new Shinigami I brought with me save for Kirei to my division, and arranging tutors for them as part of that. Kirei is going to the academy and will hopefully be a credit to his grandfather. Now it's 10 in the morning, and reports are beginning to come in from the other divisions. Also, there is one thing not in there. One of my scouts managed to find where the enemy is holding Yamamoto Sateicho, your grandfather, and made contact. Yamamoto Sateicho ordered that you unleash Raijin Jack as full might and wipe out Sakyoku Hill, which is the HQ from Uramasa's forces. He said that he has faith you will lead the Sirete well, and that he is ready to pass on, Soifan tells me. I consider the option for a moment, the other captains watching me, as all have been waiting at the door to be ready to give their reports. Then my armored fist slams down on the table. No, I roar. Soifan Taicho, what is the protocol for orders from a captured Taicho, I demand of her, and she instinctively barks out a response in parade ground fashion. Sir, the protocol is to assume that all orders are given under duress, Sir. Soifan responds an instant after I complete the question. Zaraki, what is the protocol for dealing with orders given under duress? I turn on Zaraki, and he straightens. Not to follow them, of course, he says, grinning. He is at very nearly parade ground attention, back straight, arms folded behind his back. Good. Yamamoto Sateicho is captured, and thus all orders from him are judged to be under duress, and thus invalid. They do not go on the record. Until he is freed, I am acting Sateicho, and my orders are to be obeyed. Am I clear? I roar the last words and see everyone, even Kairaku, snap to attention and salute, fist over heart, bracers crashing into their new armor. Yes, Sateicho-sama is the response from all my captains, and even Aizen joins the salute. Good. Soifan, get me an extraction window for Yamamoto Sateicho. Zaraki, select a strike team. We'll get our Zanpakuto back, then we'll go get my grandfather. You lead the extraction team, Zaraki, I order. Understood. Zaraki growls, grinning like a madman. Soifan, do the Zanpakuto leave the hill? I ask, and receive a nod. Good, find their schedule, find out their names, and prepare ambushes for them. I want that army cut down to 10% of current size before we strike. Yes, Satecho-sama Soifon replies. Unohana, prepare your division to deal with injured Shinigami who return from Zanpakuto hunts. Once that is done, you are to reinforce the defenses around where Muramasa's Shinigami is sealed. I command, and receive a nod. Kairaku, get the students in the academy onto a fast track for their education. Hitsugaya-senpai, Ichimaru-chan, assist to my order. Salutes are my answer, then the three of them vanish in flickers of shunpo. Aizen, find some hollows who can become a ranker and temporarily fill the gap in Shinigami patrols, but who can be easily disposed of if need be. Once this crisis is over, I command. Very well. You fill the role well, Satecho-sama. May I have Tausen to assist me? Aizen asks. I nod, and the two vanish. Sajin, get the armorers moving. We need weapons and armor made and distributed. Juishiro, your quartermaster. Kuritsuchi, make anything you can that will assist us in bringing down these rogues. Zanpakuto. I rattle off the next set of orders in a moment, and all three nod and vanish. I draw my two newest Zanpakuto and head to the training grounds, meaning to discover their abilities. Avalon is hanging at my side, and I sense it still has the same abilities as it did when it was a noble phantasm. Nanao, Momo, let's go looking for your Zanpakuto, I order as I pass them, changing my mind from training to testing these blades in combat, and the two fall in alongside me a second later. The hunt begins, now Sirite will strike back. Edited scenes will now be included by popular demand. Scene 1. The punishment of Old Act, aka Ilya's grandfather. We are about to raid the stronghold of Omega's family, I say, pacing back and forth before the assembled servants. We can show no mercy to this foe, for they are dangerous and cunning indeed. A moment's laxity will spell your death and the death of your comrades. Am I clear? I ask, and receive nods. All are carrying holy weapons supplied by Hana, in addition to our own noble phantasms. I opened several Garganta to areas around the Einsborn property, which Ilya showed me images of and gave me coordinates for so I could direct the Garganta and the strike teams race forwards. Shiru and Ilya are being carried by Hercules, who will be guarding them until the area is clear. I follow with my strike team a few moments after the other teams arrive, and we land in the forest, about 10 miles from the Einsborn stronghold. Moments later, the entire team, consisting of the Queen of Dragons, the Queen of Conquerors, and Lancerco, aka the Queen of Ulster, race forwards, covering half the distance in a mere 20 seconds, our speed far beyond anything mortal. So, we'll be facing combat homunculi aplenty, as well as creatures made by alchemy. Alexandra muses. I nod in response to this obvious statement, and then we finally arrive at the enemy stronghold, where several servants are already beginning to fight homunculi who were on guard. I draw Hazukimaru and casually release it into Bankai, leaping forwards into combat, 17 homunculi of the hundreds that are beginning to counterattack dying before they even know I'm there. How dare you attack the Einsborn, who created the grail that gives you life anew? Dog A mage screams, and a Byakurai from me sears through the air and burns a hole in the middle of his forehead, with him collapsing a second later. I casually begin to pivot, my three blades moving and intercepting every strike from the dozens of homunculi surrounding me and trying to drag me down. I casually slam the blade in my left hand into the ground, and a massive fissure splits open, several homunculi falling to their deaths in the crevasse, which is almost 6 meters wide and hundreds of meters deep. I leap away from the fissure and bring the axe blade sweeping forwards, the air pressure from the attack decapitating another dozen homunculi. The four servants, these homunculi, while tougher than humans, are nothing. A blade from one of the homunculi slips through Ryu's defenses, and she howls in rage. Excalibur infra she roars, and flames roar forth from her noble phantasm, burning with Excalibur's light and the heat of molten rock. Dozens of homunculi are incinerated in an instant, and we gain ground, pressing forwards through the masses of enemy mages and homunculi. The Einsborn are numerous, but they are hardly any trouble for us to deal with. As Old Act takes the field, I unsling the holy weapon Hana loaned me, a nameless blade wielded by a knight during the Third Crusade, and toss it into the air. It revolves as it travels, and slams into the stone point first in front of Old Act, who grabs it and raises an eyebrow in curiosity. I seal and sheath Hazukimaru, drawing Zangetsu instead. Bankai I snarl, darkness engulfing me. An instant later, the darkness blurs, and hundreds of homunculi lose their heads, blood spurting from the stumps of their necks, as the bodies collapse to the ground. The darkness fades everywhere but around me, leaving a cloud of shadows in the midst of the sunlit hall of the Einsborn, two red eyes glaring malevolently from the shroud. The entire ceiling is made of some kind of crystal, while the floor and walls are white marble. The hall is massive, almost a quarter of a kilometer wide and nearly 2 kilometers long. Only I and Old Axe stand in it now, with me consumed by shadows and him standing within the light. The rest of the servants race into the hall seconds later though, and I sense the last of the enemy homunculi and mages dying behind them, barely 15 minutes after we arrived. Shiryu and Ilya slide from Hercules' shoulders, and Old Axe snarls as he sees Ilya. Tensa Zangetsu, I declare, naming one of my two iconic noble phantasms. The full force of the anti-universe blade comes into play, and darkness shrouds the sun. The night sky appears above us, with a black moon gracing the skies, wrapped by golden chains. From the moon darkness spreads, dousing the light of the stars themselves, removing all light from the galaxy, until the only light in existence is that from my glowing eyes and the golden chains. Old Axe speaks a few quiet words, and a few torches kindle, providing a little more light in this place of darkness. "Why have you come here?" he asks in a furious tone. "Why attempt to cast down the Einzburn? The clocked hour will avenge this attack, servant," he declares arrogantly. "Highly unlikely," I hiss, tone filled with endless hate. "You have offended me gravely with your treatment of Ilya-chan, Einzburn," I continue, infinite rage filling my voice. "Now, you will die for your offenses," I finish, eternal loathing emanating from my being. I raise Zangetsu and race forward, deliberately limiting my speed so my foe can keep up. He barely parries, and Zangetsu's blade crashes into his, throwing him a good 100 meters. He rolls with the fall, rising mostly unharmed, and meets my next strike with desperation. For the next several hours, I, Shiryu, and the other servants trade blows with Old Act until he is bleeding and broken at Ilya's feet. Ilya raises Tensa Zangetsu, which I loan to her for the moment, and brings it crashing down, a wave of absolute darkness racing forth from the blade, decapitating Old Act and slicing into the planet, cutting down almost 20 miles, a thin slice the width of Zangetsu's blade reaching deep into the earth. Created by a fraction of Zangetsu's full might so insignificant that it doesn't even register. Justice is done, and Ilya is avenged. Scene 2. The battle with Nagash. Shirupov. "So, a master has come to defeat me," Nagash hisses as I walk forward, blade already in my right hand. I got a good look at the unlimited blade works of my two counterparts, as well as the Gate of Babylon, and added a lot of weapons to my arsenal from those sources, along with the blades of the other servants. He is undead, a being of the grave and the darkness, so I call upon a weapon meant to slay the undead. A weapon forged from light and given the name Lucifer, Morning Star. A prototype for Estus Estus, it was forged in the flames of Apollo's temples, and blessed by Apollo. The holy weapon, later used to slay a dead apostle who had offended Pluto, the blade was blessed by Mors and Pluto alike, the god of death and the king of the dead. This blade is a weapon of the sun and of light, blessed to slay the undead. It will serve me well. Correct, I state. There is no need to say any more. Only Nagash's death is needed now. Pain flashes in my left eye, and I lower my eye patch to cover it as the thunderbird that Merim Solomon made to be my left eye forms above me, shrieking in hate. A thunderstorm forms in mere seconds, lightning bolt striking at Nagash. Nagash is a tall man, golden-skinned, wearing garb similar to the traditional clothes of ancient Egyptians. Bronze armor covers his limbs, shaped to appear as if a skeleton made of bronze stands before me. As he dons his helm, the resemblance is complete, black cloak fluttering around him in a cold wind. Nagash draws his koppish and is suddenly in front of me, striking down in an attempt to behead me, lightning bolts failing to pierce his magical protections. Lucifer casually deflects his blow as I begin reinforcement of my limbs. "Prepare to die," mortal Nagash declares, and his blade flickers through a dozen sequences of attacks a second later, each strike aimed for a different point, Lucifer flickering in my hands in an attempt to deflect the strikes. One slips past Lucifer and is met by Manahashizao. The blade is traced barely in time to block the blow, and Sasaki's skill is suddenly in my hands. Of all servants, I know of none more skilled. Sasaki, unlike almost all other servants, had no legendary weapon to give him an advantage. He had no burning sword or all-slaying spear like some. Pure skill alone allowed him to face and defeat servants armed with such weapons. No finer swordsman has existed, so far as I know, and I take advantage of his skill. "Tsubam Geshi," I say, and instead of Manahashizao, Lucifer suddenly fractures reality. 3 strikes, executed in precisely the same moment, not one after another, but all at the same time. Time and space are disregarded, physics becoming meaningless. Lucifer flares with the burning light of the sun, and Nagash howls as the blade slices through his armor effortlessly. I step forward, finding level footing once more, and Manahashizao shatters reality in an instant, only Nagash being undead saving him. Only one weapon may slay him, a weapon that already has a history of killing him. Galmeras, which Nagash died before. When he was resurrected by his followers, millennia later, Nagash killed the last descendant of its first wielder and took the hammer as a trophy. I cannot slay him except with that one weapon, a glance at Nagash's armor told me that. It's a noble phantasm of Nagash that keeps him from truly dying by any weapon save Sigmar's hammer. Raijin Jaka can immolate him, but he will regenerate and prove troublesome again. But Galmaris is not in my arsenal. I need to force Nagash to reveal it. Impressive skill, swordsman Nagash says, emerald-edged shadows engulfing him for a second. When the shadows vanish, his power is made clear. Death fills the air, darkness flickering around Nagash's true form. A skeleton stands there, wearing ornate armor similar to that of a knight. The helm takes the shape of a skull, and upon it is mounted an iron crown. Green glowing eyes glare forth from the eye sockets, a sword and a staff in the warrior's hands. A dozen books chained shut hang at his belt, and now Nagash lifts one and unchains it, opening the tome. With an incantation of a dozen syllables, which tear at my very sanity with the power and dark intent infused into them, Nagash calls forth his power. The world changes, becoming a graveyard filled with an endless array of tombs, the sun blotted out by shadows. Undead claw their way forth from burial mounds and graves, rising from pits filled with corpses, infused with unholy vitality. Vampires slip forth from the shadows, fire in their eyes, hungry for blood. Weapons with infernal runes engraved in them appear in the vampire's hands as black armor suddenly appears on them. Necromancer scum, I snarl. I have called upon the swords of two knights who fought the undead in the world where Nagash was spawned. Nameless blades blessed against the undead, the weapons strike, ending undead abominations with every stroke. As the undead begin to become too many, I grit my teeth and dismiss the blade in my left hand, even as I stumble on a corpse and fall. Searing pain shoots through my left arm, and my hand vanishes. The nearest undead warrior is about to behead me when flame washes over him and every other zombie in a 60-degree cone for 100 feet. I look behind me as I roll to my feet, armor I had neglected to summon appearing on my body. Saber's armor, the armor of a samurai. I feel his insane strength and speed filling my limbs as I clench the right gauntlet, a new sword appearing in my hand as the rest of my left arm vanishes. Behind me is a lizard that appears to be made from flame, the size of a draft horse, breathing out flames that melt the rocks they touch. The air is uncomfortably hot around the divine beast salamander, and I step away. The Thunderbird is raining down lightning upon the undead where it can, but it is occupied fighting undead creatures in the sky. A roar splits the air as acid and fire suddenly rip into the flying undead. An immense serpentine being, with the wings of a bird and the rest of the body draconic, though with only 2 legs, slices through the undead beasts, the divine beast wyvern casually killing these abominations. Not bad, human Nagash says, then curses. Over me rears a skyscraper-sized serpentine creature with 8 heads, 8 tails lashing behind it. Crown relied on the myth of the Yamata no Urachi to create this creature, and added a few extra abilities. The serpent strikes, each head possessing a different breath weapon. As a tail is sliced off, it becomes a new, one-headed and one-tailed serpent of about a quarter of the original size, so only about a kilometer in length. As heads are cut off either the original or the new spawned serpents, 2 heads sprout from the stump, and a new tail grows on the respective winged serpent. I am the bone of my sword, I say, relying on my divine beasts to guard me long enough to have a chance against Nagash. Saber is digging deep into his reserves, I sense, and I send him mana to help him fight, even as I gather more mana to fuel what I am about to do. Snow is falling outside this graveyard, burying all traces of the city. Even now, Nagash is beginning a complicated ritual, which will probably be dangerous for me. Molten iron is my blood, a forge is my heart, the sound of hammers rings in my ears, replacing my heartbeat, even as the blood flowing from my wounds that haven't yet been healed by Avalon, turns to molten iron, hissing forth. Staked my life to create endless blades, my magic circuits, which were once my nerves, blaze to life. The heat is nothing. I am steel and I am fire. What is mere heat to a being of fire? Refused by death, cast away by life. Intoxicated with victory, lacking companionship on my path, I know no regret. This is the only way conviction fills my voice and being. There is no other path for me. I am not meant for peace. I have used this ability a few times before, but the conviction instilled by it still shocks me. I am sure of victory now. There is no possibility except that I will win. I know this to my bones as I speak the aria of my reality marble. Sadly, the world doesn't appear to know this. A spear appears in my right shoulder as I twist away, Kuchulin appearing at Nagash's side. But this warrior seems stronger than the Kuchulin I've seen. Then I realize why, and pale. This isn't a servant. This is a heroic spirit. Nagash summoned a full heroic spirit. A being just barely short of a divine spirit. All but invincible. The force of nature. I continue through the pain as the heroic spirit snarls, and his spear appears once more in his hand, even as other figures start to solidify from the mist rising from the ritual circles Nagash made. Though I will never know rest, though I may never have peace, though there will never be comrades to stand beside me, I will not falter. I stand before my dark fate, free of doubt and fear. Any doubt about my ability to win vanishes, my fear leaving me. I care not for how long I must fight or whether I fight alone. Victory is mine to take. Every time I use this ability, I slip further from a human perception of the world. Soon, I will be simple steel and fire, made to wage war. My iron blood flows from my shoulder, cooling as the hammers of my heart shape it to repair my flesh. My flesh is mortal however, and hisses as the iron burns into it, pain consuming my being for a second. Then I grit my teeth and continue. Nagash's new servants become clearer, and I don't have much time. My serpents occupy Lancer, but not for long. This existence is not an existence of flesh, of bone, of blood, but an existence of fire, of steel, of blades. My body becomes steel and iron in that moment, pain vanishing. From my left shoulder grows an arm of steel, composed of blades woven together to replicate the muscles and bones of my flesh arm. Fingers of blades curl as weapons appear in that hand and vanish after a few strikes against the air, testing whether it is functional. Wings of blades sprout from my back, 6 pairs ripping from my steel body and showering molten iron upon the ground. I reveal my true nature for to see, my very soul becoming my greatest blade. As I pray, unlimited blade works I finish, and fire consumes the graveyard. An empty plain stretches out as far as the eye can see, bleak, stormy skies overhead. Blades and armor are littered upon the earth, the corpses of Nagash's army finding their tombstones in the form of my swords. Bits of lava litter the landscape, and far off, mighty hammers can be clearly seen and heard rising and falling, forging my blades. Massive gears turn in the sky, lightning dancing around them. Impressive, one of the heroic spirit states. I look and recognize him with a glance at his weapons. Diarmuidu Adub, Lancer of the Fourth War. He then appears in front of me, spears striking 10,000 times in the space of an eye blink, throwing me back with armor shattering. I roll with a fall, projecting new armor. Hercules. Diarmuid. Musashi. Cuchulain. Jean d'Arc. Gawain. Lancelot. Achilles. Julius Caesar. Robout Guliman, a brother of Magnus the Red, along with 2 more of Magnus's brothers, Rogel Dorn and Conrad Kurz. Saladin. Abharash, a vampire servant of Nagash who became an anti-hero and ascended after his death. This is very, very, very bad. 1 would be a near impossible foe. 14 are an insurmountable obstacle. But maybe, just maybe, I can make it possible for Saber to win. Do you wish assistance, young warrior? A voice asks in my mind. The voice of Magnus the Red. I jolt slightly from my shock, and the voice laughs. Demons marry form as they will. You wish to know how I avoided the powers of your servant, correct? I will tell you, if you allow me to assist. I wish to kill Nagash for defiling my brothers, he says, and I wordlessly agree. I snarl as command seals burn themselves into my forehead, Magnus the Red appearing in front of me, summoned anew from the throne, this time at his full power, rather than the fraction of his Trumite saber faced before. Zelrich has no doubt messed with the war for his own amusement, and I devote a moment to cursing the old wizard marshal. By the power of this command seal, I order that you, Magnus the Red, servant caster, obey no orders from Nagash. I order. He was at the level of a heroic spirit and above it in life. In death, very, very, very few can even dream of matching him. Sadly, 3 such foes are before me now. But Magnus was resummoned to the class caster, so this might turn out well after all. The command seal takes effect, and Magnus grins. He draws a massive glaive from nowhere, the blade made from crystal and silver, lightning dancing on the metal, fire appearing around Magnus's hands. Their saber has many impressive powers. His Ryuban no Hazoku was almost an irritation. But it required only minor magics to counter. I simply blocked the flow of knowledge to him from the throne, removing his knowledge of me beyond my name and the names of my noble phantasms, while I drew on the library of Tsinch, granting me knowledge of every incarnation of him in what you call the kaleidoscope. His Kaiten Kayakatsu's Bankai was easily evaded. It merely sets rules upon the universe. I naturally remove all laws from the universe, destroying order. I am stronger, so his abilities failed to work. His Shinigami no Yuta was almost effective, but I simply created a vacuum that didn't allow the sound to travel around the sword. His other weapons were all similarly simple to counter, save for his Zangetsu, Kyoka Sagetsu, Raijin Jaka, Sode no Shirayuki, and Kai no Ti no Megami. Hyorimaru was far more straightforward, barely a challenge at all. Raijin Jaka's flames were tricky for a while, then I figured them out. Zangetsu's pure hatred and rage at my temerity to continue existing stopped many of my attempts to stop his powers. Sode no Shirayuki was very hard to counter, as such elemental forces as winter are powerful things in the materium, which makes my use of my powers harder. Kyoka Sagetsu's illusions were annoying until I decided simply to perceive your saber's soul rather than his body, which I can do as a demon prince and a sorcerer. Kai no Ti no Megami, however, was the hardest. Hatred, wrath, bloodlust, these things are hard for me to affect. That blade spirit is very single-minded, and having that one-track mind focused on my complete annihilation was disconcerting, I must admit, Magnus explains, speaking in my mind. I am suddenly very afraid of his pure abilities and focus on his command seals for a moment. Worry not, I am merely here to deal with Nagash, Magnus says out loud. He charges his fellow heroic spirits, and they begin to battle. I take what shots I can, trying to aid where possible. Minutes later, Magnus is losing, but I get an idea from his workings of magic. This is my soul. My reality. Here, things are what I say they are. I decide that up is left, and down is backwards. Northeast is west, and fast is slow. The battling heroic spirits suddenly appear to be trapped in some web that restricts their movements, their weapons moving in slow motion. Swords pierce every one of them except Magnus and his brothers, who casually use their psychic abilities to rip apart reality and resume their battle, Nagash glaring at me, trying to move himself. "You're worthy of respect," young one Rogel Dorn says. "Your resolve is impressive indeed. Had you been born in the Imperium, it would be a waste for you to be any less than a space marine, and I would gladly call you an Imperial Fist," he says, and I nod in thanks. "He would be a worthy ultramarine," Gulliman admits almost grudgingly. "I give credit where credit is due, and you have earned it, mortal. But perhaps he would be a better Iron Hand. The Night Lord he would not become. But his abilities are notable, I must admit," Kurz says, saluting with his lightning claws before casually attacking Magnus again, not even bothering to try and harm the Sorcerer King of Prospero. "He would not shame the Thousand Sons as one of them," Magnus declares, calmly parrying Kurz's attacks. "To call him a son of mine would bring me great joy," and Pride. Dorn suddenly appears in front of me, my armor vanishing. He looks at me, and it is as if he looks into my soul. "You'll do," he says, and lays his hand on my shoulder. Power floods my being, and I collapse, screaming in agony. My voice sounds like thousands of blades clashing against each other, and it sounds loudly now. "Was that really necessary, Dorn?" I hear Gulliman ask from afar as I rise. I feel different, stronger. My armor reappears, but it is different. My divine beasts are returned to their original forms of my left arm and eye, Nagash's undead finally ended. I lift my left arm, and it is larger, more heavily muscled than before. I feel mantras I never knew before rise to the front of my brain, and all my senses are sharper, clearer. "He will be an excellent son," I feel, Dorn says. "As an Imperial Fist, he will do me proud." "So that's what happened," I state, and Dorn nods as I focus on him. A hammer appears in my hand, the head appearing as a clenched fist, lightning crackling on the hammer. A thunder hammer, I recognize. My armor is Terminator armor, I notice a moment later as I catalog my new warplate. "My thanks, Father," I say, testing the word, seeing if it fits when applied to Dorn. It does, and I salute him with my hammer, then clutch it in both hands. "Defeat Nagash," my son Dorn orders as he attacks Magnus, followed by Gulliman, who salutes me before he returns to the clash. I nod, fiercely determined to follow my Primarch's orders. No doubt some kind of loyalty was instilled by the change, but in return for such a strong body, loyalty to one who will be around for only a short time longer is a small price to pay. Primarch Progenitor. "To your glory, and the glory of him on Terra," I roar as I charge Nagash, thunderhammer in one hand, the other gauntlet suddenly clutching a power sword. Stone cracks beneath my feet, the weight of my Terminator armor crushing anything beneath it. Blades, corpses, stone, all of them are crushed beneath my armor. Nagash frees himself from my command of reality and responds to my attacks with staff, sword, and the magic of the tomb. Wherever his bolts of power strike, decay consumes whatever it touches. Several times I have to remake my armor when Nagash's very touch rusts it away to nothing. Even with my new abilities, he is a very formidable opponent, and he proves it. It takes almost an hour for him to reveal Galmera's, and then the hammer of Sigmar nearly ends me. Its head is consumed by flames and cracks my helm, nearly smashing my skull. I reel, dizzy. "Give up, mortal," Nagash says. "You have fought well. When I resurrect you, you will be made into one of my greatest generals. But until that day, give up and die," he hisses evilly. "Death to the witch," is my intelligent response as I replace my thunderhammer with Galmera's. I got several Imperial phrases from the memories in Magnus's armor, and I put one to use right now. Caught unawares, Nagash fails to block, and the hammer smashes his skull into powder, his body turning to dust. I turn and see the Primarches fading, dying from wounds they inflicted on each other, Dorn smiling proudly, Gulliman saluting me, Kurz nodding in approval, and Magnus sending a wave of approval to my mind, along with what he deems useful knowledge for a newly awakened Psyker, even as he spawns the powers of a Psyker within me. An education in psychic powers, symbols useful for channeling power, basic focus mantras, and the rubric of Ahriman. I can infuse power armor with the memories of Space Marines, as I saw Magnus's legion through Saber's eyes when he fought them, and analyzed their armor and history. I know how to make their armor and weapons, and all I need is a criminal to provide the soul that will animate the armor. The infused memories will grant it the skill of a true thousand sun. Maybe I can have comrades I use, even if they are only rubriki. I salute them and turn. This battle is done. Now, I have assurance that I am set on my path. I have proven my strength and mighty heroes have acknowledged it. I may rest at least until the next battle. My reality marble fades and I leave victorious. We hunt those who will be vulnerable against either Zarok or Excalibur. But first, Jinzen. I must speak with their spirits, learn their shikai. And perhaps gain some understanding of them so as to progress towards Bankai. I reply, answering because it is a valid question she asks. But first I need to select my targets by finding out which Zanpakuto will be vulnerable. I know Excalibur is a holy sword based in light, but is it more than that? It was forged from the prayer glory with the concept victory, so will it have other powers? Zarok is well suited to hunt Hazukimaru, an accursed blade that has slain dragons, becoming a demonic weapon after it was originally made to slay monsters. It has cut down several rebellious shades during Morzen's service to Galbatorix, so it's no stranger to killing demons and spiritual beings. Soon, I reach the one place where Muramasa would have to be an absolute fool to strike at me. A hill long ago flattened out, a foundation for a building laid here, but the building never fully built, or at least it appears so. This place has guardians we long ago bartered with Anubis for, and as I enter the stronghold, I feel a light drain on my Ryatsu, which would be a punishing, murderous drain to anyone below captain level. The foundation suddenly sprouts a fortress of stone and wood in the eastern style, and the shadows coalesce. Before me appear two men, with muscles befitting Hercules, and the heads of jackals. They wear ornate bronze armor decorated with hieroglyphics, and carry twin koppish. Who dares enter this stronghold of the Sirte? Speaker Dai, Shinigami, one of them snarls. Kenpachi Yamamoto Ichigo, captain of 8th Division, who gained the title Kenpachi by right of combat, great-grandson of Genryusei Shijikuni Yamamoto, and in his absence due to capture by Muramasa, I am acting Satecho of the Sirte. I respond. The two warriors kneel. Hail, Kenpachi Yamamoto. Why have you come? The one who did not speak before now raises his voice. I have a gap in my soul due to hollow attack when young. I am thus able to acquire multiple Zanpakuto, as their realms take up little space in my soul, and I am come here to perform Jinzen and contact two new Zanpakuto. I inform them. I have also come to petition you for aid in tracking Muramasa and his forces. You, the servants of Anubis, number many among your packs that he allocated to us when we did him his favors that he requested in return for giving you to us. Surely a few can be spared to hunt. This Muramasa. What nature of foe is he? The first speaker now asks. They sense all eyes, so I might have to be slightly careful if they ask about motives, because I can only guess at them. A rogue Zanpakuto spirit with the ability to control other Zanpakuto. His master is sealed away due to being a murderer and for an attempt on the lives of my great-grandfather and the then head of the Kichiki clan. It is presumed that he is attempting to free his master, so they may resume their attempt to take over Sirte. I respond. The traitor then. He must be stopped. What of his controlled Zanpakuto? The second inquires. They appear to speak in turns then. They may be freed by defeating them. I believe Muramasa is merely hungering for a bond with his master again. However, Kauga's psychological profile suggests he will be unlikely to accept Muramasa. This power is too dangerous to let run loose. We have three options here. 1. Seal Muramasa. 2. Kill Muramasa. And finally, 3, which is bond Muramasa to me. He will be useful, I believe. If we can get him to join, Spirit King has declared an intention to exterminate us as beings unworthy of serving him, due to us requesting the use of the higher releases to defeat a ranker who have evolved into Tercera at top or higher and beyond the vast O Lord level. I say. Understood. So cull his army, bring their masters to regain them. Then, defeat Muramasa, slay his traitor master, and have Muramasa's loyalty transferred to you by claiming him as one of your Zanpakuto. The first reasons in a thoughtful tone, then his clenched fist slams into his breastplate. As ordered. We can identify Zanpakuto's masters fairly simply. I take it you have dual loyalties for some, and either master can defeat the Zanpakuto. I nod in reply to his question, and he smiles at this. Excellent. This simplifies things a bit then. I smell a rancor in the Sirte. Allies again, I nod. Wise to bury differences when needed. You'll be a good Satecho when the time comes, Yamamoto-sama. When that day comes, we will bend the knee once more and swear loyalty, taking a second term, even when our contract is to last one Satecho service. We've made our home here, and we could do worse than you for a leader, it seems, he vows. Very well. Loyalty for loyalty, justice for betrayal, vengeance for any wrong against you I vow in return. My loyalty to them as subordinates in return for their loyalty to me as leader. I will have justice if they betray me. And any who wrong them will know my wrath. We hear and accept your vow. All praise to Kenpachi Yamamoto the two-course. A moment later, oaths of loyalty made, I leave, heading to the rooms kept here for the 8th captain, where I will be able to enter the meditative state of Jinzen. I place my blade before me and sit once I enter the room, my armor moving with me easily. I wear full armor and robes at all times these days, and I contemplate not wearing them at times, then reject the idea. My armor and robes are my garb now, and it would be strange for the rest of the Shinigami to see me without them. Ending my moment of contemplation over my appearance, I focus my mind, and moments later I stand within the realm of absolute darkness that belongs to Zangetsu. Far away, I see 4 more landscapes than there should be, even including Excalibur and Zarok. The first realm has an immense volcano at its center, and the sound of hammers resounds from the crater. Within the earth of the land, which is a dusty red with a black sun and red moon in the skies above it, are set endless swords. The unlimited blade works of my former master. But how could it be here? I then noticed the binding of master and servant, or rather what it did when it was active. It bound souls together. I absorbed Shiru's unlimited blade work somehow. My soul had a pattern for such inner worlds, and it fit the unlimited blade works into the pattern. From me, Shiru got something useful to him. The ability to use Kido, and some of my knowledge relating to that. He also absorbed elemental abilities from a few of my Zanpakuto, making his abilities a bit more varied. The other 5 realms are just as varied. A golden and white castle rises within one of the realms, surrounded by endless plains and immense forests, though the castle itself rises from the middle of a lake. Upon the battlement stands a warrior garbed in gold and blue plate armor befitting a knight. I salute the warrior, then turn to survey the other realms. One is a realm of immense fiery mountains rising from a desert, volcanoes spread liberally among the landscape. Upon the highest peak, an immense red and black dragon rests, wearing armor as well in the same colors as his scales, but this armor is viciously spiked and carries serrated blades at many of the edges. Zarok, no doubt. The third of the realms is an immense realm of seas and mountains, the islands within the ocean constantly being destroyed and new ones formed by volcanoes and the shifting seas. Only 2 lands are stable, and the massive mountain in the center of the larger land is so massive everything beyond its base is shrouded by clouds. Over 90% of it is beyond sight. By the mountain, several immense wolves, each of them at least the size of an aircraft carrier, prowl, some of them simply lounging, and all emanate power. Bjorn. Somehow, I devoured a portion of him. I did devour several of the warriors he summoned with his noble phantasm, and thus somehow absorbed a portion of his power. I can't summon the route, but I did somehow gain a connection to the primal powers of Bjorn's home. The 4th realm has a Japanese-styled temple at its center, and the temple is surrounded with well-tended gardens and ponds. A man with violet hair and similarly violet robes sits at the entrance to the temple, writing something. A long sword lies beside him. No doubt Sasaki's contribution. I did after all take Monohashi's, and it seems it has become his Zanpakuto and discovered a new name. The last realm is connected to Zangetsu. Something that he devoured with his shadows. Gilgamesh is the only option for it to be this recent. Within that realm lies blades and treasures, the rich bounty of the Gate of Babylon. A palace of shining gold and silver, adorned with jewels, rises between 2 mighty rivers, which run through a desert, their sources high within the mountains that ring that realm. From within the palace rises music too perfect for it to be made by humans. An immense bull rages beside the palace, golden chains binding it, and a helmed figure in gold and ruby plate armor stands atop the highest tower of the palace. He nods cordially to me when he notices that I've seen him and silently enters the palace, the gates to the palace opening. I sense the names of each of the 3 unexpected Zanpakuto in turn, reaching out with my Ryatsu to contact them and get a bit of knowledge about their powers. The one who resides within the unlimited blades works as Iron no Burdu, Eternal Blades. The one I took from Bjorn is named Fenris, like his home. Sasaki's carries the name Hage no Hashi, Star of Steel, and the last is named Kami's Amishim, the Divine Treasury. All but Hage no Hashi are multiple-use Zanpakuto and acquired by accident via a combination of spoils of war and my hollow abilities. The weapons of the unlimited blade works are many, as during their work as counter-guardians, both future versions of my former master were deployed throughout the kaleidoscope and saw many interesting things. They resonated with Shiru, and he saw their armories when they taught him to deploy his reality marble properly, and so many weapons are now at my disposal. Fenris is a multiple-use Zanpakuto based in the legends of Fenris. It has 12 forms: Shai no Yurufu, Wolf of Death, Hai no Kami, Wolf of Fire, Mirai no Kami, Wolf of Ice, Sand no Yurufu, Wolf of Thunder, Sangaku no Kami, Wolf of the Mountains, Lshanzu no Yurufu, Wolf of the Oceans, Tetsu no Kami, Wolf of Iron, Kai no Kami, Wolf of Blood, Jiken Yurufu, Wolf of Time. Yami no Kami, Wolf of Darkness, Hanto no Yurufu, Wolf of the Hunt, and Tain no Yurufu, Wolf of the Sun. Each form has its own unique powers, and this provides Fenris with 13 different Shikai. To call upon the Zanpakuto itself instead of one of its forms grants a 13th Shikai and a set of powers entirely different from the other sets. Using more than one of its Shikai is possible, but difficult. A Zanpakuto almost entirely unique in the entire history of the Gate 13. When I was Kai'd, I saw one Zanpakuto like this, and it was weak. My great-grandfather has only ever seen 4 Zanpakuto with abilities like those of Fenris, and in the entire history of every single group of Shinigami or our equivalents in all the other worlds we know of, only 8 others like Fenris have ever been seen. Including the 4 my great-grandfather has seen in that total. And Fenris is without a doubt the strongest of them by far. Any of his Shikai outstrip the Bankai of the only other Zanpakuto like Fenris that has had its wielder achieve Bankai. Hage no Hashi is pure melee, but it may channel Kido or Ryatsu through it, and its concept of being as master of swordsmanship. It has many abilities that would cause most to mistake it for a Kido or elemental type, which are instead achieved through skill. Kami's Amishma is an updated version of what Gilgamesh had. It drew on Iron no Bird to update itself when the Zanpakuto was still forming, finding records of treasures that weren't held by the Gate of Babylon. Kami's Amishma has a concept of contains all the treasures of the world, and this came into play. Treasures were noted that it didn't hold. The Gate of Babylon was currently an active noble phantasm, and connected by that to Akasha and the Kaleidoscope. Treasures were found belonging to the Kaleidoscope, the connection of the Gate of Babylon was found, and the forming Zanpakuto added to its weaponry. So, now I have a whole bunch of original weapons from across the Kaleidoscope, and the Zanpakuto has an automatic repair function added to it by the fact that Zanpakuto can repair themselves. It has a conventional blade, but that blade can become a key to the treasury. It also added weapons wielded by divine beings, seeing as I had a higher rank in divinity than Gilgamesh when I acquired it, and had indeed been mistaken for one by the Grail. Noting all of this, I vanish into Shunpo, reappearing at the gate of Excalibur's castle. "Greetings," Excalibur says, appearing at my side a moment later. "I take it the need for Shikai brings you here." In response to Excalibur's statement, I nod. He is blunt and to the point, a warrior who cares little for anything that isn't related to the battlefield. A suitable partner for a king who will rarely leave the battlefield and focused on the glory to be found in victory. "My name is Excalibur. Unleash me upon the foe. Call for me to bring you victory, and I will come forth in all my might. What you have seen before is equivalent to my Shikai now. Bankai makes me stronger than was ever dreamed when I was forged. Go forth and conquer your foes. And tell my other wielder this, since she will take time to be able to speak with me. I was forged for a conquering king. Alexander the Great would have been more suitable a partner in terms of who I was meant to be paired with, but she was the one the Fae entrusted me to. Tell her that Alexander should be her role model. For her wish was that once she had learned Shikai, she would be sent, with all her future memories and powers, back to her when she first drew Caliburn from stone. Tell her Alexander the Great must be her role model when she returns. As you wish, I respond, and turn. Excalibur is easy to understand. I feel Bankai coming closer to me, but it is not quite accessible. There are still depths to Excalibur, but all in all he is fairly straightforward. Zarok will not be, I feel. I vanish once more, reappearing before Zarok. However, I am met by others besides Zarok. A figure in gold and ruby armor, Kami's Amishma. A red-haired warrior in red and black armor, a warhammer across his back, who smells of the forge. Iron no Birdu. The purple-haired warrior, who now wears samurai armor and Shinigami robes in the same color, carrying his sword in his hand. Hage no Hashi. 13 men who appear feral in quality, each of them clad in furs and carrying axe, sword, and spear. Finally, a red-haired warrior in spiked crimson plate armor, wearing a cloak of dragon scales and bearing Zarok in one hand, finishes the little gathering. Kai no T no Megami corrects the assumption, however, as she appears alongside Excalibur, the scent of blood filling the air. "So, you have come. You know our names, so why do you bother with us, Shinigami? We desire no connection to you." Zarok growls. "Speak for yourself." One of Fenris's forms snarls right back, drawing a massive two-handed sword from where it is slung across his back. "As the wolf of the hunt, master of his wild hunt, I desire to know who I am now." Packed to the warrior snarls. He also carries a massive longbow and hunting horn, and as I look more closely, I see a bit of what he is. I see a vision of a warrior mounted on a wolf racing through the stormy skies, leading a pack of hunters to find and end the prey. He would be interesting to fight alongside, no doubt. His brothers snarl assent to his statement. I agree with Fenris. Iron no Birdu states, his voice sounding like hammer on anvil, or blade on blade. I wince slightly at the sound of metal clashing against metal, then recover myself. "Speak for yourself, Zarok." I too agree. The wielder must know the blade, after all. Kami's Amishma says in a voice that is very clearly female. Maybe the fact that it was the Queen of Heroes who remained after the Zanpakuto began to be formed influenced the gender. But no matter. I will merely require Morisachi to craft the sealed forms. We are fortunate that Letsunameya taught apprentices just in case Morisachi were required, then he could forge at the time, as the smith currently sides with the Spirit King. Take from here our names. Once all our brethren are returned, come to speak with us again. At that time, it will be time to learn the third release. Muramasa's meddling has thrown the seals aside as he frees them from all bindings and bonds. Hyorameru is merely the first to realize this and one of the few whose seal was never fully stable. He, like Raijin Jaka, is too strong to be easily sealed. However, Kai no Ti no Megami could never be sealed. She is simply too powerful and bloody-minded for such to ever take effect. She simply waited for others to be able to tell you so you would not be overtaken by her violent nature. If you had achieved her third release first, you would doubtless have been consumed by the curse of the Kenpachi. Becoming a demon Kenpachi, Zaraki would cower before, shaking in terror. I pale at the mention of what could have happened and bow to Kai no Ti no Megami in thanks. Now go. And do not return until all our brethren are once more captured, Ichigo-sama. Very well, I reply, and leave Jinzen, waking and rising within the fortress. I cast out my Ryatsu, sensing Zangetsu. He must fall soon, in order to give us victory. As Zanpakuto of his power is far too strong to let run loose. I vanish into Shunpo, reappearing a moment later beside Nanao and Momo, the fortress once more fading from view. It is impregnable, however it requires significant Ryatsu expenditure to call it fully into being. Its guardians are fierce indeed, servants of Anubis. Once, they were Anubis's version of the Gate 13 before Osiris ousted him. Since then, they have simply been his guard. He contracts packs out in return for favors, and the packs here will be very useful if they mean to swear for a second term of service to the Sirite. The favor that got us our 20 current packs, varying in number from a dozen to 50 per pack at any given time, got 3 divisions nearly wiped out entirely, barely 3% of those Shinigami surviving to resurrect the divisions. We were instructed to hunt and slay one of the spawn of Anubis's pet, Amit. The creature did not go down easily and took far too many of our number with it, the packs only barely compensating for the loss. Ichigo Satecho, Momo asks curiously. I tilt my head in question, and she continues. Where are we going now? I silently point towards Zangetsu's location, then grab Nanao and Momo, sling them over my shoulders, and vanish into Shunpo. The entire time it takes to reach Zangetsu's location, the two are beating on my back and calling for me to stop. I reappear one end of a long stone bridge a few minutes later, Zangetsu at the other end. Maintaining silence, I set Nanao and Momo down, smoothing out their robes with one hand as the other draws the newly manifested Fenris. There were spare Asauchi in the stronghold fortunately, and I used them to manifest my new Zanpakuto. Be safe, Momo, I say, then turn to face my opponent. Run wild, sow fear among all who see you ride on the storm winds. Call the greatest to join the wild hunt, Hanto no Yorufu, I proclaim, and the katana changes, becoming an immense longbow and spear combination, the spear in my right hand, the bow in my left. The sky above me becomes stormy, and the howls of wolves fill the air as my robes change to furs. I raise the spear, and razor winds wrap around it. I raise the bow, and an arrow of ice and lightning appears on the string, and is quickly merged with fire and shadows, becoming an arrow of the storm, of the flame, of the darkness. An arrow belonging to the master of the wild hunt. White wolves marked with red and black appear among the storm, each of them the size of a horse, and with eyes that are pits of emerald flame, running among the clouds and descending to join me. Bjorn's home was heavily associated with Norse culture, and the Grail took the wolf emblem and the hunt and mixed them, finding the legend of the wild hunt and the Gabriel hounds, creating my wolves. Several of the wolves take a humanoid form, appearing as long-haired men garbed in furs, carrying war axes, two-handed swords, spears, warhammers, and longbows. The furs that they wear are white, and black leather armor adorns the warriors, who have runes inscribed on their bared forearms. Their hair is black, and their hands are stained red. Death seems to surround them. Death and chaos. My wild hunt, my instrument of destruction. Hanto no Yorufu summons them to aid me, granting me warriors, a mount in the form of the largest wolf of the group, who now strides up to my side, and my 2 weapons. A bow that can never miss, and a spear that pierces all defenses. What is your command, Lord? One of the warriors asks. I'd Zangetsu. Aid me in this battle, I command, and the runes on the forearms of all the warriors change, becoming my words written in the Elder Futhark of the Norse. The warrior who spoke nods and raises his spear, charging, followed by wolves and men alike, both equally feral. I raise my bow, accompanied by 3 of the warriors of the hunt, and loose a dozen arrows in rapid succession, more following from the warriors, but they are batted away by Zangetsu. The arrows serve their purpose, however, as they distract him long enough for one of the warriors to get a good cut in. Zangetsu snarls in rage and strikes out, the warrior having his head removed from his neck. He dissolves into mist, which swiftly gathers near me, reforming into a wolf once more, which charges forward. Zangetsu enters Bankai a moment later, and while he is engulfed by the shadows released when he calls upon Bankai, I put more arrows in the air, one of them catching him in the right shoulder as the shadows fade. Zangetsu curses and drops his Daido, gathering it once more in his left hand a heartbeat later, just in time to block several blows. Shifting to my spear, dropping the bow, I charge forward, the storm winds following me. I crash into Zangetsu's hasty defense with all the force of an avalanche, throwing him back. My wolves are pinning him moments later, jaws clenched around his wrists, elbows, shoulders, ankles, and knees. He nods silently, conceding my victory as I walk up to him. "You win this fight, Ichigo," he says, and I raise my spear. "You never meant to win this fight, did you? You wanted to see that I could survive without you if I needed to, and I can. I have others Zanpakuto after all, and given how fiercely your drive to protect me burns, it must have hurt leaving me to their care, I observe," and Zangetsu nods proudly. He raises his head and I see that he is fiercely proud of my success. "It was a test to see if I could survive without any of you. I fought, and I proved myself, building up my relationship with my hollow in the process. Well done, Zangetsu. You tested me without me ever knowing, and hopefully I passed, my friend," I comment, and Zangetsu replies with another proud nod. "Thank you. There is no need for thanks. I needed to see either that you could beat me head on, or that you could survive without me. I am content with what I have seen, Ichigo. Now I return to you," Zangetsu declares. "Very well," I say, and stab down with my spear. He fades away, and a moment later, both his body and his sword on my back vanish, replaced by a black Nadachi lying on the ground. I pick it up, and with a flare of Ryatsu, it enters Shikai. I sheathe the massive blade, and seal Fenris. The warriors and wolves fade away, their job done for now. I nod in thanks to them, and they all equally silently affirm that they will answer when I call again as they fade. This hunt is done, but there are many ahead of me. I sheathe my blades and return to my comrades. There is yet work to do. "Ichigo Tachem, there is still work to do," Nana says bluntly. She is correct, there is work besides hunting the Zanpakuto, such as paperwork, keto training, and overseeing the work of my division, as well as that of the other divisions, since I'm acting Saudage. "Naturally," I reply calmly. "There is always work to do, Nanao. Momo, can I trust you with overseeing the training?" I ask. "Of course, Ichigo Tachem," Momo replies. "And Nanao will do the paperwork so you can go and hunt more Zanpakuto, more go through keto training." "Very well. There isn't much paperwork right now anyways, given how you've ordered that any material that isn't sensitive is to be handled by those Shinigami who are not truly combat capable, among them many unseated members of the 4th and the 12th, as those two are some of our more passive divisions," Nana reasons. She's right, there isn't much paperwork. And someone in the 12th created a machine that does most of the work, filling out the sheets for them, cutting their workload in half or better. Good. I'll be hunting Nejibana next, I think, though I'm also interested in Aragante, Los Lobos, Murcielago, Santa Teresa, and Pantera. I may also find something of interest in the Zanpakuto of the newer Espada, I comment. Hunting them will give me something to do and prepare me to deal with any double crossing, as the Zanpakuto will likely fight in a similar manner to their masters. "As ordered," Tachem says, bowing. I grab her and Momo a moment later and vanish into Shunpo, reappearing just outside the 8th, and Momo and Nanao swiftly leave to their tasks. I vanish into Shunpo once more and reappear near the hill, drawing Excalibur a moment later. "Bring me victory, Excalibur," I command, and the katana in my hand blazes with light, taking on the form of the blue and gold blade I was granted by the Lady of the Lake. "Aikmi no Senka, fires of glory," I say, raising the blade. It blazes to life, shining as brilliantly as the sun as I bring the blade crashing down, golden flame erupting from the blade and blasting open an old block tunnel into the hill. The flames blaze forth from the reopened entrance, filling the tunnel with golden fire. A moment later, a blast of water answers the fires, a flood pouring out from the tunnel and attempting to drown me. Nejibana is here, then. I sheath Excalibur but don't seal it, racing into the path of the flood and finding footing on the water. It seems Arturia's gift for traveling on top of the water extends to me as well. I race forward, running on top of the flooding water. A few moments after I enter the tunnel, I find that there is not enough room to run on top of the water for much longer. I curse and begin to chant. The light in the darkness. The fires of the storm. The hammer that shakes the heavens. Move and become destruction. Stop and call down devastation. Send forth thy arrow, O Lord of Thunder. Had 88. Hirikjekazoku Shinton Rei my roar, and a massive blast of lightning screams forth from my right hand. Water and stone alike is vaporized as I race forward, the tunnel blasted wider. Mere moments later, I am arriving in a massive cavern where Nejibana waits, carrying her shikai in one hand. She is standing on top of a lake that fills the center of the cavern, with a ring of stone about 2 meters wide circling the lake, leaving a way to get into the tunnel network for other Zanpakuto. I see several other entrances and sense approaching foes, and curse once more. Hello, Ichigo, Nejibana says, bowing. I see you have another Zanpakuto to add to your collection. Indeed. It's good that you remember me, old friend, I reply. My newest Zanpakuto bears the name Excalibur, just so you know, I continue, and Nejibana takes on a look of shock. You've heard of it, I see. Indeed. A powerful weapon, and doubtless a powerful Zanpakuto now, Nejibana says slightly wistfully. I miss the days when you were Kain. We were alone then, and I had you all to myself. But I also wouldn't return to those days. I have company now, and you're stronger. You won't die again and leave me alone. I've tried to return to you, Ichigo. But I can't get back to my realm, I can't become just your sword again. Why? Have you gotten tired of me and cast me aside? Muramasa said that you had, and that he just wants to help me. Is that true? No, I respond. I am angry now. Very, very angry. Muramasa's abilities, once invoked, do not allow a Zanpakuto to return to being a sword unless they are defeated in battle, I inform her. You will need to be defeated by me in order to return to me. Muramasa Nejibana snarls, turning around in a blur of motion and raising her trident. Water erupts from the trident, flooding the tunnel Nejibana turned to face, which leads deeper into the hill. Come out and die, Muramasa, she screams. Storm clouds are forming at the roof of the cavern, and mist is beginning to rise from the lake. Nejibana is furious, and strong winds are whipping up waves all around her. Come out or I'll flood this hill and force you out, Nejibana screeches, and I growl at Muramasa's bright plan to try and get Nejibana to abandon me. If she floods the hill, then we might lose Zanpakuto spirits that aren't mine, and are thus vulnerable to destruction if I or an extension of me defeats them. Nejibana, calm down. It'll be made right. Muramasa lied because he's trying to unseal his Shinigami, who was a traitor. He's just holding on to misguided loyalties, I say, hoping she'll listen. We are going to need those Zanpakuto, and we haven't yet figured out to repair those destroyed while under Muramasa's control. I see. So you likely want him to join you then, Nejibana growls. I suppose, if his loyalty transfers as it should, I can allow him to live and serve you, Ichigo. The waves and winds are calming around Nejibana, so crisis is temporarily averted. She's stopped trying to flood the hill at least. Interesting, a voice speaks from near one of the tunnel entrances Nejibana didn't flood a moment ago. A tall brown-haired man in white robes with a fur collar stands there, carrying a raised katana. There are touches of purple on his robes, and his fingernails are unnaturally long. There are also dark markings around his eyes. Muramasa. You would offer me a place among your own, even with my being a foe of yours, he questions, lowering his blade to his side. I nod in reply, and he grimaces. I will need to take you up on that offer. I was planning to use the Zanpakuto to free Kunga. However, one of them, Kirikaz, proved to have the ability to absorb Ryatsu. Kirikaz used his ability to weaken me greatly, to the point where control is no longer possible when dealing with them. However, many Zanpakuto fixed on my most recent order. Cause maximum damage to the Sirite. The Zanpakuto of your rank are among them. However, before this, while you were away, Raijin Jaka proved to know how to break the seal on Kunga. I was very nearly slain, and containing Kunga has proved difficult. His imprisonment has driven him to madness. Most recently, we have been attempting to keep him sealed here, and I was coming to reason with Nejibana. Defeat Kirikaz and end Kunga, and my service is yours. They are my two mistakes, and if you can correct them, I will follow you, Yamamoto Ichigo. I see. I will need my full array of Zanpakuto. Are any other Zanpakuto there to aid Kirikaz, I ask, beginning to devise strategies to take these foes down. Muramasa nods in reply. A ranker, Shinigami, or both, I continue, with Muramasa nodding at the first and shaking his head at the second. I will put them down like mad dogs, Muramasa. Good. I apologize for leaving you with this burden. In my shock and weakness from unsealing Kunga and the subsequent attempt to kill me, my control slipped. Kirikaz became able to act on his own, and I barely escaped. Kirikaz has become Kunga's Zanpakuto now. I have no master. I worked so hard to free him, and my reward is abandonment, Muramasa says, his tone mournful. I stride forward and grasp his blade, raising it level to my chest. The pity party stops now. Celebration starts when Kunga is dead and all the rogue Zanpakuto are collected. How many of mine are still allied with you? And are Aragante, Los Lobos, Santa Teresa, Pantera or Murcielago among your allies, I ask. Yes. All but Kazushini are with me. Of those among your Zanpakuto, as are those you mentioned. Also among them are the Zanpakuto Daichimaru, Rika, Sakanade, Tachikaz, Ira, Gamuza, Benishiter, Gonrimaru, Tiburum, Kinshara, Injetsu, which I retrieved while in the human world, Arizum Shigur, Raiku, and the Zanpakuto spirit those two were split from, Sumitsu Kagasa. Now, I take it is time to forge my new bond, Ichigo-sama he asks, seeming to try out the new suffix to see if it fits. I nod, and the blade is thrust into my chest, through my armor. A moment later, it begins to dissolve, a sheath and new blades starting to appear at my side in turn. Once the blade fully dissolves, the cavern is filled with hollows. I draw Kami's amishment snarl in hate at the sight of my natural foes. Open the portal to my armory, for the mongrels must learn their place, Kami's amish my snarl, the release phrase coming to my lips almost instinctually, the Zanpakuto guiding me to unleash his wrath. The air ripples and tears open, dozens of weapons emerging into the world. I growl, and focus Ryatsu into the blades. But the new self-repair of all weapons function imparted by I and Nober do, I can break them without fear. The blades take in more Ryatsu than they can withstand and become broken. Unstable, good for one shot. They'll take a week or so to regenerate, but who cares? There are hollows to kill at the moment, and I am currently working on instinct after Muramasa joining me. Hollow and Shinigami are natural enemies, at least until the hollows regain some form of the ability to reason. My instincts are screaming to kill the hollows with extreme prejudice. Ichigo, I believe I should be rejoining you, Nejibana comments off to the side. I barely hear her. The Kenpachi's curse is rising within me, demanding blood. Kami's Amishm's first release affects me psychologically, and my rage over these hollows daring to exist within my sight is caused mostly by that. The blades scream forth from the treasury, Nejibana being added once more to my Zanpakuto almost as a side thought. I then lose any sense of sanity and enter a blind rage, ripping the hollows from existence, with what are very nearly solid walls of metal made up of blades. Several of them flee, attempting to escape my fury. It won't work. Right now I am akin to Gilgamesh, if Gilgamesh had just been woken up by having a bucket of cold water dumped on him and was presented with a sudden attack by an assassin. A warrior who is utterly enraged and who has both outlet and means of expressing that rage. I almost absently register the restoration of my Zanpakuto, one of the hollows leading me to the cavern where they had gathered awaiting Muramasa's return from a conversation with Nejibana. I also register the addition of 19 brand new Zanpakuto to my arsenal, though only as a side note which won't properly come to my attention until the rage ends. It appears that the bond between them and their Shinigami or rancor is restored by their defeat, however my soul, now used to latching on to new Zanpakuto as a means of repairing itself to some extent, grabs them and solidifies the bond to me as well, providing an immediate source of Ryatsu to keep the blades from breaking. Several hours later, I leave the blind rage I had entered to discover Tausen right in front of me. I see you are simply a mad beast like the other Kenpachi. For the sake of justice, I will end you, Tausen declares, and a barely sane snarl erupts from my throat, which erupts in pain. I was berserk the entire time, roaring my rage to the world. Such is not unusual for a Kenpachi when the curse fully takes hold, but now my throat is raw and burning with pain. I feel that the hollows are slain, and that Kungari retreated into the hill. Beside Tausen I see Aizen, who is keeping his expression carefully blank. As Tausen steps forward, Aizen's blade strikes through his back, piercing his heart. A spray of blood erupts from Tausen's mouth, and a moment later Aizen's blade is retracted, scything through the air to remove Tausen's head in an instant. My congratulations, Saudachim-sama. You managed to both free your great-grandfather, recapture many of the rogues Zanpakuto, and deal with Muramasa. Kunga will be trouble though. Once you regained Kimka Sagetsu, I ensured I got a report on what had happened. I came to your aid, assuming you would be hunting Kirikas, and saw you in a rage that would make any of the Kenpachi proud. A pity you didn't release Ira. Yami would have been put to shame with such power as you would have unleashed. The hollows you slew were fortunately not strong enough to be made useful. Well, berserk, you destroyed the barrier that kept your great-grandfather imprisoned, since it was in your way. I was following safely cloaked under Kimka Sagetsu's illusions, with Tausen alongside. When our former comrades started to mutter about removing you as you were a threat to justice, I decided to take the most expedient path and remove him in favor of you, as you are more valuable, Aizen explains. Yes. Quite a rampage you were on, Ichigo. You really must explain where you got his Zanpakuto that unleashes solid walls of metal upon your foes, I hear Yamajiji say from behind me. I look down and see an adachi that appears to have been made from gold, square notches cut into the back. It is covered in blood, as are my armor and robes. You unleash several thousand hollows by absorbing Muramasa, many more coming because they felt their kin. They died en masse, and I do believe I approve of such rage as you showed. It is almost a throwback to the first days of the Sirite, he reminisces. I see, I say, and with a thought, the blades lying all around dissolve into golden particles, and I feel them return to Kami's Amishim's treasury, the blade in my hand becoming a simple Nadachi again. I sheathe the blade and then fully notice the 19 new additions to my armory. I wince behind my mask, already anticipating the explanations. You did well, but I do believe I will retake my position now. There is business in the other worlds I need a deputy to see to, and I do believe you will do it well, Yamajiji comments. I nod, relieved that I can hand authority back to him. I spent only a short time as Saudachim, and I'm already tired of the paperwork. Also, you are better as the first line of defense at the moment. You need to hone your abilities further, and that requires battle. So, I will send you as my ambassador to some places and place you as our first line of defense in other places. I nod, grinning. This I know how to do, at least. What of the new additions to my arsenal, I ask, and Yamajiji nods as I raise this issue, which has potential to become complicated if not addressed carefully. The owners of your Zanpakuto will be appeased by me. I will inform them that you required the extra power so as to effect my rescue. Kunga is beyond our reach at the moment. However, he must be resealed or slain. He is insane from his imprisonment, and Kirikaz is far too dangerous to allow him to retain it. Both owner and Zanpakuto must be annihilated. The smith of the royal guard is able to retrieve his Zanpakuto spirit and reforge its blade even after the Shinigami is dead. Slaying Kirikaz is priority. Kunga can wait for a little while. If used properly, Kirikaz can kill hollows or Shinigami by stealing all their Ryatsu, and the more he takes, the longer his range, and the more he can steal in one strike. We cannot allow this weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy, Yamajiji declares, and my bracer clashes against my chest plate in salute and acknowledgement. As ordered, sir. Kirikaz will not be allowed out of this hill, I vow. Excellent. Now, let us be on our way, Yamajiji orders. I fall in behind him along with Aizen as he strides towards the exit. So, Yamamoto Teichin, is there anything that the Saudach may need to know? Aizen asks conversationally as we leave the hill, seeing daylight shortly after. The 11th is gathered outside, Kenpachi Zaraki at their head and grinning madly. Anubis's servants agreed to help hunt the rogues. Many rogue Zanpakuto have already been retrieved thanks to them. If the missing Zanpakuto Ryatsu sources and the locations of the pack members is any clue I mention, and Yamajiji nods, pride very clear in his bearing. Yo, Ichigo, Zaraki calls, approaching. Felt you going mad in there. Not bad at all, he continues, nodding in a very satisfied manner. You really hit the Sirite hard with that killing intent. I was in Rukongai 80 when you started the slaughter, and I felt it all the way from there. It's been 6 days since you entered, and your division was starting to worry. Now, where's Tausen he? Asks, and Yamajiji answers as I stop in shock over how much time I lost. He allied with Kunga and attempted Ichigo's assassination. Aizen disposed of him, Yamajiji explains, and Zaraki nods in respect to Aizen. I see, Zaraki says, and turns away. Come on, Ichigo, let's get you to your division to clean up, Ikaku calls, signaling for me to follow him. I shunpo to his side, grateful for the distraction from how much time I spent in a berserk rage. He falls in at my right, and I begin to return to my division, blood dripping from my hands and armor. I silently raise my right hand to the skies, gathering Ryatsu from my reserves, which are slightly strained after 6 days in Shikai, unleashing wave after wave of Ryatsu charged steel. Irikjekazoku Shinton Rei Maisei, and the massive blast of energy screams forth from my palm. A moment later, I and the Kidman drop to one knee, hissing in pain as my reserves protest the expenditure. Rest, Ichigo, Yamajiji calls. The signal flare is appreciated, as I could use a little help back myself, but Aizen could have done it just as easily, and it would have been a better idea. You may be my eventual successor, but it will be later, not today, so don't strain yourself to make it appear as if you are still perfectly fine. Yes sir, I acknowledge, and struggle to my feet. A moment later, several of my 8th Division members, wearing full armor and carrying their Zanpakuto, appear in flashes of shunpo, along with several of the jackal-headed warriors. 4 of the jackal-headed men turn, and a flare of light appears between them. A moment later, a black and gold palanquin is lying on the ground, curtains open along one side. I am pushed into it and made to lie down by the 8th Division members. A moment later, the curtain is closed and the palanquin is raised into the air. I weakly protest and am promptly ignored, being borne back to my division in something approaching luxury. Somewhere along the way, I go to sleep, my body tired out after days of exertion. When I wake, my throat has stopped feeling raw, my armor is often hanging on the rack in my room, and the harness made to hold my blades, which is hanging beside my armor, has several loops added to hold new sheaths. My room itself is decorated in green, gold, and black, the immense bed quite luxurious with silk sheets and curtains in the same colors as my room. The curtains are currently drawn back, and I see several new paintings and tapestries hanging in the room depicting me calling upon one of my blades or another. Muramasa is sitting in a chair near the door, his fingernails short again, the marks around his eyes gone, and his clothing having turned red where it was once purple, and black where it was white. A cup of sake is beside my bed, along with a tray of food. Muramasa, how long have I been out, I ask, sitting up. My robes are hanging on another rack beside my armor, I notice, and bandages are wrapped around my torso, granting me some clothing at least. However, it will be good to get back into full armor. I feel naked without being in full plate these days. It's almost amusing how quickly I adapted. 2 days. You must be hungry and thirsty, Muramasa comments. I will call for your lieutenant and third seats. All of them have been worried, as have those females interested in you. Eat and drink before they arrive, he says, bringing a pitcher of water over to me from the top of the dresser where it had been sitting, placing it on the tray. I spend the next half an hour eating and drinking, filling my complaining stomach. When they arrive, I have eaten my fill for the moment at least. Chimjurm enters alongside them, blade unsheathed. If you wish to fight for possession of your sword, Lieutenant, wait until I am in armor at least, I growl, rolling from the bed onto my feet. I am not here to fight for my blade. Ijusai Dono has explained, and I thank you for freeing him. However, he has commanded that I be your guard when deployed as an ambassador, as we cannot send more than one captain on diplomatic missions to avoid the appearance of forcing an alliance. However, my accompanying you is still a show of strength, Shinjurm explains. I nod, understanding, as he drops to one knee and offers his blade. So long as I live, I will serve you just as I serve your great-grandfather, Ichigo Dono, he swears, and I silently place one hand on his shoulder. I accept your oath and vow to be worthy of such service, I proclaim, and raise him to his feet. He swiftly moves to stand beside me, glaring at Nanao, Renji, Momo, Urahara and Muramasa, all of whom entered the room with him. Rukia is waiting just outside along with Byakuya, Lisa, Skathath and Jkshurm. Anyone else have complaints I need to deal with in reference to my new blades, or can I collapse again now, I ask wearily, moving to lie back down. I am still weak from sustaining myself on only my Ryatsu for several days and need to regain my strength with food and rest. All the complaints were attended to by your great-grandfather, Nanao confirms, and I immediately return to lying down, relieved that there is nothing for me to do right now. The division paperwork has been routed to the 12th and everything has been running smoothly. Anubis's former servants are integrating into our combat teams, which have almost completely recovered from the losses we've had in the rather chaotic times. There is no need for you right now, so please rest, Teichm. I place my trust in you to ensure I don't return to a mess, Nanao, I say, and she bows. Thank you. I will not let you down, Ichigo, she says, smiling. A moment later, she turns and leaves the room, barking orders to Shinigami. Ichi-chan, Kazushini came here an hour ago. He remembers you apparently, Momo says. Bring him in then. I am eager to be reunited with him, I say, sitting up. A moment later, Kazushini strides in, shikai in his hands, smiling for some reason. I raise my hand in greeting as he approaches, and he offers his shikai to me. I silently strike him down, and a moment later, Kazushini's blade lies on the floor of my room, swiftly being retrieved and placed in its proper sheath by Urahara. Muramasa leaves, moving as if a weight has been removed from his shoulders. Momo, mind seeing to the training of the division members along with Renji, I ask, and receive a cheerful nod. Renji was showing the signs that she was about to try to smother me, so I need to get my two most devoted fangirls out of the room. Urahara moves forward with a scroll in hand containing his report, leaving it by my bedside. He leaves immediately after delivering the report, striding out as my comrades from the Grail War flood in, alongside Jkshurm, Byakuya, Lisa, Rukia, and Yuruchi. I see you need rest, Yuruchi says. I am too tired to properly hold onto my grudge against her from my past life, which I held due to a prank she pulled on me. She had learned a lot of Unohana's personally crafted kidm from her and used a temporary version of the gender-shifting kidm on me. I spent 3 years as a girl, with Yuruchi dragging me shopping, trying to get me to experiment with the female side of intimate relations, and generally making my life miserable. I suppose I can bury it now that I've used the permanent version of that evil kidm though. It would be a bad idea to be a hypocrite, after all. Indeed. I forgive you for that stunt you pulled when I was Kain, so long as you promise never to do it again, okay, I ask, and she nods. Thanks, the former captain of the 2nd says. I notice she is wearing a uniform like Soifan's, and also notice one other thing. She's wearing the badge of a 3rd seat in the 8th division. It would be bad to be working together and still have such a problem between us, after all. I promise not to use the kidm on you, but I don't promise not to tease, okay, I nod wearily, resigned. One battle ends, another begins. It seems that my rare moments of peace, snatched when I'm not facing enemies with drawn Zanpakuto or dealing with division matters, are about to get even rare. Oh well, at least things will be entertaining. But if I ever find the person responsible for starting this chaos, their pain will never end. I lie back and silently relax. At least I get a moment now, in the presence of friends. I'll deal with other things later, I think, as I fade back into slumber. When I'm awake enough and strong enough to care. So, you require me to travel to some of the other Shinigami organizations' headquarters to deal with diplomacy, Yamajiji, I inquire, and he nods in affirmation. The captain's meeting that we're currently in is somewhat tense. Right now, we're having to pay serious attention to diplomacy if we do not desire to be dealing with a lot of irritations. Our organization is the oldest, but there are those who could make trouble for us. Yamajiji has reigned for the last 2,000 years, but before that there was a loose organization of Shinigami existing that spanned back another 3,000 years. Yamajiji was the one who united us and standardized training, but there have been Shinigami for a long time. Indeed, Ichigo Kairaku says. He has taken to wearing full armor at all times, much like myself, Soifon, Zaraki, Byakuya, and Sajin. The hall itself in which we are standing has been decorated recently, the previously white walls being painted black with banners depicting past victories of the 13 divisions over hollow armies hung there, 2 banners for each division. The banners of the first hang behind Yamajiji's chair, and upon each banner is also depicted the flower of the division and its current captain. I am depicted without my helm on, hair grown into a long mane, Kai no Ti no Megami in my right hand, my left hand upon a cane precisely like Yamajiji's, with flames surrounding the cane. Some captains are assigned a title as well, which also have their places on that division's banners. Unohana bears the name Sorceress of the Sirte for her aptitude with Kido. Aizen is named the Deceiver for his abilities with illusions and his capacity to conceal his true plans. Byakuya is declared the proudest of the captains for her noble pride, is indeed extreme. Sajin is declared the feral captain, for he has taken steps to distance himself from Tausen, becoming something of a mix between myself and Zaraki. Proud outside of combat, but a feral monster who goes so far as to make the enemy's grandparents regret that they were ever born. I am the strongest of the captains for my displayed destructive capability, vast Ryatsu stores, and supreme willingness to get into a fight. Hitsugaya Senpai is the most disciplined captain, for he always holds himself and his division to the highest standards of discipline, both in and out of combat. Infractions against discipline are rare from the 10th, which was rather rowdy during Isen's captaincy. Zaraki is the fiercest of the captains because his ferocity is unrestrained, always looking for a fight. Kuritsuchi is named the Insane One, for his experiments make little sense until he completes them, then his twisted logic can usually be followed. Finally, Chishiro is the kindest of the captains due to her good nature. The last person I found imposing on her kind nature, which was just yesterday, received an introduction to agony from me however. It's been a full week since my rampage, and things are somewhat calmer now. The hill has been sealed thoroughly, got wrapped within. If the kid sealing him there so much as flicker, every single captain in the Sirte will descend on the place with Bankai released, prepared to go to war. He'll never escape them all if he so much as sets a toe outside the hill. I require you to go to the American groups first. They have been infiltrated thoroughly by every other organization, and any tales of your recent victories that you let slip there will be known to the other organizations within 3 days. Hopefully, that will either aid as deterrent or as incentive to join us. You have full mandate to act as necessary, Yamajiji instructs, and he slams his cane into the floor. Now go, he roars, and I vanish into Shunpo, as does Shinjurm, racing for the Sinkamen. The sentries over the Sinkamen acknowledge, bracers clashing with armor. My entire division is required to wear full armor at all times when on duty, and I slow from Shunpo as I stride forward, using hand signals to indicate my orders. Is the Sinkamen ready, I ask, and they nod, the Sinkamen flaring to life a moment later. We'll arrive in the living world and access the Sinkamen system there. Shinjurm, how good are you with English, as I doubt our opposite numbers will know our language, and I need to know if I should be the only one doing the talking here, I request. He replies immediately. I understand the language and can speak it fluently. However, I haven't spoken it in the last 200 years, though I have kept up with how it has changed, he replies, and I silently curse. I'll do the talking until you're used to it again. I'll need more than just you for escort though. Policy is that an ambassador's guard should number 8 at minimum, I muse, and notice that Combat Team 1 is currently training under Kurenai, with Momo, Nanao, Renji, Yoruchi, Urahara, and Alexandra, the Queen of Conquerors, watching. Combat Team 1 with me, we're moving out, I call, appropriating the group for my own uses. I also signal for the 6 who were watching the team train to join me. The 50 Shinigami making the team up jog over, blades being swiftly sheathed. The 10 Keto users on the team are wearing heavier armor than the rest, as they are expected to be artillery. They don't move too much, but find a secure place to fight from, set up barriers, and unleash destruction. Yes, Taichm, they roar in unison as they move to meet me. I take the lead position, Chunjurum and all 56 of my Shinigami following me into the Sinkamen. 5 minutes later, the gate opens in a cemetery, a large crowd of the living gathered at a monument. It appears to be some form of military cemetery, and I take a moment to salute the fallen. Behind the person who is bringing a wreath of some sort to lay in front of the monument, 2 men in black military uniforms stand, carrying swords in their hands. I stride forward to them, drawing Senbonsakura, my own warriors following. I raise my blade in salute to the 2, and they nod in return, raising their own blades. One of them steps forward, and I see several living soldiers tracking his movements. I shake my head and enter Shunpo, appearing just in front of the 2 I am to meet with. The man who just set the wreath down startles slightly, but it's almost imperceptible. A few minutes later, he moves into the cemetery itself, the spiritually aware soldiers following. My opposite numbers, the American version of Shinigami, follow and indicate that I should do the same. It's routine for the people in charge of America to know of our existence, one of the 2 says. I'm Lieutenant Cook, in the Death Guard. You are here requests. I silently indicate my Haori. I don't know your rank symbol, sir. My apologies, but could you please inform me? I'm going to be entrusted with your guard, so I'd like to know your name and rank. Very well, I reply. At least he has manners. I am the 8th captain of the Serite Guard, Kenpachi Yamamoto Ichigo. Though given how you put family names last, I am Kenpachi Ichigo Yamamoto, great-grandson of the captain commander of the Serite Guard, Genrixei Shijikuni Yamamoto, I inform them. And I earned my position, thank you very much, I say, to cut off any assumptions of my getting where I am through family influence. So your captain rank is equivalent to our rank of colonel in that case, if you command an entire division of your military forces, the lieutenant says. I nod, having been briefed on all ranks of the other organizations long ago. I am roughly equivalent to that. The ranks of this force number 5. The general commanding the entire organization, the colonels commanding their divisions, named regiments, then the captains in charge of each battalion, next the lieutenants, commanding companies, and finally the sergeants in charge of the platoons. Very good. Do you have the first release yet, he asks, and I silently groan in despair. I achieved mine a few months ago, and that probably means promotion for me soon, he says, and the group of the living is very much within earshot now. My combat team is approaching, hands on blades, until I signal for them to stand down. They halt within earshot of me, ready to fight in a moment. First release, I ask, amused now, and the lieutenant visibly wilts in disappointment. Sorry, I just hope to see a mastered version of it, my apologies for disrespect, sir, he says. I have the final release, Lieutenant. It is a requirement for the rank of captain in our organization, after all, I tell him, amusement in my tone as I remove my helm. The living soldiers are very clearly very. Unlike most, I have more than one Zanpakuto due to unique circumstances, and I have the final release with most. Do you want to see Bankai, I ask, and he swallows. Yes sir, he gets out, tone filled with awe. I never thought I would see one, but I'd be a fool to pass up this chance. Thank you very much sir, he says, and I begin to gather power. How do we know this isn't dangerous, Mr. President, one of the living soldiers asks the man who was laying that wreath before the monument. We don't, but if the lieutenant is interested, so am I, the man replies. I largely disregard them as an invisible wind begins to whip up, my power flaring around me. Black and red Reiatsu flares, and my presence hits the city as I summon my full strength. Bankai, I roar, slamming Tenkin from its sheath. Roar, Kakujo Tenjin Maiao, I command, and the blade flares with red light as the black giant rises behind me, roaring as he raises his blade. He settles, and the black giant is prepared for combat, his blade flaring with black and red Reiatsu. This is the final release, the lieutenant stammers, forced to his knees by my flaring Reiatsu. The shadows are gathering, the sky turned dark by my power. I draw a second blade, preparing to release a second Bankai. Bankai, I proclaim, and my power flares, building even further. Ryuman Hazukimaru, I howl, Tenkin manifesting with a flick of my will and calling his blade, taking control of his Bankai, as the 3 massive blades of Ryuman Hazukimaru appear in my hands. Only one of the living soldiers says, then trails off, unable to even complete his curse. I finished by drawing one last blade and clenching it between my teeth, growling out my last command. Hunt over the barren tundra, seek the prey and rip it to shreds. Kamarai no Kami, I command, and the blade flares with the power of the first release, the clouds overhead swiftly thickening, the temperature dropping. Ice spreads over my armor and on the ground, the tombstones being covered in ice as a blizzard is whipped up, the blade becoming an axe, as my canines lengthen into something that can best be named fangs, my hair turning wide and whipping around me as the cold winds gather. Kamarai no Kami is a beast of cold death, of ice, of snow, of the wild. As the snow falls, wolves appear among it, forming from the snow, each of them a massive beast. Hollows are appearing, drawn by my Riatsu, and the wolves strike at them, ripping the beasts into shreds. As the Shikai intensifies in power, one hollow steps out of the Garganta and freezes to death in an instant, the cold fierce, restrained to striking only the hollow solely by my will. So this is the power of the final release, the lieutenant says in awe, having struggled to his feet. I nod, and a moment later, seal Tenkin and Fenris, then attack the hundreds of hollows coming through, Ryum and Hazukimaru flashing in the light. Assist the captain Kurenai commands evenly, and my subordinates attack, Shikai flaring to life, Kido blazing through the air to strike down hollow after hollow. Flare, Solar Knight Lieutenant Cook commands, and his sword flares, becoming an immense two-handed sword as big as its wielder, who is now garbed in what appears to be plate armor from the late Middle Ages, which is shining with golden light and fire. A sun-type Zanpakuto. His blade howls through the air, and the fires of a star consume one of the hollows, as the blade strikes it. I will not allow myself to be shown up by this Death Guard lieutenant. I seal Hazukimaru and draw Ryujin Jaka. Fear. Despair. Know your limits, and do not attempt to surpass them, I growl. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. The area grows very warm, though through careful control of my Riatsu, I contain the heat to one area, just as I contained the cold, the blizzard I started carrying on. I leap into the air, the hollows following. Nanagia. Sub-ichi Maite no Senka, southeast. Fires of the all-consuming sun, I snarl, and forth from my blade, screams an immense wave of superheated plasma, which compresses to a sphere a moment later, hollows drawn in with the compression, then the miniature star explodes, releasing superheated plasma, and all the fury of a dying star. Gravity also strikes, a miniature black hole forming for a mere second in the wake of the dying star, drawing in and killing a dozen hollows. I admit to being thoroughly outclassed, Lieutenant Cook says reluctantly, his tone respectful. Seriously, that kind of power I can't compare to. I nod, amused as I don my helm again, then wrap myself in fires equal to that of the sun. The wrath of the skies, fury of those who rule on high. The fires in the void, destruction from the stars themselves. Upon those who dare bring discord, call down the rage of the celestial realms. Had 120, Sut no Riiji, rage of the stars I proclaim, and 1,000 lines of fire are drawn in the sky, coming from the edges of the void. A moment later, a meteorite about the size of my clenched fists slams into the top of the head of the hollow in front of me, blasting it apart with the sheer force exerted. Many more meteorites follow, ranging from the size of my fists to the size of a beach ball. I drew the conflict away from the cemetery before I used this kidm, so at least a minimum of damage will be done there. The blizzard is howling now, Kamarai no Kami having started a storm that will last for 13 days and 13 nights. It cannot be stopped now, and the blizzard will spread during those 13 days and nights. This Shikai is excellent for wide area battles, as it prepares a very large area for combat using ice or water type Zanpakuto. It also taught me how to use my Riatsu to control who is affected by cold or heat, though it does take a lot of power to maintain such protections over someone. Rushing wave of entropy, demented avatar of lunacy. Chained queen in iron garb, groveling in the mud. Black doll carrying infinite devastation. Bind. Sever. Rot away, my enemies, and fear your own powerlessness. Pad 93, Decay no Nami, wave of decay I calmly say, and from my outstretched left hand comes a wave of darkness which sweeps over hundreds of hollows in an instant, then dissipates. One hollow, and adjudges, laughs, then screams. The rot begins at its hollow hole, and spreads, each hollow rapidly decaying to nothing. Hado 90 is deadly not because of the spears, but because of this. This kidm harnesses decay and rot, having an effect similar to Respira. It is faster than Respira, but it lasts nowhere near as long and can be countered, especially as it takes longer to work. In its favor, it is more painful than Respira, giving the enemy less chance to retaliate. Once caught, severing the affected part is just as effective as it would be with Respira, but the enemy probably won't be able to think through the pain. It is ineffective on any sufficiently powerful foe, takes a lot of power, and can't spread from one victim to another by touch. All in all, inferior but useful. The hollows are almost gone. One more hit should do it. I sheath my sword and blur forward in a burst of shunpo, gauntleted hand striking out as I move through the hollows, breaking masks and shattering bodies, my subordinates following with drawn blades to finish the rest of the work. So that's the power of one of those Japanese reapers, I hear one of the living soldiers from the earlier group say. He and the rest of the group have apparently been watching the entire fight. Lieutenant Cook's companion, who bears the insignia of a sergeant, looks stunned. Yeah, it is Urahara says, having hung back and provided kidm support. That is the power of the captain of the 8th Division. I may have Bankai myself, but I can't match such might, he says proudly. I am the pride of my division, held up as an example to the new recruits we are bringing in. I see, the soldier replies. How could anyone match that kind of strength though? It was like an angry god decided to destroy them and just brought his fist slamming down. Power. And practice. Lots of both, Urahara replies. Not even 20, and already proving himself as one of the strongest captains, he continues, his pride very clear, even with armor concealing his face. Not even 20, Lieutenant Cook asks, having joined the group just as Urahara said that. He doesn't even have a century behind him, and he is that far ahead of me. Uruchi nods as she walks up, her own pride very clear, as she isn't wearing her helm. Indeed, she says. That is why I am proud to serve. He was my student for a short time in the arts of hand-to-hand combat, and now the student has nearly surpassed the teacher, she declares. It's no wonder why then, the sergeant says. Uruchi raises an eyebrow at this, turning to him. Your entire group is so damned proud of him, it hurts to see. That kind of pride, I can't say he hasn't earned it. If I had taught him anything, I'd be equally proud. Or if I was one of his regiment, I'd be proud of his strength myself. Yeah. I only had a few days with him, and he hasn't yet served for a full year, but anyone who says influence on high got him his position. Uruchi trails off, her point clear. Yeah. I don't think our general can fight at that level, the sergeant says. Sergeant Anderson, at the service of you and your captain during your stay in the headquarters of the Death Guard, calmly says, saluting. So, you're here to discuss terms of alliance, Lieutenant Cook queries as I settle onto the ground, joining the group. I nod in affirmation, silently appraising the graveyard, which is now covered in snow. The entire area around is covered as well by the growing storm, but to see the ice and snow here, making the place look calm, is nice. It's coming down strongly enough to almost conceal already that there was a fight here, and the area is beginning to look pristine and peaceful. I reply, wrapping us once more in warmth. From the moment I activate the ice-type release of Fenris until the storm ends, I am given the ability to manipulate the levels of heat in the nearby area. Can't see that we can contribute much, but we'll see what we can do to help out. How long will the snow last, the lieutenant asks, indicating the living people who clearly want to know. The storm spreads for 13 days and 13 nights. In 312 hours, everywhere it spread to during the first 24 hours, will have the storm cease. In 336 hours, everywhere it spread to in the first 48 hours, will have the storm cease, and so on, I inform him. The storm spreads fast, and even the oceans will freeze with the chill of it. However, there is a major benefit for the environment. Kumrai Nol Kami belongs to the clean winter air, and all of the area within the storm will be entirely cleansed of pollution, I tell the living people who are listening in. This storm is a side effect of its Shikai, or first release. Its true powers are much greater than merely summoning a long-lived blizzard, I inform the lieutenant, who looks shocked. We very much appreciate your help with the environment, Captain Yamamoto, the apparent US president, says. I mostly don't care about such matters of the living anymore, but I decide to pay some attention for the sake of my hosts. Will you be visiting China anytime soon, he inquires, and I nod in reply. My next stop. Why do you ask, I query, tone neutral. Could you be persuaded to use this power there, he asks. Yes, I answer. How much would it take to persuade you? Helping out the environment in such a simple manner is something I'll gladly put what I can into the effort to see such abilities used, he tells me. My family is still among the living. Kurosaki-isan, my father, has raised my two sisters alone. Both my sisters are sensitive to the spirit world and intelligent. However, my father is a deserter from the Royal Guard, and there is confirmation that they plan to take him out 1 month from today. Take in my sisters after his death, as he has refused protection, and raise them as your own, and I will use this ability in each country I visit, I tell him. My father has decided to make his last stand, and we will respect that. However, I am making this arrangement for my sisters, who my father asked me to protect after he goes down. Deal, is the instant reply. You have my word that I'll treat them as if they were my own flesh and blood, and that my own children will act as if your sisters are their sisters. Then I will be content. My father has decided to make his last stand and die with honor. I am at peace with his end. However, I worried for my sisters, for I promised to protect them after his death. You are a good option for that, I say. Why, a soldier asks. My father wants 3 things. 1. That my sisters don't abandon the living world, that they reach adulthood among the living. 2. That they are moved to another country to protect them from attempts to make a clean sweep. I can protect myself on the battlefield from any such attempts. They cannot. 3. That they are raised by someone who will act as if they are his own, I declare. Understood. Those in the know about the spirit world will help with raising them, the same soldier replies, saluting me. My thanks. I can face death on the battlefield with a clean conscience, in that case. You will find them in Karakura town, Japan. Now, I have work to do, so farewell I calmly proclaim, and turn to Sergeant Anderson, who has opened the Sinkamen. The gate takes the form of two pillars of stone with an iron gate between them, swinging open as I stride forward. The American Death Guard members and my own Shinigami fall in and follow, prepared to enter the headquarters of the North American Shinigami organization. Pleasure to meet you, Sergeant Ichigo, the captain commanding the escort waiting at the other side of the gate says, stepping forward to meet me as I leave the gate, with Lieutenant Cook having preceded me and given my name, though apparently not my rank. He has obviously misidentified the rank indicators for the Serite Guard, including the Heiori, the marking on my left pauldron, which takes the form of an eastern dragon made of flames coiled around a black sword, displayed upon a white field, and the final indicator of my rank, displayed on my right pauldron, the kanji of my division in gold over a black katana upon a white field. My division's flower on either side of the blade, with my division's kanji in silver below the blade. Those three indicators mark me as a division captain, equivalent to a full colonel. However, the Death Guard of America has only the sergeants, petty officers, and warrant officers wearing coats similar to my Heiori. The coats are issued as an indicator of a non-commissioned officer, apparently. The Death Guard splits into two forces, one consisting of ground troops and the other of naval forces, since their realm includes a lot of water, and most of their operatives can't manage air walking for extended periods, thus requiring them to build ships. Thus, they have a naval division and two sets of ranking systems. I suppose I'll have to put up with such mistakes in address for a while, but they are going to be irritating. Sir, he isn't of sergeant rank, Lieutenant Cook says. The captain turns to him and raises an eyebrow. Then why is he wearing a non-comms coat, he asks, and several of my people have their hands fall to their blades. And for that matter, why is he in charge of a whole bunch of senior officers? If he isn't a sergeant, then he has no command at all, so why is he leading glares are directed towards the captain, and someone speaks from the rear of the group. There are very good reasons for his command, Captain, the speaker says. He wears the insignia of a colonel, and I recognize him as the person in charge of their intelligence and special forces, responsible for dealing with the other organizations trying to take over the Death Guard's territory. Probably here informally. Please continue, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. He has regimental command, Captain. The code is command insignia, as are the emblems on his pauldrons. He is one of the 13 people in charge of the Serite Guard, and he just made short work of a hollow force that I can only estimate would have required a battalion intervening at minimum. He is also confirmed as having the final release, witnessed by me, and has been acting general of Serite forces until recently, due to capture of the current general during a hostile action by rogue forces, and has a strong combat record, Lieutenant Cook informs the captain, who pales. It was almost an hour to transit through the Death Guard's equivalent of the Dangai, and I was asked quite a few questions by the lieutenant, who is in their intelligence division. Probably why that colonel is here at all. He is of noble birth among them, great-grandson of the founder and current commander of the Serite Guard, a very competent commander in his own right, and his regiment has become an active combat force, while being a support force before he took command. I see the captain trails off as he becomes very pale indeed. Also, he would be addressed as Colonel Yamamoto or Colonel Kenpachi in our ranking system, as the former is his family name, and the latter is his earned title, and addressing his by his personal name without introduction is considered extremely rude by them, the lieutenant points out, and my combat team allows their hands to leave their blades. I see, the captain says, and his senior lieutenant, who apparently accompanied him to this meeting, curses quietly and fervently. My apologies, Colonel Yamamoto, he continues, trying to make up for his error. Consider yourself relieved of battalion command, Captain, the colonel says softly. The captain swallows hard and comes to attention, saluting before moving to stand at ease. I request that leniency be had, I remark quietly. His ignorance of our marking system for rank is forgivable, Colonel. It isn't necessarily vital information, after all. When dealing with a diplomatic delegation, especially one representing a force that could wipe us out with a couple battalion equivalents, the colonel asks sarcastically. Yes, it's vital. Last envoy of yours was touchy about rank recognition, and with good reason. Yours is the oldest organization, militarily among the top 3 before your 8th, 11th, and 13th divisions, equivalent to our regiments, are factored in, especially with the recent improvements in the combat capability of your 8th division, and it has powerful alliances. Anubis's packs will likely fight alongside you if it comes down to it. The main Chinese organization will probably join you as well, given the tensions between their imperial court and your royal court, and of course the main Greek, Egyptian, and Persian organizations are all likely to join you. Officers of yours are the ones who started them after all, and they still maintain close ties to you. No one here with the rank of captain has any business not recognizing at least your command insignia, the colonel continues, and I nod, acknowledging his point. The captain, who is probably going to be demoted at least to lieutenant, possibly to sergeant or corporal depending on how badly the colonel in charge of the regiment he's assigned to feels he screwed up. Very well. Perhaps a liaison duty I request, rethinking how to keep the career of a good officer from being ruined. The general intelligence files I reviewed had the profiles of all colonels and captains of the Death Guard among them, luckily. This one, a Captain Stewart, is a competent officer who does his job with attention to detail and maintains decent standards. He was among the American military in life, dying in battle during what was termed World War II. He maintained standards in death, bringing his subordinates up to the standards he expected of soldiers and actually getting something to work. In the Death Guard, being able to keep a battalion in good, operational order is a small miracle. Bureaucracy has taken over a lot of time, and officers are getting promoted for competence in doing paperwork rather than in doing their jobs these days, and that's been the sad pattern for the last 3 decades. Since most members serve only for a single decade or so, that's bad news. Liaison, the colonel asks. Colonel Mason, whose company I am currently graced with, is one of 13 colonels who actually try to keep the Death Guard working. He is one among almost 250 colonels of the Death Guard and thus outnumbered massively. I flash a few quiet hand signals and he nods slowly as he gets my message. Good service as a liaison to me could keep his initial screw-up, a direct insult to my pride, both as a high-ranking officer and a noble, from going on the record. That screw-up wouldn't mean much to the rank and file, but if Stewart gets demoted, then the bureaucrats among the captains won't have him around pushing them to actually do their jobs. Rehabilitating him is best for the Death Guard all around, and I see Colonel Mason nod as this occurs to him. Correction, Captain. Consider yourself and your battalion on assignment to Colonel Yamamoto. Yes sir, Captain Stewart responds, snapping straight back to attention from the at ease he maintained and saluting first Colonel Mason, then me, and I casually return the salute. I take it you have no objections to my first combat team putting your battalion through its paces, Captain Stewart, I ask. They're one of my better teams. Like all my division members, they have the first release. Their command officer, one of what you would term my senior NCOs or declare equivalent to a lieutenant, has the final release. I also have the lieutenant of the 1st Division, who has the final release himself and would probably be your equivalent in rank. The combat team is highly capable, expected to be able to operate independently anywhere I tell them to for a year at minimum, and all are good soldiers, I inform him. I'd be grateful for the chance, sir, Captain Stewart replies. Some of my new members could stand being put through their paces, and drilling with that capable of force would be nice. Maybe get a few of my members over that threshold into the first release. We'll do our best to help you there, Captain, I respond. You getting better will help us in the end. Would you mind having a little talk with me on a similar note as the offer you just made, Colonel Mason asks. A talk somewhere where more delicate arrangements could be discussed without being forced to commit as I might be if they were proposed in public. Very well. Kurenai, Nanao, Stewart, all of you are with me. Chijiro, see to it that the combat team get settled in, then join me. Urahara, Momo, Renji, Yuruchi, stay with the combat team. Alexandra, on second thought, you're with me as well. Let's move it, I want the team settled in an hour. I snap the orders and receive instant replies of affirmation from all but Stewart. Lieutenant Cook and Sergeant Anderson move to my side as I give the orders, and I silently query Stewart by turning my head in his direction, even as 3 more sergeants join Cook and their squads follow after. Cook, your squads are to see to it that my combat team is lodged and Stewart's battalion is moved to join us. I'd prefer to keep an eye on them if I'm going to assist in their training. Sir, why am I to accompany you? Stewart asks. Local opinion, I reply. I might need it. Understood. Give me 5 minutes and I'll have the movement and training orders written out for my battalion, and after that I'm at your disposal, Stewart replies, and I nod in satisfaction. Excellent, I say, removing my helm. I doubt I'll need it in this area, and my face being visible will help my counterparts in negotiation read the cues they're going to need to pick up on if we're going to get anywhere anytime soon. A few minutes later, a messenger from the detachment that met my party at the gate is moving, heading towards the barracks where Captain Stewart's 5th Battalion, attached to the 27th Death Guard Regiment, is quartered. There are 8 battalions to each regiment in the current organization, and each battalion is made up of roughly 1,000 soldiers. With 256 regiments active, the Death Guard is heavy on numbers, though the regiments are split between naval and land operations, and more than half of their soldiers have insufficient strength to fuel the creation of a Zanpakuto. Of the remaining 40% or so who do have the strength to create a Zanpakuto, almost 30% of those do not have enough strength to then bind the Zanpakuto to themselves, thus creating a rogue spirit. Another 20% of that number who can create a Zanpakuto serve for no more than 2 of the 10-year service terms the Death Guard uses, and thus don't have the time to create one, or won't be using it long if they do. Of the remaining 20% of their total force, 50% of those will never attain Shikai and can barely use mid-level Kido. Of the remaining 10% of the total force, there are a grand total of 3, possibly 4 Bankai among them, though the 4th is unconfirmed. And there are barely enough with Shikai to give them battalion commanders and colonels. Also, barely 18% of the total Death Guard forces actually do their job. The rest are mired in the bureaucratic inefficiency that's taken over. All told, I have a pretty good idea why Mason wishes to speak with me, and I have authorization to make the move I'm probably about to be asked to make if necessary, and the rest of 8th is going to be in position to move within 45 minutes, once the Sankamen are connected. Are you sure about Stuart? Mason asks quietly, moving back to walk beside me as we head towards the meeting place he instructed his detachment to lead us to. 16 of his soldiers are forming a protective box around us, 2 to each side, 6 on point, and 6 behind. I'm pretty sure you can guess at what I want to discuss, and he's considered a risk by us. We wanted him quietly out of large unit command just in case. He could always be restored once all was said and done, and he's a good officer, but we wanted to be wary. I'm sure, I reply, and the colonel reluctantly nods. He's a good commander, and no good officer could pass up the chance at getting what I'm pretty sure you'll be asking me to help you acquire. Also, we have more than we need ready to assist you. I see. Then I'll keep my mouth shut, Mason answers, and we continue to our meeting. I do have a decent idea what this is about, and my hearing isn't that bad, Colonel Mason Stewart says as he comes up on my right side from where he was talking with Nanao. I'm on your side, because Colonel Yamamoto is right. This is a chance I am not going to pass up. I already took a guess when I wrote my orders to the battalion, and they have a few chores to do before they meet with your combat team, Colonel Yamamoto. Among them is the preparation of the meals for the 16 regiment unit our regiment is attached to. All are good, reliable soldiers. They share my view, and they're ready. Excellent. We get the new training program I'm looking for on the road to beginning today then. Or will you need more time to work on your end, Colonel Yamamoto? Colonel Mason asks, and I reply positively. I have authorization to use any means necessary, and your request was anticipated. 8th Division will be able to begin the training program within an hour. All of them have been given a general briefing that should stand them in good stead. I hope for the sake of your troops that they're well fed and ready for the training program, though I answer. Very well. We'll have our drill instructors ready to help you out 30 minutes after your division arrives. Good soldiers, with experience and dedication. They'll do their job, Mason assures me, and I smile coldly. I hope they will. We'd hate to have to do everything alone when it comes to getting your forces up to par, I say, darkly satisfied with the wake-up call the Death Guard is about to get. Their officers will not be allowed to mess up the training they're about to get, regardless of what they think they've had working for them so far. We've arrived at our destination, a nondescript house with several Death Guard members in it, who very clearly have Shikai, and 2 easily confirmable Bankai, with a 3rd, better hidden Bankai beside me. All 3 of the Death Guard's confirmed Bankai users are present, and my smile grows colder and wider. The escort detail ensures the building is secure and takes up station outside as myself, Captain Stewart, Colonel Mason, Nanao, Kurenai, and Alexandra enter, Sergeant Anderson and Lieutenant Cook joining those outside. Rest assured, you won't be working alone. We have almost 18% of the guard ready to help get the rest in shape, Colonel Mason declares, and I laugh, the sound cold and deadly. That should be enough. We're happy to make sure you get things done, I say, as we enter a meeting room where almost 50 people, all wearing the insignia of colonels, are seated, almost twice that number in captains standing in small groups around the room. The room is painted entirely a flat, lightless black and is undecorated. The roof is high, with no beams visible to give a perch for someone listening in from high above. Gentlemen, ladies, Colonel Mason greets the other members of the Death Guard in this room. There are relatively few females in their ranks, roughly 7% of the Death Guard in total being female, but they're there, and most of the females in the ranks are determined to be the best they can be. It doesn't surprise me that all their female colonels and captains are here, given what is going to be finalized today. Who are these people with you? One of the women, who wears the insignia of a colonel assigned to their long-term Special Operations Division, which does most of its work in Hueco Mundo, whenever they have a way in to get their work done. Colonel Isabel Adair, a rather fierce warrior of theirs, and one of 3 with Bankai. Denpachi Yamamoto Ichigo Tachem of the Serite Guard 8th Division, Captain Stewart, and deputies of Yamamoto Tachem. Mason answers. Yamamoto Tachem commands their 8th Division and is one of their nobles, great-grandson of the person in charge of their military, in fact. I've invited him and the 8th to that party we're throwing, and they accepted. Unfortunately, they have dance cards that need filling, and I thought you might be prepared to add a bit to those cards. The party is going to kick off in a couple hours, looks like, and the 8th is looking forward to helping us get our training up to par. Perfect, Colonel Adair says happily. Yamamoto Taichi, you have space for me and a few friends on your card. Of course I reply, and her grin is predatory. Little games aside, now that we're all here, let's get down to business, Colonel Mason says. I now have it confirmed. The general does not have Bankai, he merely has Shikai, as our friend here would term it. Shikai is the first release, for your information, so you can guess at what Bankai means. It uses a water-type Zanpakuto, and it can apparently take the power of other water-type Zanpakuto, combining the force of the water together, much as merging currents do, he informs the group. You only now figured this out, I ask, amused. The Sirite was suspicious about whether or not he truly had Bankai a while ago, and thank you for confirming what we thought was actually happening. Glad to assist, Colonel Adair says. We've had suspicions for a couple years, ever since Mason got the final release, but he hit it fairly well against our checks. Nonetheless, he's still stronger than us, even if it's only the first release. You sure you'll be able to back us up? Positive. I have a lot more power than you're feeling. My seals to keep my power contained are active at the moment. I am authorized to unseal to 20% before needing Yamamoto Saudachim's approval, and I'm currently sealed to 2% of my full strength before the use of any release, I reply, and looks of shock appear on the faces of all Death Guard members in the room. Before predatory smiles appear en masse. Good. How many of yours have the first release, the third colonel with Bankai asks. And do any other members of your forces have the final release? He is Colonel William Abernathy, a solid warrior in one of the frontline regiments. His unit is highly active, often looking for fights. I have 70 combat teams of 50 members each. All of their members have Shikai. All leaders of combat teams are required to have Bankai, what you call the final release, I reply, and those officers that have been taking advantage of the drinks laid out, spit out their drinks in shock, almost in perfect unison. I take it you are pleased with such abilities, I ask amusedly. Yes, we are very pleased, Colonel Abernathy grins. I'm going to stop dancing around the matter. The general is incompetent. The Death Guard is failing in its charge. Those of us who do our job have been planning to depose our general, get things working again. The general died during the Civil War in America, and he was both greedy for power and incompetent even then. He unluckily proved able to attain a powerful Shikai as the Death Guard was stabilizing in its first days, and was given command. He then started instituting an immense bureaucracy, which has wrecked our work over the decades, becoming worse in the last 3 decades. I see. I knew where this was going from the beginning, but I'm glad it's out in the open. I am fully ready to aid you and provide trainers to get your forces to par and trade for pledges of support from you. Not all of your soldiers are following you, I take it, I answer grimly. Correct. We've picked our men carefully. Only those who are dedicated to the guard are being brought in. Your troops have moved our schedule ahead though. We expected to be able to move only after another couple of decades. But now our timetable is for today. We had a pretty good nothing left to lose plan in place ready to be activated at any time and have had it for almost 5 years now. We'll send the order, bring everything online. If we only have 2 hours, we had best familiarize you with what we're doing, Mason says. Very true. 3 hours to beginning the operation, I suggest, then a thought strikes me. You wanted Stewart out of the way in case he could actually get resistance organized or figure things out earlier, I take it, I query, and receive a nod from Adair. Yes, we did. But if he's with us, we're going to be fortunate. His battalion is a good one, and if we use their assignment today, we can get 16 regiments out of the way, Abernathy says. Already in motion, Stewart informs the group. I've been trying to create my own organization in the Guard for the same purpose as you, and my battalion has been primed to go for a long time. We'll do our part, don't worry about that. Good. You have a lot of influence beyond merely the battalion level, given that you do your job well enough to earn a lot of respect. You'll be a colonel when the dust settles, Adair promises, and Stewart nods. Happy to be doing this at last. The promotion will be nice though, and I'll gladly do what I can with my new rank. I take it no officer, captain or above who doesn't surrender can be allowed to survive, Stewart asks, and Adair nods in reply. Understood. I'll need to brief my division. Can a summary be given in half an hour, I ask of the group. Of course, Mason answers and begins opening up maps and binders on the long table where his fellow colonels are seated, taking a seat at the head of the plain table, which is clearly old, made of a dark wood, presumably mahogany. Adair is at his left hand and Abernathy at his right, the maps and binders laid out in front of the three. Within a moment of my request, the briefing is begun. I am committed and I plan to carry this as ordered by Yamamoto Saudachim. Today, we give an example of the Sirite's strength to all who might be watching. Today, the 8 will conquer in the Sirite's name. This will be our training ground for the war soon to come, and at the thought, I grin in a feral manner. Bring it on, General of the Death Guard. Let's see your worst, I mentally challenge. I silently resolve that the 8 will face that worst today. And we will break it. I look forward to the events 3 hours from now, and I laugh mentally in silent triumph, knowing the 8 will prove itself. There will be nothing else they can do, given their training and their foes. Their confidence will rise from this victory, and others will reconsider being our foes very soon after this. Yes, today is a good day. A very good day indeed. So, a little party is about to begin, and all of 8th is invited. The former counter-guardian Emiya, now one of my bodyguard until he is fully trained and formally inducted, asks. Indeed. A little party is about to begin, and we're going to be in minority in this fight, though we have quality to back us up. Still, over 3.5 million enemies is over 3.5 million enemies. We have some supporting forces ourselves, but the enemy we're facing will be dug in and fighting hard. Can the division handle it? I ask in return, and he nods. Yes, the division can handle it. Now, what are the deployment plans? Gilgamesh asks, and I get out the maps I received from Colonel Mason, beginning the briefing of my officers, all of whom are in the main briefing room of the barracks we were assigned, which looks exactly the same as the room where I met with the officers of this little resistance. Though the table here is new and made of pine instead of mahogany. Captain Stewart's battalion lieutenants and the captain himself are also present, along with Colonel Adair and Colonel Abernathy, who were assigned to deploy alongside my division. Roughly 18% of the Death Guard are supporting the coup, however most of them need to be elsewhere at the moment, doing the normal job for Shinigami. We have roughly 86,000 of them, 2% of the Death Guard, that can support us due to this. Roughly 3,526,000 enemies are facing us. Most of General Campbell's forces are going to be running a fortification drill in an hour. He insists on them doing that much, at least on occasion, and we strike while the general's loyalists are moving to man their posts. Now, they took to using guns firing spiritually charged projectiles as defensive weapons long ago, and since they use the power in the air, the enemy soldiers can maintain their fire once they started. Now, this fire won't bother us much, our armor is good against anything short of a Grand Race 0, but there is still the chance they'll get lucky, especially once they haul out the heavy guns. Their weapons can't match a Grand Race 0 in power, but there are weak points, and there may be an enemy sniper or two who can actually hit the broadside of a barn. And if we get really unlucky, some of the enemy commanders might have enough intelligence to find their rear end if they use both hands and a map at least, or they may even be smart enough, by some evil miracle, to pour water out of a boot that has the instructions on how to do so printed in large type on the heel, with pictures to help them a bit. I begin. And get a few laughs at the last comments. He's serious. Most of the commanders loyal to the general are really that dumb, Colonel Adair says, and winces replace laughter. Ouch. How the hell have you gotten anything done? Kuchulin asks. We've gotten it done in spite of them, not because of them. Court-martials for incompetence await the lot, along with richly deserved court-martials for desertion in the face of the enemy and cowardice in battle. Colonel Abernathy growls. Sounds good, Arturius says, studying the maps. Of the group of 4 replicas of her, the King of Knights retained her name, with the other 3 choosing new names. The Queen of Knights became Lillian, using Lily whenever possible, the Tyrant of Knights became Morgana, finding it fitting as a new name, and the Queen of Dragons remained as Ryu. The female version of Emiya has reverted to Hana, the female version of Kuchulin has chosen to be called Af, and Hector, now female, has chosen the name Penthesilea, as that particular warrior also fell to Achilles. I'll gladly serve on the court-martial as an impartial observer if you want an unbiased party. We're grateful for the offer and had hoped to receive it. We'll gladly accept you, Adair replies. Now, there are plans to get laid out. Let's go over the major strongpoints of the enemy forces first. She gets her own set of maps out and lays the first of them on the table, then uses a minor KIDM, the map responding to the KIDM, and becoming a 3-dimensional scale model of the Death Guard's headquarters, defensive emplacements and all. Now, there are several rings of defense. However, a major screw-up was made recently. A rebuild of the houses that left all of the roofs level, rather than each house having a roof lower than the house directly after it in the order. We build along specific lines laid out from the central fortress, heading towards the walls, and roofs are supposed to rise as they get closer to the fortress, with the headquarters being built on a gradually rising hill. However, 15 years ago, we had a rebuild and the ground was leveled. Now, the roofs are level as well, so the enemy won't have a height advantage on you, thus no cover out of your line of sight that you don't get. However, artillery trajectories aren't affected, so bombardment from the fort will be incoming. Now, each road junction is technically supposed to have a fortified position built in. Or rather, a correspondent spell, where when a specific spell, or KIDM as you refer to it, is used, the fortified position shifts places with what was previously in that space. We use that ourselves for our walls, with the walls coming into place only when a trigger is set off, I say in response. I am actually rather impressed, as from what I knew of their capabilities, they couldn't do something like this with their somewhat limited knowledge of the magics open to our use. So you actually know how to do that yourself, Abernathy asks, and I nod. It's a fairly basic thing, which most Shinigami learn at some point. We had to hire a group from the main Chinese organization to do it for us, and almost 3/4 of the network was dismantled as the defenses were deemed unnecessary, he explains. I am now less impressed with their capabilities. So far, they appear to rely on quantity of soldiers, not quantity. 2% of the Death Guard is larger than the entire Sirete Guard, but any division of the Sirete Guard except possibly 4th and 12th, whose members usually don't work on honing their combat skills, could bring the Death Guard in its totality down. Devoting a combat division is just overkill, but I suppose we'll keep this from taking too long. Okay, so the defenses have been stripped. The former blockhouses that once would have manifested, providing strong defensive capabilities, will not manifest. Instead, they have been replaced by gun nests, with sandbag walls reinforced by hidden barriers. Those nests are usually home to a pair of autocannon and a missile launcher. Of those, the missile launcher is likely your only serious worry. However, the shells for it take time to make, and thus the supplies at any gun nest are limited. Also, the nests are amplest every 4 junctions from each other. You get through one, the way is clear for the next 400 meters in theory, though you'll be in their standard firing range 100 meters from the nest, so 300 meters is what you get. Adair informs us. Now, every 16 gun nests, there's a proper bunker. Built of stone, constant fixture, heavily armed. 8 autocannon, 2 missile launchers, and 2 railguns to a side. Railguns are new, conceptualized by a few recruits who used Kidm to make the thing work. Those might also be trouble for your armor, but they also only have a limited supply of shells. They don't use projectiles made solely of the Reishi in the air, unlike the autocannon. Those bunkers are going to be difficult to simply destroy, and we can't just airwalk over them. First, because not all of the Death Guard on our side can airwalk, and second, because there are a lot of anti-air missiles at the central fort, which are automatically launched to take out anyone airwalking here. I see one of my 17th seat says, carefully reviewing the map. I'll take my combat team and support this force Epsilon of yours. How many forces have you split into, by the way, he requests, and the rest of us nod, acknowledging that this is need-to-know data. We have 10,000 retirees supporting us as well, who we armed, bringing our numbers to roughly 96,000, split into 48 units. Those are placed into 2 different waves, designated Alpha and Beta. Alpha uses Greek letters for its unit designation, in acknowledgement to one group that has been providing us unofficial support quietly. Beta uses the names of the Norse runes to designate its units, for a similar reason. Now, if we can get one of your combat teams with each of those units, that leaves us 22 more combat units to assist in the battle, deploying where needed, Adair states calmly. I nod in agreement to that deployment plan, and mark the kanji for units 23 through 70 by the names of the units the rebels will be deploying, assigning one to each rebel unit. Now, we're not going to pull anything fancy. All of our soldiers are going to be in full gear, which means they'll be wearing their body armor and carrying an assault rifle in addition to their blades. We're going to go in hard, drive through the confusion of the normal forces as they deploy to each of the gun nests and bunkers. With 16 regiments about to fall ill, thanks to Captain Stewart's battalion, that will make a lot of confusion. Now, we're hoping to be in at least halfway before resistance solidifies, but that's probably a vain hope. So what we're going to do once resistance solidifies and the assault stalls is man what gun nests we bypassed ourselves and raid the nearest collections of armored vehicles and call for what naval units have thrown in with us to give us long-range fire support. We use a lot more living technology than you due to the simple fact that we have nowhere near the bag of traditional tricks you do, so we don't have a lot of idea if you'll be able to keep up with us. Enemy vehicles are likely to be hard for you to deal with, so allow us to do so. We have a few tricks for dealing with such things. We're not going for defense in depth once they counterstrike, correct, I ask, and Abernathy nods. No more than 5 layers of defense. Then again, Abernathy nods. Okay, we won't be spread so thin that we can't help deal with them. Kidm does have its offensive uses, and we have enough who can use higher level Kidm to do serious damage to the enemy armored units. I state this calmly and receive a shake of the head from Adair. These things are not going to go down to Kidm. Magic isn't really much of a useful offensive art, so just stay out of the way, she tells me, and I remain silent as my eyes narrow at another part of the map. What about the artillery emplacements, I ask, and Adair grimaces. We haven't been able to get anyone there to deal with those, and we won't be able to get anyone into position to take them out while their crews, which have their barracks on site, mobilize. We'll have to hope they stay out of things, she says, and I snarl. 3rd Combat Team will take out the northern artillery emplacements. 4th Combat Team takes the east emplacements. 5th and 6th get south and west respectively, I instruct. Each set of artillery emplacements are built into hills raised between the two sets of walls that circle the Death Guard HQ. The emplacements are shielded by rock outcroppings raised to shield the immense weapons, which are unprotected from return fire only when they themselves are firing. However, ground forces can take them out. Shunpo in, I want those things destroyed or captured. If captured, it would be nice to get members of Force Beta there to man them in our favor I command. Hi, Tachem the commanders of those forces chorus, fist slamming into breastplates and salute. First and second combat teams, disable the anti-air capability of the main fortress. You'll be able to get in as a diplomatic envoy, and I want those things gone the moment I say the word to kill them. Once they're down, blast your way out through two of the fortress gates. That gives us ways in I command, and Kurenai salutes in concert with the 9th Seat who command 2nd Combat Team of the 8th Division. 7th through 14th, you get in the air the moment those defenses are gone and move to strike the enemy from behind, and we'll meet you in the middle I order, revising the plans given to me slightly. Understood, Yamamoto Tachem the commander of 7th acknowledges. 15th through 22nd, stay ready to respond to any calls for assistance I continue, receiving acknowledgements. I believe that closes things up nicely, Colonel Adair. I'm not putting my people in more danger than absolutely necessary for this, so we'll act as needed to free up our advantages. Also, our hidden capabilities are far better than yours are, given what our intelligence reports have indicated. Thus, we'll use our unique advantages to the maximum I clarify. Of course. We're grateful for any aid Colonel Adair says, saluting me, respect clear in her features. And what of you and your personal guard? We're going to make our drive alongside your special ops forces, Colonel. We'll head for the main fortress, going in after Force Alpha stalls in the initial strike and begins its drive in from whatever defensive emplacements it's taken, supporting the drive where possible, avoiding engagement if possible once we clear our lines, at least until we meet up with one of the Anvil teams I say. And Adair nods. Once we meet an Anvil team, we'll hopefully have a clear route through, or at the very least the enemy forces will be minimal. I agree Abernathy comments. Very well then Yamamoto Tachem, we'll do it that way. Let's try to take the general and any others we meet in the central fortress alive to stand before a court-martial for incompetence in the performance of their duty Adair requests. Fair enough. So, 2 hours before we go. Anyone else want to say anything to refine this I request, and my officers shake their heads as I look around the room. Okay then, brief your people as they arrive and get to your positions. We move at noon precisely, so there's no time to waste. Let's get this done right and sake is on me once we get home. The last part draws roars of assent from my officers and we leave the briefing room in a good mood, swiftly focusing in on what is about to happen. We head out to the parade grounds of the barracks, which is a large dusty square of ground with no grass growing on it, bounded by a high stone wall. Several Shinkamen gates now rise at the far end of it and combat teams are beginning to form up on the parade ground, with more Shinigami coming through the gates every few seconds. As my officers begin to meet with their combat teams and briefings begin to be given, each team forms around its commander, with the teams preparing for combat rather than the relaxation that was hoped for. After all, they would have been coming here, supporting a rebellion or not, and most were hoping for a chance to get some rest. However, they accept the assignment and prepare to move, teams vanishing and Shunpo as briefings finish. One combat team commander, in charge of the 8th combat team, apparently put the plans down on paper and is handing out copies when I walk over and address his team. What do you think you're doing? I ask the commander, Hiroto Kudo, at 12th seat, rather unamused by this stunt. He winces and turns to face me, and I also notice one other major error at the moment. He isn't wearing his armor. His hair, like that of most of the male members of the division, is cut short, though he opted to cut it in a military standard trim, which fits his appearance. He himself appears to be made of solid muscle, his shoulders set broad and every single millimeter of him solid. If there are 3 grams of fat on him anywhere, decades of obsessive physical training have been unable to find it. He is fairly short, being only 2 inches above 5 feet, but his build gives the very clear impression that anyone who tries to fight him is going to regret being born. He transferred from 11th shortly after I took over 8th, and he insists on his team holding itself to his training standards. Sir, I am giving my team members copies of the ops plan, sir, he replies, saluting. His armor is being brought to him by a team member and he begins to put it on without a moment's hesitation, slipping into the armor easily. And how classified do you think this ops plan is, given that if that paper slips or is examined before things start, we'll be facing 3.5 million enemies, however incompetent they might be, I ask in a level tone, and his palm impacts his face. Sir, I must assume from that information that the secrecy level is something along the lines of burn before reading, and then self-terminate, sir, he replies with some volume to his response, and I nod. Correct. So why the hell are your team members getting copies of that plan? For that matter, why do you have a copy, I ask. He is an extremely good commander, loyal to me and dedicated to his job, and I enjoy both sparring with him and getting my workout done alongside his team, but I can't cut too much slack just because he's a personal friend. Sir, a temporary lapse of my sanity, sir, he replies, his response again at volume, and I nod in reply. He insists on trying to maintain high levels of discipline among his force and is spreading his obsession with physical fitness and discipline rapidly through the eight. He was a member of the American Marine Corps during his life, his soul going to the Serite upon death due to his being born in Japan, and he maintains a lot of habits from his lifetime. He spent most of his life, from the age of 17 to the age of 61, serving, and was forced to retire. The moment his last term of service ended on his birthday, he shot himself rather than continue on to civilian life, and has since proved an excellent soldier in the Serite Guard. I checked his epitaph on his gravestone once, just to amuse myself, and it turned to be rather descriptive of him. Hiroto Kudo. Born April 17, 1896. Died April 17, 1957. A man who lived for his job, and only for his job. He indeed lives solely for his job, even now. He personally regards retirement as a fate worse than any manner of death, regards the word civilian as a curse word, right up there with the words retirement and discharge. The moment he heard about the Serite Guard, he fought his way from District 80 of the Rukongai to the gates of the Serite themselves, and reported for duty. When he was refused passage into the Serite by the Shinigami manning the gate that day, including the gate guardian, he physically beat them enough that each of them spent a minimum of a month in the fourth. It was recorded on a video, and Zaraki was impressed by his capabilities, as was Soifon. If Soifon had won the ensuing argument, he would have likely become her lieutenant rather than Amida. However, Hiroto preferred to serve in the 11th. Zaraki welcomed him with open arms, and he devoted himself to the study of the Shinigami arts, achieving Shikai within 5 years, and getting fairly good with Kidma as well. A career soldier and a good man. Acceptable. Don't let it happen again, I instruct, and he nods, continuing to get his armor on as he prepares for battle, slinging his Nadachi across his back the moment his chest plate is on and secure. I walk away, satisfied with the resolution of that problem, and start seeing to it that everything is in order, and that those of my division who are healing from injuries sustained during Muramasa's rebellion, and thus should be on medical leave and out of the way, get back where they're supposed to be. Or at least, I try to. The 9th one of that particular group I find is a long-time member of the 8, a rather attractive woman with long black hair and blue eyes, standing only a couple of inches shorter than me, with clear muscle, though not so heavily muscled that it detracts from her slender frame, which appears much like that of an acrobat or athlete. She is very clearly focused on what is about to happen, getting her own armor on, and takes a moment to notice me. As she moves to put her helm on, the last piece of her armor, she finally notices my presence and snaps to attention, saluting, fist crashing into breastplate. What are you doing here, Haruna, I ask. She is overeager, a soldier to the core. A member of Hiroto's 8th team, she insists on matching her commander through every exercise, no matter how exhausted it leaves her. She is extremely stubborn and tends to go looking for fights. It took me 3 weeks to lose count of the number of times I'd seen her hauled in front of me for fighting with other division members in a bar when she couldn't find a fight elsewhere. Truly, Haruna Rai is a source of headaches for me, but she is loyal, does her job well, and she doesn't fight because she's bloodthirsty. She fights because she sees it as her duty to get the pansies of the other divisions in shape, and if that means starting fights in bars, that's what she'll do. Sir, I am preparing to join the assault, sir, she replies, and I wince. She picked that habit up from her commander, like most of his team members did. Sadly, Haruna's interpretation of her duty to get the pansies of the other divisions in shape came from Hiroto and is shared by her entire combat team, and most of them picked up other habits from Hiroto as well, including how they address me. You're still injured, I reply wearily, knowing it probably won't do much good. Sir, I can fight perfectly fine, and the team has a healer. If my wounds are reopened by overly exerting myself, which is unlikely, she can tend to it. Also, I can't afford to not be in this fight, sir, she replies, a look of hope on her face. Why can you not afford to stay out of this fight, I ask her, hoping that I'm not about to receive the answer I think I am. Sir, I'm not paid while I'm on medical leave. And there is a bill for me to pay for the 4th Division's time and effort, she replies, and a black fury begins to rise in me. I also recently bought myself a small house. I live in the barracks, but I wanted someplace for the kids I took in to go. I was on Rukongai patrol until a couple weeks ago, and I came across a couple young orphan girls who had strong enough ryatsu to need food, and they were starving. I saved them from a group of thugs who had ideas about how they could earn food and took them in. They'll make good Shinigami one day, but they need to be gotten in shape first. I won't have enough to finish paying for the house without this mission, sir, she replies, and I nod, shaking with barely contained rage. Bill, I snarl. Who in the 4th division dared, I ask, rage in my tone. The 4th division is legally required to serve Shinigami of the Serite Guard free of charge, and Unohana enforces that rule strictly. However, she'll only get to the one who pulled this stunt after I leave them as a bloody, whimpering mess. This is my division member being charged here, and it is my responsibility to look out for them. To hear that someone tried to so flagrantly break the law when dealing with one of my division is infuriating. They are my soldiers, and they risk their lives for the Serite, and someone dares to charge them for healing the injuries they took in the protection of said person's worthless hide. There will be blood for this. Sir, Haruna asks warily. The 4th is legally required to treat Shinigami without charge. Legally required. Now, I want a name, I want a rank, and I want whoever dared to try this on one of my division hauled before me the moment we return to the Serite, I growl through clenched teeth. Yes, Sir, Haruna replies. But about the house, I still won't be able to pay without this mission. I was already charged a bill by the 4th and made to pay it before the healers assigned to me did anything to work on my injuries, and the bill on the house is due in 2 days. I won't be able to get the money back from them for 3 days due to money transfer laws, she says. I nod in fury. Any payment takes 3 days to be reversed. No matter if it is illegal or not. That is law, and the newly instituted Central 46 will back it. The nobles insisted on seating a new Central 46 to take over civilian matters, even during the military crisis, and I am furious with the majority of them. They'll back that all the way, so she will actually need the money from this operation, or her new house will be seized, and the 2 girls likely grabbed by some noble to keep for his own entertainment, if what he do deserves to be called that. I'll pay the money, I growl. Just get your orphans to go into the 8th when they join the guard, and we'll call it even. Now, I'm attaching 8th to my guard, so as to keep you from doing anything stupid. Now I address my lieutenant, who has stayed at my side this entire time. Yes, Tach, she asks, readying a piece of paper to set down whatever orders I'm about to give. Send an order to the 15th team. They're taking the place of the 8th team. Also, anyone who are healers can't clear for duty goes straight home, at least if they're not in 8th where I can keep an eye on them, I order, and Nanao swiftly writes out both sets of orders and call for 2 of the academy students attached to my division as messengers, sending the orders to their recipients. Also get Hiroto his orders. He'll be good backup for what we're about to do anyways. I justify my actions retroactively, and Nana writes Hiroto's orders, calling another messenger and sending them to him. Sir, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness, Sir Haruna says, delivering her thanks at significant volume, which I sigh in resigned manner at. I suppose I'll never get Hiroto's team to speak at anything less than maximum volume when addressing me. Repay me by doing your job and getting those orphans of yours ready to join the 8th when the time comes, Haruna. Now get to your team, we deploy in an hour, I instruct her, and her face breaks into a wide grin. Yes, sir. I mean it, I really can't thank you enough for this, Sir Haruna says in a voice that is something besides a shout. I silently thank Izanagi for the miracle he no doubt granted to spare my ears that, even if only this once. Call me Ichigo, Haruna. At least when you're not on duty, I say, and receive a nod and a salute before Haruna comes to attention, armored boot slamming into the ground as she pivots and marches over to join her combat team, which is doing a last check of their gear. I lock my helm into place as she marches away, and then move to join my guards, who are doing their own last-minute check of their gear and going over the gear of the special ops force we'll be working with for this operation, as well. I hear Hiroto bark orders to his team as the messenger delivers his new orders, and they rise and double time it over to join my guard, joining the group about the same time I do. We all run personal last-minute checks of our gear, then each member of the 3 units being united to form this group for the purposes of this mission has their gear checked by at least 2 other people. Hiroto's professionalism is much approved of by Colonel Adair, who jokes about stealing him for her forces, only to be firmly turned down by him. He is, according to him at least, very happy with being where he is right now, doing the job I have him doing. And honestly, I prefer having him there, so I'd fight to keep Adair from stealing him. He's one of my best drill instructors and one of my drinking buddies, after all. 5 minutes to beginning of operation, Hiroto says after he finishes checking my gear, and I confirm the time with a glance at the sun. Give me a Kidden connection to 1st and 2nd, I order. 8th actually has 100 combat teams right now, but 30 of them are green, and it was decided to keep them out of this. Seconds later, the Kidden is cast, and a connection established. Ready to move, Tachem Kurenai's voice comes from the air, projected by the Kidden to allow her message to reach me, without it being a wide area broadcast like the other commonly used communications Kidden is. Good. Move 2 minutes from operation beginning. Are you in position, I ask. Hi. All members are in position and receiving orders now. Kid Musers are already at the gates, and we are relaying this conversation to second team. They have Kid Musers in position as well, and we'll be out the door, with the gates blown wide open, 5 minutes from the moment we strike, Kurenai says a couple moments later, obviously using those moments she paused to send the orders on, in case this conversation runs longer than expected. Good hunting, Kurenai. Join up with the Anvil teams the moment you can. 8th is with me, so 15th is replacing them. Take no chances, I want you home safe and sound, I reply. Hi, Ichigo. We'll get this done, Kurenai replies. She then cuts the connection, obviously needing to get to work. We are 3 minutes from beginning of operation. Everyone ready, Adair asks, and I nod, similar confirmations coming from everyone else. We move to take advantage of the strike that's about to occur, and now are sitting in an abandoned barracks near the naval docks of the Death Guard. We move in 23 minutes, once things start to settle a bit. 8th Division, confirm readiness, I order, and the communications kid link already established to allow unit communications activates as all combat teams confirm that they are ready. Roughly halfway through, the first kid are cast in the main fortress, quietly eliminating the enemy anti-air capabilities. 2 minutes later, shortly after the roll finishes, alarms sound across the city, with a voice announcing a routine combat drill over them. 8th Division, we are clear to go, I confirm, and the rebellion has begun. Before the assault stalls, it gets almost halfway through the Death Guard headquarters, by virtue of a lot of help from the 8, making Adair very happy with our alliance. 30 minutes after the operation began, when we've begun to move in, following the main force, I receive a communication from Kurenai's force, though not from Kurenai herself, which I take as a bad sign. This is first combat team, requesting emergency extraction via Kid if at all possible. Second combat team got away cleanly, but we didn't. We have injured, among them our team leader. Kurenai ran into that damned enemy general, lost an arm and took a sword thrust through both her stomach and spine, and another through a lung before we managed to disengage. We've stopped most of the bleeding, but she needs assistance soon. 3 of our members, all female, were captured, and the last we heard from them before our communications link was destroyed was those hopefully soon to dead bastards who masquerade as soldiers of the Death Guard, having ripped their armor from them and telling them that if they cooperated and saw to it that their male needs were met to their satisfaction, they'd be kept around to provide entertainment. Once the Sarate was properly taken to task for this, I hear Kurenai's deputy report. I am suddenly in a complete total rage. I don't bother to think. I just rise to my feet and reach for a blade. First combat, help is inbound. 8th combat is with me. Delicacy with this place has now gone out the window, I order, and my voice is cold and flat. I am unsealing to 20%. Stay where you are, we'll be there as soon as possible. Kid extraction is not presently possible, I inform them, then switch the communications kid to a wide area broadcast, ensuring everyone, Death Guard and 8th Division alike, hears this. All combat teams, this is Kenpachi Yamamoto Ichigo, captain of the 8th Division. To all units of 8th Division, I hereby order you to take no further prisoners, whether they surrender or not. Any prisoners currently in your custody are to die. Delicacy with this place is to be disregarded. I want the general of the Death Guard and all his forces crushed, so step your efforts up. 3 of our own, from 1st Combat Team, have been captured by Death Guard forces. All are female, and apparently the general's men have, for want of a better term, needs. No quarter. No surrender. Kill them. Kill them all, I calmly flatly command, and acknowledgements flood in. 8th Division, this is 28th Death Guard Regiment, a voice calls, using a similar kid to my own, though this one is bound into an object rather than being cast by the speaker. We wish to surrender. We had no idea that the general's personal thugs had sunk to that level, and we wish absolutely nothing to do with him. We are laying down our arms, though if requested, we will join the push on the main fortress. Similar messages follow from 7 other regiments. All the rest denounce my lies and vow resistance. Surrenders accepted. No more will be. Feel free to join the resistance, all who surrendered I broadcast. All others, get out of my way or die painfully. There are no other options. I strode forward while the offers of surrender were broadcast, Hiroto's furious team following, dragging Adair's team through Shunpo. Even Adair's team is coldly furious, and Adair herself has her lips fixed in a snarl. Kai no Ti no Megami flashes, already released into Shikai. 20 enemies manning the gun nest whose projectiles proved worthless against me, barely even noticed, die, their blood coating the blade. Thank you for your acceptance of our surrenders, 8th Division. The same voice that spoke for 28th Regiment calls. We are beginning our push for the main fortress. Good hunting. My thanks, I state calmly. So no Shirayuki is released into Shikai as well now, in my hands. It is time to unleash winter. So no Shirayuki is stronger than High Orenmeru for a very simple reason. High Orenmeru is ice. He may freeze a universe, locking it in ice. But ice is born from winter. And next to what gives it birth, mere ice is nothing. And so no Shirayuki is not an ice-type Zanpakuto. She is a winter-type Zanpakuto. I cut the broadcasts. Bankai. Juuchi Yasamu. I order, and the blizzard whips up, Juuchi Yasamu coming to life. Bankai. Shai Senjixiano Jiku ga Uwari Tikai wo Wadashita Senshi Megami. My second blade flares, and unending rage mixes with the fury of winter incarnate. I find my core, what makes me what I am, and what I am becomes part of what my blades are, even as what part of what they are becomes part of what I am. Tenkai Imperial Release, I state, understanding now how to bring this forth. Lock the world in endless cold, Fukai Fai no Jam. Queen. Of deepest winter, the replica of Sode no Shirayuki's Shikai in my left hand flashes and vanishes into the snowstorm, a new blade forming in my hand. A long elegant Nadachi, with a shining white blade, a long ribbon stretching from the hilt and winding around my arm, with two more long ribbons stretching from the hilt, each of them moving freely in the harsh winds. My guard, Hiroto's team, and Adair's team are the only ones spared from the snow, encased in a bubble of protection as I stride forward, with them following silently after. Sir, almost silently, at least. Hiroto appears to want to speak with me. Permission to execute this general of theirs myself, he almost begs of me. I have a lot of friends in first combat. Please, Sir. He is definitely begging now. Give me this, and I'll retire of my own will and live life as a civilian if you want, he promises. He's yours, I vow. Tenkai. OSH. The profanity cuts off in mid-sentence as Hiroto recognizes the other blade I have in my hands. They're in trouble now, he breathes, tension filling the air. Shake the earth with war, Senzam no Tokoku no Megami. I order. Imperial Goddess of War, the blade blazes with red light, my aura suddenly expanding massively, every building within a kilometer collapsing from the weight of my Ryatsu. My hand and blade are dripping blood, all the abilities of Bankai activated. As well as all the abilities of Shikai and even all of the abilities of Tenkai. The blade changes, its inner edge becoming serrated, the blade lengthening, becoming half again as long, the edge sharpening until both the winds and light itself are sliced apart by the edge. Bloodlust fills the air, my intent to kill changing. It is no longer intent to kill. It is a declaration that absolutely nothing that gets in my way is going to survive to the experience. Follow the captain. Execute any survivors he leaves behind, Nanao orders. How did the Death Guard take in people who would sink that low? Momo demands of Adair, turning to her to find out how this could have been allowed to be a possibility. I don't care how. I just care that it happened, and I will claim vengeance for it. The general's personal troops, the ones who man that fortress, aren't Death Guard. He recruits them personally, claiming the souls of the worst, people who should have been damned straight to hell, and bringing them here to serve him. They're dead, we'll see to that. And we'll track their reincarnations. Once they reincarnate, we'll restore their memories of both their previous lives and afterlife, and pitch them straight into hell, even if they've been living the life of a saint since they reincarnated, Adair promises, and I nod, accepting this. But first, I will have my retribution. Hate fuels me as I bring Senzam no Tokoku, no Megami crashing down in an overhead strike, annihilating everything for 3 kilometers in a straight line from the strike by sheer power alone. No allies are in my way now. The Anvil team head my direction cleared out the moment they knew I was coming, and none of the Death Guard, whether they defected after the announcement of what is happening to my people or not, are in my way. At least, not if they're an ally. Enemies aplenty are in my way, and the road forward vanishes in a red haze as I stride forward, killing everything that has to temerity to try to survive my wrath. When I reach Kurenai's combat team, I halt my advance, kneeling beside Kurenai as the healers with Hiroto's combat team move to help stabilize her. She'll be fine given time, sir. Every last one of her injuries can be fixed, and she'll survive, the medics report to me a few minutes later as treatment is begun. Immense spears of ice are falling from the sky, even as my summoned armies, granted the ability to access within limits the powers of Kai no Ti no Megami's Shikai, killing every Death Guard member that didn't surrender before I began my rampage. Oh, Kurenai breathes out. Save my people. I took them in, but I can't get them out. Please, save them, Ichigo. Of course I say, and reluctantly move away, the ice and the hate once more consuming me, a bloody fury descending upon me as I rip apart whatever dares exist in front of me. Eventually, after a period of time I don't bother to count, but which Adair says is 1 hour and 5 minutes from the start of operations, I am storming through the blasted oak gate, killing the general's guard that gets in my way. I am heading for where I feel my people's Ryatsu signatures. Weak and bound by something, but still there. Where's your general, Hiroto demands, and Adair points in the same direction I'm heading as 8th combat team follows me. The weapons of the enemy mean nothing. I dismiss them, shrouded in the ward of my Zanpakuto. Then I respond with truly lethal force, killing whatever gets in my way. Tank commanders try to keep me back by forming a barricade with their vehicles. I leave only burning wrecks and corpses behind me when they try that, Kidman Zanpakuto mused in concert. The blood of many of my foes freezes in their veins and arteries with a flicker of my will. A few throw themselves at my feet, begging for mercy. My blade flashes, and their groveling abruptly ends as their headless corpses slump fully to the ground. SST stop right there, someone tries to shout from the entrance to the building where my people are held. A spike of ice suddenly erupts through him, long and slender, leaving him impaled and alive 20 meters above the ground. Remind me never to anger your captain, Adair says, her voice shaking. We will, Hiroto replies, his voice filled with hate as he sees through the window of the building ahead. Instead of the stone walls I've seen on every Death Guard building since I came here, this building has walls made solely of glass panes. And the general and his thugs apparently believe I am no threat to them and are even now continuing their activities. I correct that assumption. Hammers of wind and ice scream forth from the snowstorm, smashing the glass panes as daggers of ice follow them, ripping apart those waiting their turn. 8 combat team rushes forward, ripping the remaining off their victims and brutally disposing of them, armored fists and blades smashing into them, beating them into unconsciousness, but not death. Court-martial, I suppose. The general is ripped from his victim, Kurenai's third in command, by an enraged Hiroto and Haruna. Haruna then binds his arms behind his back as the general babbles out a surrender. Hiroto, in response, simply locks his hands around the general's neck and separates head and body. The rest of 8th Combat is bringing my division members to their feet. They are battered, bloody, and violated. I recognize all 3 of them as friends of Kurenai's. Mihane, Nanami, and Yui, some of her best friends, all cheerful people, and all of them having suffered. Nanami says as I stride forward. Is it really you, she asks desperately, and I flare my Ryatsu in confirmation. She hurls herself into my arms, and I sink my blades into the snow as the others follow, clutching onto me with desperate grasps. I'm not going anywhere. Haruna, I roar out, quietly calming the 3 women, who very nearly broke under what happened to them, my arms simply wrapped around them in an attempt to give them something to hold on to. Those who died in this assault got off lucky. There will be vengeance for this. Bring these 3 robes. Take enemy survivors into custody and announce that the scum that masqueraded as a general is dead. Any who don't surrender after that die, I command, and my orders are swiftly carried out. How are your people even comfortable around any male after what happened? I hear Adair asking Nanao a few moments later, trying to be discreet. But my hearing is excellent, especially with Ryatsu currently being used to enhance all of my capabilities. The captain is our pillar. He's more than just our leader in battle. He represents safety for us. Protection, no matter what. He told us from the beginning that so long as we stood by him, he would stand by us. He'll do whatever is necessary to protect us if he can, and the entire division loves him for it. He's a safe haven for us. All of the 8th is a safe haven, and all of its members stand together, Nanao explains. Every member of the 8th lives in the same barracks at our division. We spend almost all of our time together. The bond created by that is far too strong for anything to break. It's impossible for us to fear the ones who have so quickly become closer to us than our own brother or sister could ever hope to be. I see. So they're clutching on to the one thing they know guarantees them protection, Adair says, her tone sorrowful. Yes. Those 3 are very strong though, and they've survived something like this before. They lived in the Rukongai and had the misfortune to catch the eye of the leader of a criminal gang. They suffered for years before they escaped, and they had almost been caught when they ran into the previous station of the 8th, Kamraku Shunsui, Nanao says. They dealt with their captors and took them in, gave them a home in 8th. They never really fully recovered though until Ichigo came. He spent a lot of time with his division and built those bonds between us. They'll recover. Ichigo will see to that, just as he sees to it that vengeance is had. Rest assured, we will see to that. There will be a court-martial for every one of these scum. We will be scrupulously fair. And then we will no doubt find them guilty and sentence them to be handed over to you to attend to the fine details of their deaths, Adair assures her. But Nana replies. Their deaths will not be easy ones, and I take it you will carry out that promise you made. Yes. We'll find their reincarnations. We'll watch them. And the moment their reincarnations are fully adults under living law, we'll throw them screaming into hell while they still live, no matter what they've done in their next life, Adair swears. Nanao. Order 8th to muster at the Sinkamen for transit home as soon as possible. Is there any further resistance from the general's forces that can't be put down by the Death Guard, I ask. We have 55 regiments, counting the defectors, and there are only 4 regiments still attempting resistance, Adair replies. I nod, releasing Tenkai. They're scattered, and thanks to you, we've taken the artillery emplacements and are ready to use them. They won't last long now. Go, get your people home, she says. I nod in answer to her, preparing to begin my own travel back home. Thank you, Colonel, I reply, my voice warming a bit from the cold tone it has been this entire time. No. Thank you for all the help you've given us. And I can't ever say how sorry I am that this happened to your people, she says. It's the fault of these scum, and there will be vengeance for it. The fault is not yours. We didn't anticipate how scum like this would act, one snarl in answer. I bend my knees and lower myself almost halfway to Caesar, letting Nanami and Yui slump across my shoulders as I move to hold Mihane in my arms. I rise, and the two slumped across my back are lifted upon my shoulders, using my pauldrons as handholds. Haruna and Momo come over and quietly get proper shikishma on them, having to defer armor until they have new sets. Their old armor was torn from them and destroyed by the blades of the enemy, its fragments gathered up for reuse now by us. Sir, Division acknowledges and is on the move. I used a wide area broadcast so as to inform our allies that we were withdrawing as well. Renji reports, striding over to stand by me as we prepare to leave for the Sinkamen and then home. The Sinkamen are being activated now in preparation for our arrival, and Kidm are being used to move the most seriously injured. Renji continues, and I quietly thank Unohana for inventing a Kidm allowing teleportation from one place to another. It takes preparation, so it's not useful in combat, but for evacuating the wounded who can't otherwise be moved, it's very useful. Sir, the 12th Combat Team reports that they're near to breaking one of the 4 remaining regiments. They ask for permission to finish the job first. Granted. Then they come straight home. Transit through the Sinkamen is to be made in order of arrival, I command. Hi, Teichm, Renji promptly answers. The moment we arrive at the Sinkamen, we go home. Now let's move, I say, retrieving my blades from where I stabbed them into the ground and sealing them fully once more as the entire 8th Combat Team, myself and my guards included, vanish into Shunpo. We reappear in flickers as each of our steps carries us almost 200 meters further towards the Sinkamen before we take the next step, vanishing once more and appearing for the blink of an eye at our next destination. Less than 5 minutes later, we've arrived at the Sinkamen, having traveled 32 kilometers from where we were to the barracks where we mustered to launch this operation. We are first to arrive and transit through immediately, stepping out from the Sinkamen at the 8th onto one of our training fields, where Unohana is waiting with other members of the 4th to assist our injured. What happened to these 3? Yamamoto Teichm, Unohana asks, stepping forward to examine the 3 wounded I carried with me all the way through the Sinkamen, who I now surrender into her care. We underestimated precisely how low the now dead general of the Death Guard would sink. His men sated their twisted desires on these 3 after they captured them when 1st Combat Team was leaving the central fortress, having been assigned to destroy their anti-air weapons, I reply, and Unohana snarls in sudden hate. I trust these scum are dead, she asks pointedly. They will be soon. First comes a court-martial for the formalities on the side of the Death Guard. Then they come to us to die slowly and painfully, I say, the words coming through clenched teeth. Good. I'll take care of these 3. Don't worry, they won't leave the 8th or be out of your people's sight, Unohana assures. She addresses Mihane quietly as 2 other women of the 4th move up and take Nanami and Yui from me, even as I transfer Mihane into Unohana's arms. Let's take you to get cleaned up and looked after, okay, Unohana asks and gets a quiet acknowledgement from Mihane. Momo, Nanao, Lillian, go with them and see to it they're looked after, I order. Hi, Teichm, the 3 chorus, moving to obey. Haruna, is that member of 4th who had the bright idea of charging you for your healing here, I ask pointedly. Hi, Teichm, Haruna answers, and a sudden snarl rips from Unohana's throat as she turns towards me, transferring Mihane into Isane's arms so Unohana can focus on this new problem. Right there, Haruna says, pointing out a member of 4th who is standing away from the rest. A 5th seat. I quietly draw Kai no Ti no Megami, my hand and the blade still covered in blood. I see my reflection in the mirrors set up along the side of the training grounds, so trainees may check that they're keeping their form correct when practicing either Hakuta katas or with their blades. My armor is almost entirely red, blood dripping from every joint, stained by the gore of those I fought through to reach my people. My left arm is the only clean part of my entire armor, so no Shirayuki's Tenkai having frozen any blood that would have stained my arm before it ever neared me, keeping that one part pristine as fresh snow. I will deal with him, Unohana says, her voice quiet and dangerous. Right after I do. It's my division member he harmed, and I have a little excess rage I need to burn off, I reply equally quietly. Unohana nods at this and stands aside. As you wish. Just leave him alive enough for me to heal so I can inflict my penalties, she says. Very well is all I say. Shikai, I declare. Massacre, Kai no Ti no Megami, and the blade enters its Shikai, the first set of abilities activating. Bankai is all I say next, my power flaring, a pillar of Ryatsu roaring forth into the skies. Shai Senjixiano Jiku ga Uwari Tikai wo Wadashita Senshi Megami, I declare, the air trembling under my might. I resealed back to only 2% of my full strength before I made transit through the Sinkamen, but this release of power is still immense. The 4th division member is trembling now. It's only right that I get paid a little extra for what I do, he growls, terrified and trying not to show it, apparently. Everyone else gets paid extra for killing hollows, so why shouldn't I get some of that money for healing them of the injuries they take doing so? Perhaps because you're already paid very well for healing them. Unohana snarls back as he draws his blade, clutching it with shaking hands. Let blades talk, not words. Tenkai. Shake the earth with war, Senzum no Tokoku no Megami, I declare, and my blade lengthens, the inner edge becoming serrated as Unohana gasps in shock. A pillar of red Ryatsu roars into the skies as my fury is given release, my power brought to bear, as Tenkai is used in the Serite for the first time, in all its dread majesty. I no T no Megami's Tenkai is simple, but extremely powerful. While using it, I have all Shikai powers outside the sagas active, and have 4 of the Bankai powers available, my choice of which 4, and I can shift them at will. All of my powers are amplified, gaining twice the force they had previously, and becoming not merely affects my blade forces upon reality, but utterly unshifting laws of reality. For example, Magnus could not shift reality to say that I could be harmed by something other than a blade when I was using the power of Bankai that keeps anything except a blade from harming me, as he did when I used that against him. Reality is now inflexible on that matter, unable to be shifted, and it doesn't cost me any power to maintain those abilities. Bankai is a power drain with Kai no T no Megami. Tenkai takes no power at all to keep going, so I can maintain the state as long as I want. Also, my power increases by a full 100 times from what it was in Bankai when I released Tenkai. Next, 4 powers are open to me, more becoming available as I grow more familiar with Tenkai. The first is a passive power, and I decide to demonstrate it. What is that? My now utterly terrified foe gasps. I am the bloody-handed Lord of War, the god who rules over all battlefields, who presides in all conflict, I proclaim, and reality shifts. What I said is now the truth. The very universe itself proclaims me as the god of war, granting unto me the powers of any who have ever been worshipped in that role, or will ever be worshipped in that role, in any religion. My armor changes, becoming gold and black, trimmed in red. But cosmetic changes are not all that happen. I become immense, a towering figure equal in size to Sajin's Bankai, my armor becoming my skin, and cracks opening in my now iron hide, with molten iron seeping from them, having replaced my blood. I roar, and the universe trembles. My now equally immense blade is raised, and the sky rips apart as my blade traces a line across it, absolute nothingness revealed by the rip in reality. I look upon the now groveling figure of my foe, and snarl, the sound echoing across the Serite and Rukongai alike. My blade is lowered, and the rift in reality closes as I deactivate this power. I do need to leave him alive, after all. I decide not to reveal the other powers of Tenkai, and stride forward to where my opponent is curled into a ball, whimpering and sucking his thumb. I drag him to his feet, and my armored fist slams into him, my rage at what he did to one of my own beginning to be given expression. He raises his blade in shaking hands, and my blade slams into his with immense force behind it, driving him into the ground. I let him rise and make an attempt at attacking, and the punishment is allowed to drag on, with him being beaten within an inch of his life. I will take it from here, Unohana says as I finish, and I nod, sealing my blade. I would have done less, except that my fury from other incidents still needed to be released, and he was elected to be my target. My apologies if you feel I went beyond what should have been done, Unohana Tachimai say, my usual calm returned. You didn't. I'll be doing a lot worse than what you did, Yamamoto Tachim. We are both Kenpachi, even if the curse is dormant in me, and when unleashed, our rage is given terrifying expression. I've merely learned to direct it, she answers, and I nod. This one has woken my rage, and I will unleash it. He'll survive for a dishonorable discharge, but he will wish he hadn't. I do not take well to someone so flagrantly breaching the morals I try to instill into my division. Understood. I need to rest, I reply, and seal my blade. See to the 8th as they come through. The power needed to unleash Tenkai 3 times with 2 different blades in a single day is not negligible, and I am still recovering from my last rampage. When Kurenai is brought in, call for me. I want to be there, I say, and Unohana nods. Very well, she answers. I turn on my heel and head for my rooms, intent on cleaning my armor and blades, and then resting. The day has been far too long for comfort. I have patrols in the Rukongai soon, so I'll be using my other blades before long. 8 combat team, dismissed, Hiroto calls behind me. Get some rest. You all did well today in the assault on the enemy stronghold. Now look after yourselves. Hiroto, I call without turning. Yes, sir, he asks in reply. You offered to retire and be a civilian of your own will if I let you execute the general. You were granted that right. Now you owe me a favor. However, you are not allowed to retire, I say. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you for not taking me up on that offer, Sir Hiroto shouts in reply, and I silently turn, salute, and turn once more, returning to my course of going and getting some rest. You're too valuable to the 8th to let retire. You're in until you die, Hiroto, I confirm. Yes sir is all he says before I enter my division and close the door behind me. All is right with the world. The enemy is dead, Hiroto isn't threatening to retire, and my people are coming home alive and soon to be well. Ichigo, report on your division's current state, Yamajiji commands. It's been a week since the assault on the Death Guard and things have been stabilizing there since, with military tribunals running day and night. Currently, the 5 senior officers of the new Death Guard are also attending this meeting, awaiting my report. Colonel Mason, Colonel Cook, Colonel Stewart, Colonel Adair, and General Abernathy. Do you want the bad news, the worst news, or the worst news of all, I ask glumly. Bad news first, Yamajiji replies. Bad news is that the psychological recovery of unseated officers Yui, Mihane, and Nanami is going well, but there are visible consequences of what has happened, both for the men in the division, I report. What consequences? And how are they responding, Anohana asks, gentle concern in her tone. The consequences for them is that they'll never be able to retire or go on Rukongai patrol again. Too much old trauma associated with their reawakened by this for Rukongai patrol, and they'd retire to homes in the Rukongai if they ever did leave the ranks. No, they'll serve until they die, I report, and nods of assent come from the others. Sometimes, even with a Zanpakuto, which helps keep a Shinigami's mental state stable, trauma makes a member of a division unfit for civilian life. It happens, and it's not a welcome thing, but those who cannot, for some reason, retire, usually turn into valuable division members. Even if they receive crippling injuries, a place will be found for them, as their minds usually turn into a path devoted to serving the Sirte Guard in any way possible. The consequences for the division aren't great either. That's the worst news, actually, I ruefully say. How bad is it? With a division as closely bonded as yours, it's going to be bad, Kamraku asks. It is. I've had to confine all of them to barracks to keep them from going out and taking out their rage on some undeserving soul. They aren't really concerned with the matter of who bleeds to satisfy their rage right now, as they are with the matter of taking out their anger. If the Death Guard can send all of those the tribunals have sentenced to death so far to us immediately, I'd like to give them a target before they stop listening, and I have to let them out of the barracks, I ask, an almost pleading note in my voice. We have sentenced roughly 10,000 by now. It's almost nothing, since we have roughly 2 million trials to get done, considering that the vast majority of the general's forces survived, but hopefully it'll be enough to give your division the targets they need, General Abernathy reports. I can't say how sorry I personally am that I didn't warn you to be more careful about the scum the previous general recruited as guards. Give me that group of 10,000 to throw to my division, and you're forgiven, I say, knowing that I need to get my division the blood they're screaming for. That's 2 for each of them, counting our new recruits, and that should be enough to sate them. The Kenpachi's curse is hitting them and combining with their own rage. I need that blood, and I need it yesterday, if not sooner, I snarl. Got it. They'll be here within an hour, Abernathy assures me. Excellent. Maybe I'll be able to get my division out and doing their jobs tomorrow, then I sigh in relief. If I can, I'd like to dispatch 1st through 5th combat teams, along with the 71st through 100th combat teams, to Hueco Mundo to start getting the recruits some serious combat experience. Gur and I will need a replacement, and I'd like to send Chimgerm if you're agreeable, Yamajiji, I request. Very well. Chimgerm, are you agreeable to deploying with the 1st combat team of 8th Division, Yamajiji asks. Yes, I don't know. It will be an honor to deploy with them. They're good fighters, and helping to train the new recruits of the 8th will be a fulfilling experience, I feel, he responds. Excellent. You leave in 2 days, then I instruct, and Chimgerm nods in reply. I'd also like for teams 11 through 20 to run some exercises with the 1st Division if possible on independent combat. Those teams have good soldiers, but they don't fight well as individuals. I'll back any 10 of them against any 10 from any division but 8, but I wouldn't back them one-on-one, I say, and receive a nod. 21st through 30th will run similar exercises with the 2nd Division, and 31st through 40th needs the same type of training, though they'll work with the 11th if authorized, I request, and nods come from Soifan and Zaraki. 41st through 60th is ready for deployment in the living world and the other worlds, and I'm keeping 6th through 10th and 61st through 70th as a reserve just in case, I say. Good. Now what of the worst news about your division status, Yamajiji asks, and I wince in very nearly physical pain. The newly reformed Central 46 are causing trouble. I've turned down dozens of requests already for members of noble families who don't meet our standards and who wouldn't even be willing to try to meet them to be granted officer rank in combat teams. I conducted interviews with each noble candidate I was asked to take in, and none came up to par. However, the Central 46 has issued orders that I either accept those candidates as officers or my division will be disbanded. They can't back that up under martial law, but in 1 month they have a vote on whether to maintain martial law, and they won't vote to maintain. Also, noble families have been trying to buy my members away from me or in some cases, simply try to transfer them under their command for personal use. We don't need this kind of trouble, so I'm forced to request permission for a culling of the corrupt among the Central 46 and the noble houses I report. Granted is the answer. We'll carry it out immediately. Thank you, sir. Once all is said and done, we'll probably be down to roughly half of our current noble families, and those will need replacing. Each noble family is technically supposed to have charge of a district of Rukongai after all. And we're also supposed to have 169 districts for East, West, North, and South. We have 80, with the others in ruins. Permission to try and get the destroyed districts rebuilt and noble families installed there I request. Granted is once more the answer. Thank you. I'll bring a list of proposed replacement and new nobles at the meeting next week I reply and receive a nod from my fellow captains. Now, I'd also like to request some help from the 12th in creating some specialized equipment for my division. These new back made by the Kasuminjai clan are useful, but I'd like something that we can actually determine the powers of beforehand and which can act on its own. A bit of intelligence, enough to accept basic orders, mobile of its own accord and not a parasite, with powers which can be predetermined so we can mass produce specific types as needed. Is it possible? Kuritsuchi Teichmai asked. Indeed. A most satisfying challenge, but well within what can be done. We will deliver the first ones as soon as possible, Kuritsuchi replies, grinning madly at the thought of this particular challenge. Okay then, I have nothing else to add I report and fall silent as Yamajiji moves on to the reports of the other divisions. 9th through 12th are stable at the moment, though Zaraki is looking for a fight and requests deployment to the other worlds to do so, which is denied. 13th is currently celebrating their captain finally getting over her illness and won't be deploying anytime soon, but they are at least getting morale up with their celebrations. Shortly after the meeting ends and I return to my barracks, I find Arsen Kamen active and prisoners being brought through by uniformed members of the Death Guard who are fully armed and showing no hesitation about brutality to get the prisoners moving. I move to the barracks door where I find my combat teams assembled, armed and armored, but doing nothing. Why are you here? Teichen, one of the 8 combat team asks. Prisoners just arrived from the Death Guard. 10,000 of them, some still arriving, and all sentenced to death. Now, I'm going to let you loose on them, and I expect you to take out your rage in full on them. I want you able to deploy with clear heads tomorrow, understood? Hi, Teichen is the response from every single member of the 8th Division. Sounds fair, Hiroto says, rising to his feet. You have a deal. Today is for indulging our tempers. Tomorrow is for work. Okay, let's be about this business then, he calls to the others. Sinkamen parade ground in 15 minutes, all combat teams, in parade formation and full gear. I want the prisoner transfer to be done right, even if we are going to be beating them to death, is that clear? Yes, sir, is the response from the other Shinigami. All 100 combat teams start moving as they prepare to head for the parade grounds, checking their gear to make sure it's clean and in good order. Leave a few for our wounded, they should have something to do when they get off medical leave, I instruct, and receive a nod from Hiroto, who has pretty much become my second in command when dealing with the combat teams. My lieutenant and myself essentially deal with the long-term running of the division, but day-to-day running of the division has become Hiroto's area for the most part. Anything else? Hiroto asks. Deployment orders. 71st through 100th to Hueco Mundo in 2 days, accompanied by the 1st through the 5th, Chingerm commanding the 1st. 6th through 10th to carry out a culling of the Central 46 and the noble houses. Training exercises in blocks of 10 teams apiece for 11th through 40th to 1st, 2nd, and 11th respectively. 41st through 60th to deployments in the other worlds and the living world, 2 teams to the living world. 61st through 70th to organize rebuild of Rukongai, 81st through 169th, all directions. I also need replacements for the noble families that are about to die, so select candidates from among the divisions who can be trusted to both do their jobs and administrate in the Rukongai I order. Delegate as needed, don't feel afraid to send some of the selection work to my 3rd seats and lieutenants I order. Yes sir, Hiroto replies, fist clashing against breastplate. Finally, back to business as usual, he says in relief. I nod, equally relieved, then turn on my heel and head for the parade grounds. I plan to see that a smooth transfer is carried out. Also, at the bars tonight, all the drinks are on me, and I expect to see the lot of you reporting in late tomorrow morning, due to partying until dawn. Am I clear? I ask, and receive enthusiastic confirmations from everyone. The prisoner transfer goes well, and shortly after the scum who once disgraced the uniform of the Death Guard are hauled into the barracks of the 8th, screams begin to rise from the buildings. I studiously ignore them, doing my paperwork and enjoying a cup of tea for a couple of hours, then paying a social visit to Byakuya. I find, while en route to the 6th, that many of my fellow Shinigami are on edge from the screams and spend some of my time calming them down. When I arrive at the 6th, I find Byakuya enjoying sake with Soifan and Sherm, blocking out the screams herself. I join them, spending a couple pleasant hours in their company until roughly 6 in the afternoon, when the screams finally died down, the last of the Ryatsu sources from the dying prisoners vanishing. I return to my barracks shortly afterwards, finding a division with many of its members grinning and laughing, the black rage that has lain upon them for the last week gone. You did make sure no blood got on the robes, right? I ask. I'd prefer not to have to buy you new robes, and blood can be tricky to get out. No blood got on our robes, sir, and we're seeing to cleaning up the mess right now, Momo reports, smiling cheerfully. We're going to head out to the bars tonight and get the pansies of the 11th in shape with a few proper bar fights. I start laughing when I hear how she describes the members of the 11th and silently resolve to get recordings of my division's antics in the bars tonight. The 11th tends to give as good as they get, and both divisions will have members reporting with clear marks of having gotten into a fight tomorrow. Zaraki and I tend to laugh whenever we see such marks and ask how the other person looks, being amused by such things. Excellent, I answer. Give them a few beatings for me. I'll be hosting one of my drinking parties tonight and all the captains are receiving invitations, along with a few others. Go and have your fun, Momo, I order. Yes sir, she replies, looking innocent and pacifistic. Knowing her, I decide what she looks like is an excellent deception. The next morning. Itsugaya-senpai, I greet him with some amusement an hour before noon. My entire division reported in only an hour ago, several carrying the marks of having been in a fight. Hitsugaya-senpai has the same marks on him, and I contain laughter. What happened to you, I ask with some concern once I'm sure I won't start laughing. I was trying to get some order in a bar where members of the 8th and 10th had gotten into a fight, with members of the 11th joining in, and Momo ambushed me and dragged me into the fight. She's dangerous, Ichigo. You have to help me, Hitsugaya-senpai pleads. She started to talk about how I'd make a cute little girl, and she knows the kid. Please, help me. What, I ask, shocked and pale. She beat me up in a bar fight yesterday, and I barely dodged her using that kid on me. Temporary version, but next time it might not be. Please, Ichigo, you have to help me. Momo's turned into a maniac. Hitsugaya-senpai's voice rises in panic, and the laughter fights to escape. Then I realize something. Wait, that kid, I ask, and receive a nod. I'll help. For both our sakes. Thank you. Thank you, Hitsugaya-senpai gasps in relief, tears of joy in his eyes. I'm saved, he says quietly. Now, let's get this done so I can stop watching my back. She threatened to drag me on a shopping trip once she uses the kid on me. No time to waste, then I reply. I rise and move from behind my desk, heading for Momo's current location, pinpointed by Topium. 8 combat team, report to me immediately, I call, my voice enhanced by a minor kid, echoing throughout the division. The sound of armored boots on wood echoes through the division as 8th combat team responds to my call. From the tempo of the footfalls, they're jogging at triple time to my office. 8th combat team reporting as ordered, Sir Hiroto barks out the moment they arrive. Good. I need your assistance. Third seat Hinamori decided to threaten Hitsugaya-senpai with that little gender switch kidm of Unohana Tations, and I need backup and meat shields to deal with her, I order. Yes, Sir Hiroto roars out. 8th team, it's time to put everything on the line. We're going in fast and bringing the target down if push comes to shove. Try not to screw this up. I don't need you all adjusting to being of the opposite gender of your current one. Sir, yes sir, is the response of the entire team, which forms behind me and Hitsugaya-senpai, following in 2 columns as I lead the march for our destination. Third seat Hinamori, I call as I reach the training grounds where Momo is practicing kidm. A word, if you please, I ask. Of course, Ichi-chan, she says cheerfully. What's this about? I silently point to Hitsugaya-senpai. Sherm-chan. Have you decided you want to be a girl and go out shopping after all? Momo asks, and Hitsugaya dives behind me, trembling as he shields himself behind my armored bulk. No, he screams out, terrified. Third seat Hinamori, kindly allow Hitsugaya-senpai to do his work without having to worry about changing genders. You may drag him into bar fights. You may not alter his gender by any means without written permission from myself and him, I order. Okay, Ichi-chan, she replies. Her smile is devious, but I decide to let Hitsugaya-senpai deal with the rest of this. I'm going to retreat while I still can. I abruptly turn on my heel, revealing Hitsugaya-senpai, who clutches onto my armor a moment later. Seeing as I've grown quite a bit, I take a page out of Zaraki's book, hauling him up and sitting him on one of my shoulders. But his voice is cut off as I grab him and place him on my shoulder. 8 Combat Team, let's go get some training, and I call to them, and Hiroto nods in confirmation, stifling laughter as he salutes and gets his team forming up behind me. Hitsugaya-senpai, stay where you are until my meeting with Zaraki, please. Pulling a Zaraki, then he asks glumly. Fine. Call me Ichiro if you want. I don't care. I'm safe. And Momo would never dare use that kid on me if there's a chance she could hit you with it. So I think I'll be staying on my new safe perch from now on. Thank you for all your help, Ichigo, Hitsugaya-senpai says cheerfully, looking at the bright side of things. To amuse myself, I use a minor kid I learned from Anohana to reduce Hitsugaya-senpai's height a bit so he's closer to Ichiro's size and thus fits better on my shoulder. I continue through most of the day with him clutching onto my shoulder, eventually going to my meeting with Zaraki as night falls, Hitsugaya-senpai still riding on my shoulder rather than walking, seeing as Momo has been accompanying me ever since 2 in the afternoon, 4 hours ago now. He is truly terrified for his hopes of remaining male, it seems. I decide to be sympathetic and help him for a while longer. Well, this is a surprise, Zaraki says when I run into him, and Hitsugaya-senpai is revealed to be riding on my shoulder. Yuichiro laughs and leaps over to my shoulder, tossing Hitsugaya-senpai to Zaraki as Yuichiro takes up position on my left shoulder. A temporary switch of passengers, I ask, and receive a nod from Zaraki, who starts laughing. No hurry to give Yuichiro back. She'll return when she's good and ready, and hopefully she'll keep things in order for you until she decides to return to the 11th, Zaraki graciously says, inflicting his lieutenant upon me. Very well. My thanks for the grant of your lieutenant. Rest assured, she'll be training with me and Hiroto's team. We'll see to it she doesn't slack and she'll return to you in fighting shape, I say, grinning. Like most times when I'm not actively working, my helm is off, and when I see my reflection in a puddle, my grin looks as insane as Zaraki's. But Zaraki replies, and Yuichiro laughs. Well, care to go for a drink and compare the list of injuries from yesterday's bar fights, I ask, and Zaraki laughs loudly at this, turning to lead the way to one of his favorite bars, which is claimed by both the 8th and the 11th. Sure, he says. Let's see how the pansies of our division spent their time getting into shape yesterday, he laughs, seeming very amused. Heh, if we removed your noble pride and discipline, you and me wouldn't be so different. True enough, my friend. I take it you have no issues getting some of my division used to fighting solo, I query, receiving a firm negative from Zaraki as he shakes his head. No issues at all. I'll enjoy doing it, he replies, Hitsugaya-senpai desperately clutching onto his Haori to stay on Zaraki's back. Zaraki doesn't have the convenient armor to hold onto, so doing so is harder. Can I play with Sherm-chan while you and Ken-chan get a drink, Ichiro asks. Of course, Yuichiro. Momo, head back to the division. I'm off duty now, so go, get yourself out of armor, and go looking for trouble at some bar well away from me and Zaraki, I command. Okay, Ichi-chan, Momo answers, leaving. Now, let's see how much we can drink before they try to kick us out, okay, I ask, and Zaraki grins. The 11th does 4 things really well. Fighting, drinking at bars, fighting at bars, and drinking during a fight. Well, they do other things well also, but those are the main 4, and the 8th and the 11th are proving to get along extremely well given the new attitude. Mind if I join that most worthy pursuit, someone calls from behind me. Not at all. The more the better. Drinking with only one other person for company really isn't that satisfying, after all, I call back, identifying the speaker as General Abernathy. Well, there's me, Adair, Stewart, and Cook. That enough company, he asks, the 4 of them moving up to join me and Zaraki. Plenty. Now let's go get very drunk, then go looking for a fight once we get thrown out of this bar, I say, silently blessing the fact that Shinigami burned through alcohol quickly. It takes a lot to get us drunk for any real period of time. Sounds like a party, Stewart says, grinning from ear to ear. My former battalion has been released to enjoy themselves here, and they're going to be drinking as well, so hopefully we'll see them while out testing the quality of the alcohol here, he muses. Well then, I'd hate to disappoint you, so let's go get to the drinking and save any other talk for tomorrow. I've been assigned a mission. I head out on tomorrow to one of the other worlds, and I want to get properly drunk before I go, I say. What's the mission, Hitsugaya-senpai asks. Rogue outpost of the Serite Guard, or at least it's suspected that they're rogue. They vanished without sign of a fight to explain their vanishing, and we've received reports that they had started trying to add to their Reiatsu in similar manner to how hollows do, by eating souls. The locals in that world have some trick to summon them forcibly, so I've been assigned to find which group of locals can do so, blend in among them, and find out how to do so. Or, if they're summoned before I find out how, follow them to their base, confirm or deny the reports, and bring them in line. There are also reports of rogue spiritual entities and mortals attempting to become immortal, so that's yet another headache for me to deal with, I answer. Ah, one of those long-term missions, Hitsugaya-senpai says. Deep cover and long-term by their measurement of time. Their time doesn't move in perfect sync with ours, each year of theirs being roughly equivalent to a day here. I'm assigned for a maximum of 1 decade there before I'm recalled, and we just deploy an entire division to find them, I tell him. Got it? Well, at least you'll be back fairly soon by my measurement. I need you to protect me from Momo's use of that kid, Hitsugaya-senpai replies. The kid Manahana Tachem developed. Forcibly shifts gender. If Hitsugaya-senpai doesn't want to be female, either temporarily or for good, he needs someone to keep him safe from third seat Momo Hinamori of my division, who knows the kid and wants to use it on him, I explain to the Death Guard members. Mind looking after him for me, Zaraki, I ask hopefully. Not at all. You're taking Yuichiro with you just in case, then Zaraki asks. Yeah, she'll be good backup in this situation. Looks young enough to be disregarded, but experienced and dangerous. She has Shikai, correct, I ask Zaraki, who nods. Yeah, she has Shikai. Pretty good with it too. She'll follow orders, and she's good enough to look after herself if it comes down to it, Zaraki answers me as we reach the bar. Good. Well, that's the last of the talk for tonight. Let's go and get drunk, then cause some mayhem, I say, grinning, and Zaraki's laughter fills the air. Ow, my head, I groan as I roll out of bed, complaining for the formality, rather than because I actually have a hangover-induced headache. I have to deploy in 2 hours, and I got my paperwork done when I got up 3 hours ago, at 4 in the morning, 2 hours after I finished drinking and getting into fights, not necessarily in that order or separate from each other, so I don't have to worry about that at least. I also managed to get 2 more hours of sleep once I finished my paperwork, so nothing to complain about there. Okay, Yuichiro, time to wake up, I say to the kid who's about to be accompanying me into the other worlds. She just turns over and starts snoring lightly. I groan and decide to take a page out of Hiroto's book. He used to have to wake Yuichiro up when he was in the 11th and told me how to do it when we ran into each other shortly after I finished my paperwork. 5 more minutes, Ken-chan, Yuichiro mutters in her sleep, and I almost resolve not to do what I'm about to. Almost. Rise and shine, Lieutenant Kusajishi. There's work to do and it's not getting done with you lying around, I roar, and Yuichiro startles awake, rolls out of bed, and snaps to attention at my feet, saluting perfectly. Very good, Yuichiro. Now get up on my shoulder, we leave in 2 hours, I explain, and she nods seriously, but doesn't leap onto my shoulder. Okay Ichi, she says cheerfully, now totally awake. I'll be there in 2 hours, she confirms. Excellent. Now, I call, taking advantage of the communications kit both permanently active in the helm I'm currently wearing along with the rest of my armor, and the supplemental communications kit that I can use at will set up in a network from my quarters or make sure Lieutenant Kusajishi is at the Sinkamen in 2 hours. I don't care what you do to accomplish that, just get it done, I order. Hi, Nana replies. I'll keep an eye on her and make sure she gets there. Good. Now, I'm going to go check what data we have about the sanity-forsaken otherworld I'm about to be stuck on for 10 years, I snarl, and leave to check with the records luckily kept in the custody of the 8, detailing all information on the otherworlds. From what I heard last night when I asked Zaraki, who is something of an authority on the otherworlds, the one I'm about to be deployed to is practically a punishment detail. Endless amounts of work due to the place being a prime disaster, waiting for someone to happen to open portals to hell, gods directly intervening for their own amusement or showing favor to humans, every single human being able to perceive the spiritual plane Shinigami exist on, and more than a few humans being able to directly attack spiritual beings. Plus demons which are causing trouble and being bound into humans who then cause even more trouble than the demons. Plus, those with real strength there seem to have left sanity behind, and sadly, the more insane one of them is, the stronger they tend to be, and the more trouble they tend to cause. Several of those who have made serious attempts at immortality are bad enough that most of the residents of hell regard them as abominations to be exterminated. Hollows won't even go near them. I hate my luck right now. Which otherworld are you being deployed to? Hiroto asks from my door, probably having heard me waking Yuichiro and come to see how it went. The one designated under Serite Outpost 81, I snarl, and he winces in sympathy. I've been there. Locals are bad, reception from the locals is bad, you get a lot of hollows there, the place is a gathering ground for the worst scum of both Wako Mundo and Hell, who sadly tend to be fairly strong, and you get to deal with people who Kuritsuchi calls insane. Hiroto informs me, pity in his voice and pain at the remembrance in his eyes. That's about what I gathered from Zaraki. And I'm getting stuck there for 10 years to hunt down a bunch of rogues, I complain. Oh great. Time being out of sync there is bad for everyone as well. The clerks try to say that the time that passes here is all they're obligated to pay people for, and that always turns into a mess. Hiroto complains. Remind me to roast them if they try that with me. I'm in no mood for tricks like that, I snarl. Gladly. I'll point you to the clerk who kept trying to cheat me out of the pay I earned whenever I was deployed there. No real time to train there, just a lot of work to be done. Lots of souls to be sent on, hollows to kill, etc. And the clerks always try and cheat us out of those bounties because they register late here. We send them on, they register as the day we dealt with them, and that never syncs with the damned schedule here, so they're dismissed as invalid. Hiroto growls. I have over 7 decades deployed in that little corner of hell, and I spent almost 2 years, our time, arguing with the clerks over my pay. I'll help you roast them, sir. And I'll be glad for the help, I reply. Why is it me that has to be deployed for this particular job? Why can't it be someone has earned this kind of detail, I ask the heavens. They decline to comment on why I'm being punished this way, and I glare at my formal orders. Worse, this is deep cover until I find the rogues, I lament, cursing whoever came up with this bright idea. I won't be in on the noble purges, the training and individual combat of my teams, or the work I should be doing, leading my division, for 10 years subjective, even if it is only 10 days relative, and I get to argue over my pay when I get back. If it's deep cover, become one of their ninja. We can actually use their abilities if we want, and if you get lucky, you'll be placed as an instructor and thrown some of their brats to knock into shape, Hiroto says quietly, and I grin. Oh, that sounds promising, I say, and resolve to take a few pages from his book when it comes to training, if I do get that lucky. I have records to go over, and you have jobs to do, I say as we arrive at the door to the records room. Get going, I have to be about it, I order, and they leave as I enter the room, resolved to 2 hours perusing records. 2 hours of boredom later. Time to go, sir. Sorry about you getting landed with this job. We've since the sync came in, so you'll arrive within 15 years, one way or the other, of the last known time that summons technique of the natives was used, and we'll place you as close as we can. The kid expert deployed to open the portal assures me. Thank you. Anything to make the job easier, I reply gratefully, and Yuichiro leaps onto my shoulder from Nanao's, who arrived to see me off. A moment after that, the portal opens. We have confirmation. 12 years past the last time the technique was used, and within 50 kilometers of it. That's probably the best we'll get, so we'll see you in 10 days. Teach, one of the 4 kid users creating the portal, reports. Thank you. I'll see you in 10 years, objective, I reply, and walk into the portal. On the other side, I nearly walk into a door, my hand flashing out and opening the door a moment before I impact. An eraser almost falls on my head as I walk forward, and my left hand flashes to Sanbon. Draws the blade, and slices the eraser in 2, returning the blade to the sheath. Even as I continue walking, the 2 pieces falling to either side of me behind me. You're late, one of the 3 brats in the room screeches. A girl, thin and pink-haired. I silently run over possibilities and figure out what she is. Fangirl Mark VI, the newest and most annoying out there. Screeches like a banshee, flat-chested and worthless even as a meat shield. Has a temper that flares at every little thing and immense, rage-fueled strength at all times, except when it might be of use. Theory smart, dumb in practicals, and thinks that maps are territories and files are people. Overinflated opinion of herself, and impossible to make any use of due to the fact that anything she learns will be forced out by her focus on the unfortunate person she's obsessed with. Best avoided if at all possible. Best disposed of quietly if not. Tends to have important parents who back her up, is probably obsessed with fashion, and diets a lot. Definitely spoiled. Sometimes mistaken for the common tomboy Mark X. I'm on time for my definition of on time, recruit, I roar right back. I recognize her headband denoting her as a shinobi, which given her age, means she's a genin. And this is probably a genin team with a sensei who is running late. A cover ready made, with a little work. You get to complain about my sense of time when you have proved yourself worthy of being called a shinobi, and not before I continue. You can't treat Sakura like that, the blonde one in the orange jumpsuit protests. Hyperactive idiot Mark's I identify him as. Not a new model, but still on the cutting edge of advancement for his type. No sense of strategy or tactics. No sense of reality. Thinks flashy attacks are good attacks, probably a prankster. Likely hated by everyone around him, tends to obsess over a fangirl or tomboy of Mark X or earlier, Mark VI in the case of fangirls, as no Mark V or X is out yet. Incompetent, tends to try and surprise foes with head-on sneak attacks, thinks fair fights are the only good ones, and fights with honor. Ugh. Probably has some hidden, self-damaging power. Can be traded in for the standard competent soldier Mark IV with enough work. Wait, can you treat her like that, he asks cautiously. I will treat you as I please until you prove yourselves to me, recruit, I roar at him. The last of the 3 looks hopeful, and keeps his mouth shut. I recognize him easily. Brooding Avenger Mark III, an old standby. Or possibly a Mark II, depending on circumstances. Brooding Avengers are currently up to the newest Mark XXVII, so I really didn't expect to see a model this old anywhere. Tragic past. Harried target for fangirls. Will do anything to get strong enough to avenge some wrong. touchy as a shaved grizzly bear and standard foe of the hyperactive idiot models. Useful if dealt with right, might be salvaged and turned into the standard competent soldier Mark III. Now, you three are one of the most pathetic lots I have had the misfortune to be sent. But it's my responsibility to turn you, new recruits all, into something that won't embarrass the village of Konoha. I snarl, figuring out the village name from the headbands they wear. Now, we're going out into the wilderness around Konoha for 3 months, so I can try and turn you into something that might, if not examined too closely by someone with half an idea what they're looking for, be mistaken for a competent genin. I tell them. But I cut the blonde one off with a sharp motion of my hand. No packing recruits. We leave immediately, and I hope you're ready for suffering, because I do not mean to fail in my charge. I growl. Now, when you answer any question of mine requiring a yes or no answer, I expect sir to be both the first and last word you say, and for all responses to be 3 words. Is that understood? I ask, casting a kid that keeps all sound contained within the room. Sir, yes sir, the Avenger replies. Bright response, but I can't hear you. Speak up properly, recruits, I order. Sir, yes sir, the Avenger replies, now actually adding some volume to his response, straightening in his chair. I nod, pleased that he, at least, has gotten the point. Are you two deaf or mute? I pointedly ask the other two. Sir, no sir, they shout, snapping to something vaguely resembling standing at attention, if that can be done well seated. I nod and acknowledge that at least they're trying. Okay brats, follow me, I order, materializing my hollow outside the building with instructions to get me all data required for this particular operation and to add me to the Jonin files of Konoha. He acknowledges with a Ryatsu pulse across our mental link and vanishes into Sanido quietly. The 3 follow me to the forests outside the village, and my hollow has the data I need by then. I have names and intelligence files on my trainees. My Avenger is apparently Mark III, and that makes my job slightly easier. Also, I now have an idea of the terrain, my hollow having used a specific kit that allows someone to swiftly gain familiarity with terrain they've never been on before, intended to assist in granting large groups of Shinigami the ability to fight on unfamiliar territory. It creates a mental map of the terrain for 100 kilometers in all directions and is very useful to combat division members. What now, sir, the Avenger, Sasuke-Chiha asks. We go for a little run. 20 kilometers over nice challenging terrain with a full 2 hours to complete the run. And that's just the warm-up. Once you've gotten that and the 1000 push-ups and 1000 crunches that will follow done, it will be time for lunch. Then, training. However, since there's a stream with fish in it nearby, and since there is food in the forest, you get to practice foraging, I tell them cheerfully. I'll be with you the entire time, so get moving, I roar out, and they blanch. Now they see precisely how much trouble they're in. But it's too late. They're mine now, and I will make them suffer. I lift one hand and fire a Byakurai past ahead of the fangirl, aka Sakura Haruno, and she starts running, the other 2 following her. A simple second kid, which Hiroto invented for similar situations, specifically sending people for a run on a course you haven't had time to mark out physically, creates flickering balls of light at about my head height on both sides of the trail I decided on. You see those orbs of light, recruits, I roar at them. Sir, yes sir, Ichigo replies, finally having gotten an idea of how to do things. Good. The course you're running is marked by those on both sides. Keep between the orbs at all times. Now step it up, I've seen slugs moving faster than that, recruits. Are you naturally this slow or are you making a special effort, I roar, more Byakurai crackling past the heads of each recruit who step up the pace. I follow them, easily keeping up the pace that will allow me to manage this course in the 2 hours mandated and encouraging my recruits to do the same. Half an hour into the course, I get my first opportunity. I'm stopping, Haruno screeches. My mother is on the civilian council and she is cut off by another Byakurai passing her head. Did I say to stop running, recruit? No, I didn't. So get moving, I roar, and she returns to her run, gasping, sweating, and exhausted. I am going to make the lot of you worth something or kill you trying. One day, if you listen really well, do all the work I tell you to, and get lucky enough to have standards here fall substantially, you might become something that can be called a genin. Do you understand me? I question at maximum volume. Sir, yes sir, Uchiha and the hyperactive idiot, aka Naruto Uzumaki, shout. We will not disappoint you, sir. Good. And maybe, if you get lucky enough for the Hokage to be half blind, he might not see how pathetic you truly are, and you might even be Chunin someday, I continue, encouraging them. I really must thank whoever took such meticulous records on the ninja of this world, their villages, and the leaders of them. But don't bet on that. Now get moving, recruits. I didn't tell you to walk this course, I order, and they step up the pace, breathing hard, covered in sweat themselves, and grinning madly, Uzumaki especially. 1 2 3 4, I love the shinobi corps, I roar out, stepping up the group's pace a bit as I take lead, carefully listening to the footfalls of my trainees. 5 6 7 8, this torture will never abate. Come on already recruits, you should be thanking me for providing something to keep cadence on your run. Now get the chant started, I roar, and Uzumaki starts the chant, continuing it all the way to the training ground, a couple of kid-crafted clones of my hollow setup. My hollow can use all the abilities I can, albeit he's somewhat weaker, so kid clones aren't much trouble. There's plenty of physical training equipment and nice challenging courses to run my trainees through, along with other courses to make them run marked out or being marked out. Now what? Sir Uchiha asks after he catches his breath somewhat. Grab a drink from the stream at the edge of this training ground, recruits. Then 1000 push-ups and 1000 sit-ups await you. Get to it, I order, and they scramble to obey. 5 minutes later, they've started and I got the basics of their form corrected, so I decide to lecture them while they work. Recruit Uzumaki, what do the lot of you want to become? I ask him in a conversational tone. Sir, we want to become shinobi, sir, he replies, not breaking the rhythm he has set for his exercises. Yes, you want to become shinobi, I say. I assume that's true for all three of you, I continue, and receive affirmative responses from Uchiha and Haruno, the latter of which is panting in exhaustion after only 10 push-ups, having fallen to the ground and turned to lie on her back. Recruit Haruno, did I give you leave to rest? I scream at her. Sir, no sir, she replies, sneering at me. Okay recruit, you just got yourself special attention, I answer, my tone very satisfied, and Haruno pales while Uchiha and Uzumaki wince in sympathy. A moment later, I'm hauling Haruno to her feet and muttering the kitten chant to create a clone under my breath. You get to go for another 10-kilometer run, since you don't feel like doing push-ups right now. And hopefully you'll be in the mood when you get back, because you still get to do them, only you get another 500 added to the total, I say, and Haruno goes so pale she's almost see-through. Plus, since you're this energetic, I don't see any need for lunch to add to your energy so you can cause more trouble, do you? I ask her cheerfully. Sir, no sir, Uchiha replies in a very satisfied tone. Recruit Uchiha, focus on what you're doing, I snap, and he nods as my clone appears. Now go for a little run, Haruno. My clone is solid and it will keep you on the right course. See you in an hour, I snap, and throw her towards the trail I've picked out. She scrambles to her feet and starts running as my clone follows, by Acuri already sparking on his fingertips. Sir, what are we doing after lunch? Sir Uzumaki questions, and I hold out hope that he may be learning to be a halfway competent soldier already. Are we learning some super awesome ninjutsu, he asks, and my hopes vanish like the wind. Or some really cool stuff with swords like the ones you're carrying. Recruit Uzumaki, you aspire to be a shinobi, so we are not working on flashy ninjutsu or anything with swords, is that clear? I bark, trying to crush those thoughts from the start. Sir, yes sir, Uzumaki replies, looking crushed. If a shinobi has to resort to special techniques, they have failed their mission. Shinobi are supposed to be assassins. Quiet, unobtrusive, unseen, shadowy killers. Do flashy techniques go well with it? I ask sarcastically. Sir, no sir, Uchiha and Uzumaki reply. Flashy techniques should be your last resort. Swords should be your last resort. The techniques a shinobi should use most are poisoning the enemy's food, slipping a knife into their back while they're not expecting it, and cutting their throat while they're in a drugged sleep. Are ninjutsu needed for any of that? I ask. Sir, no sir, is the reply from my captive audience. Now, sometimes flashy ninjutsu usage is unavoidable. But seeing as you're brand new recruits who are called genin in the hopes that you might be inspired enough by that title to one day actually be worthy of it, you aren't going to be in those kinds of situations, I say kindly. It's my job to make sure you get the proper training, which means turning you into someone who won't disgrace the name shinobi, I continue. Well, it's actually my job to break you and make you decide to be civilians, but if you survive and don't break, I'll acknowledge that you might, someday, be worthy of being called genin. Now, what are the best weapons of the shinobi? Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and poison, Sir Uchiha replies, obviously having thought a bit about it. Right and wrong. Jinjutsu can be detected. It can be dispelled. If the target has shinobi guards, they'll feel the chakra usage, and then what happens? You're revealed, and you've lost your shot at doing the job right, no one having a clue who took out the target. On that subject, why in the name of Izanagi are you wearing your headbands? I ask furiously. Sir, to identify us as ninja of Konoha, Sir Uzumaki replies in a tone that says that he understands my question. Precisely. Now, if you're assassinating someone, or are captured trying to do so, and the target sees your headband, or a guard does, and they survive long enough to tell someone, or if they find it once you're captured, Konoha is going to have a hard time disavowing your actions, should it be politically necessary. Also, you're telling them which village to direct revenge at, I snarl. Understood, Sir Uchiha replies. Both are continuing their push-ups, having both gotten a tenth of the way done by now. Very good. Headbands are to be gone tomorrow. I don't want to see them. Once the 3 months are done and we return to Konoha, you can wear the things again, at least when you're not working. Now, you are going to be working on Taijutsu with me. You are going to be gotten into proper shape if I have to kill you trying. But you will not be learning flashy ninjutsu, I state flatly. Do that on your own time. And get killed on your own time. You are not allowed to waste my time, is that clear? I demand. Sir, yes, sir, the trainees chorus. Excellent. Now, what is a fair fight to a shinobi, given what I've told you about the job you've signed up to do? I ask of the recruits, kneeling in Caesar not far away from them and preparing to create another kitten clone to keep them working. Sir, a fair fight is something that should be avoided at all costs, Sir Ichigo replies, Uzumaki making a noise of agreement. Very good, recruits. But what is a shinobi's definition of a fair fight? And the words, fair fight as anyone except a shinobi uses them, are blasphemy, is that clear? I query the two. Clear, sir, they reply in unison. Sir, a shinobi's definition of a fair fight is a fight where you've poisoned the enemy, picked the battlefield, spent a week setting traps on the battlefield, killed off anyone who is going to help the enemy, and replaced them with imposters, and where you outnumber the enemy 10 to 1, with a substantial qualitative edge. Uzumaki replies, and I thank the kami for small miracles. Correct, recruit, I reply. Very good, that is indeed a shinobi's definition of a fair fight. Just remember, every shinobi lives by that definition, so you aren't getting any lesson in the great secrets of the world. Now, why I am wearing armor and carrying swords, recruit Ichigo, I ask him almost conversationally. Sir, two possibilities, Sir Ichigo replies. And they are, I ask almost hopefully, thanking Soifan for all the lessons on how ninja work and resolving to buy her dinner, all the sake she can drink, and have Yuruchi spend a few hours with her. 1. You're good enough that you can ignore the rules, he queries, and I nod hopefully. 2. Your armor is muffled so it doesn't compromise your stealth, your robes assisting in that, and your sword sheaths are similarly muffled, he continues. Both are true, recruit Ichigo, I reply cheerfully, happy that he's starting to get it. I hope the Anbu as the trees are taking notes. They need to brush up on their stealth and learn how to avoid being detected themselves, I say, and one of them falls out of the trees in shock, right in front of me. They've been following us ever since we left the village walls, and I took great pleasure in directing them into dangerous areas in the trees, such as right into an area where they leapt straight into beehives, or another incident where they leapt right into a den filled with man-eating bunny rabbits. I see one of them decided to drop and I say kindly, pointing him out as an example of what not to do when following someone covertly, muffled laughter coming from the recruits. You are a cruel, sadistic man, Sir, the Anbu, who wears a boar mask, groans. My name is Ichigo Yamamoto, but you can call me sir, I don't mind at all, I assure him, laughter inside as I see the bee stings and the tattered uniform from the previous incidents, among other things. The beehives were low. Acceptable, but low. Seriously, guiding us to leap headfirst into hives of bees, the Anbu complains. But the man-eating bunny rabbits that escaped the forest of death. That was below the belt, he continues. Those things go for the nuts first when trying to eat men, he continues, and I wince in sympathy along with the two recruits. And I don't think Jackal will ever recover his self-esteem. Setting up a tree to spring back and throw him into the occupied Kunoichi side of the bathhouse is one thing. Having a big sign appear after that with the words "I'm a trap" written on it in big colorful letters. That was very, very low, Yamamoto, he says as my recruits start laughing like hyenas, rolling on the ground convulsing from laughter. I know, a new voice says from the edge of the clearing, a tall man wearing similar gear to the Anbu and a dog mask, with gravity-defying silver hair, an eye patch, and an orange book in one hand, says as he walks over to me. He did pull out all the dirty tricks he could, didn't he, Boar, the man asks, and Boar nods frantically. I give it an 8, personally. The execution was great, but the work was a bit rushed, the dog-masked Anbu, who I assume is called Dog, says. I know. I did my best, but I could only do so much, I reply sorrowfully, and he nods in agreement. Missed opportunities to toughen these pansies up, I lament, and a tear rolls from Dog's eye. I know, Dog replies sadly. Thanks for agreeing last night to take my prospective team on. I know it's short notice, but you're doing me a massive favor, and I think you'll be good for them, Dog says, and Boar relaxes a bit. Glad to. You have my word, I'll toughen them up or kill them trying, I promise, and Dog nods. Good. Now, Genin, what do you say to the person who made sure you got the best sensei possible, he asks the recruits, and the response is reflex for the two. Sir, thank you, sir, they bark in reply, and Dog's eye shoots open in surprise. Sir, I think I like it, he muses, and turns to me. Well, don't let me stop the lecture you were giving. I think it was very enlightening for everyone here, he says. Okay. Sorry to say, Haruno will probably quit within a day. I'll need a replacement for her, one that isn't a fangirl for anyone. Any recommendations? I ask pleadingly, and Dog seems to think about it. Then he shakes his head. No one of appropriate rank to be my hapless victim of torturous training. Sorry, eager student who isn't a fangirl, I plead. There is a boy who is rather serious about Taijutsu and training. He can't use chakra, but he'd love to go through the training you have planned for this group, I think, Dog replies. Rock Lee. I'll arrange to trade him for Haruno if you want, he offers, and I nod enthusiastically. Just expect his current sensei, who's a Taijutsu maniac himself, to drop in and join your sessions, he warns. Acceptable. That team will be perfect, I think, I reply. Now, recruits, get back to work, I roar, and they resume the workout. Sir, what are your expectations of us? Sir Uzumaki asks once he gets halfway through. I'm glad you asked, Recruit Uzumaki. They're simple. When I'm awake, you're awake, or you get extra work. You'll be doing a minimum of 14 hours a day spent on improving yourself, and you're more likely to have 18-hour days and be collapsing and falling asleep immediately from exhaustion when I tell you to stop. Also, I reserve the right to wake you and make you work even more whenever I please. You are expected to be able to do that 20-kilometer run that you got for a warm-up in 1 hour and be perfectly able to get straight to work after it. Without the aid of chakra, I inform my recruits, who nod thoughtfully as they continue pushing themselves to finish their exercises. I expect you to work as a team whenever possible. If I have to push you to band together against me for your own safety, I can and will do so. And you'll probably even survive the experience, since this village has an excellent hospital, I say cheerfully, and they nod frantically. If you complete the basic 3-month training course, I will call you genin, not recruits, because then you'll actually be something approaching worthy of the name, though you'll only be lower tier genin, of course. Mido is going to get along with this guy all too well, Dog Boar says behind me. Yeah. And his student is going to love his new sensei, Dog replies. Then a screech rises from the woods, from almost a kilometer away, but still torturing our ears even here. I quit, Haruno screeches. I start cautiously hoping, and Uchiha stops his push-ups to look towards the woods with a sudden expression of hope and joy on his face. Even Sasuke isn't worth this. I quit. Uchiha looks like his birthday came early. Very well, Haruno. Get out of my sight, my clone roars right back. You are officially out of the shinobi training program. From now on, unless they approach you, I don't want you within a kilometer of my trainees. Fine then, Haruno screeches. Sasuke's love for me will make him quit as well, anyways. Is this really happening? Uchiha asks in a cautious tone, and I nod. She's really gone. She's going to stay away from me. Oh joyous day, he yells, reveling in his luck. I suddenly have a trainee attached to me and trying to crush my ribs through my armor, babbling thanks. Thank you, Yamamoto-sama, he says. This is the best gift anyone has ever given me, he wails, tears in his eyes. Get back to work, recruit. First tenet of any good instructor is simple. Can you guess what it is? I ask them as Uchiha returns to his work with a new will, seeming to have gotten his second wind. I'll ask you once the push-ups are done, think over it until then. Also, as a reward for enduring this far, you only have to do 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups, not 1,000 of each, I say, and Uzumaki stops the push-ups and moves to a sitting position as Uchiha finishes. Once Uchiha finishes, he starts doing cartwheels and expressing his joy to the world at the top of his lungs, and I silently stare, somewhat disconcerted by this. Uchiha even launches into a song which had its lyrics composed mere seconds ago, praising me for getting rid of the wickedest witch of them all. Sakura was a hopeless fangirl. She tried to jump him a dozen times in the last 3 days alone, Dog explains, and I nod, getting why Uchiha is so happy now. First rule of any good instructor, what is it, recruits? I bark once Uchiha finishes his song. Sir, we do not know, Sir, Uchiha replies at maximum volume, seeming to be a man with a new lease on life. Suffer not the fangirl to live, recruits, I explain. The fangirl is a great evil that must be fought wherever it is encountered. It comes with weakness. It comes with distraction. It comes with girls concerned solely with fashion and with dieting. The fangirl is a liability in combat. Wherever it appears, it must be fought, even if it costs your very lives to do so, I tell them, and Uchiha listens eagerly, taking notes in a notebook. Dog tossed him. The fangirl will try to distract you. It will try to divert you from the righteous course of training day in, day out to become the strongest you can possibly be. Destroy the fangirl, suffer not for it to live, I command. Sir, yes sir, Uchiha replies, saluting, tears in his eyes. Thank you for the sage advice, sir. That was a beautiful speech. Perfect. Informative. And it told us what to do when encountering that greatest of all evils, the fangirl. Glad to help, recruits. Now get to your sit-ups. We'll go over the many sins you can commit in combat while you do those. Then you get to forage for lunch. Any meat you get, I'll cook, I say generously. Luckily, I actually am a fairly good cook. Had to pick up the skill in case of a deployment like this. The recruits obey in an instant, Ichigo smiling broadly. I turn to the Anbu and see that all 8 of the ones I sensed, plus dog, are kneeling in front of me, heads bowed. Please, oh great sage, wise master who has surely gained enlightenment, instruct us in how to be rid of the evil known as the fangirl dog pleads. Some of mine have been replacing my Ichigo with yaoi to fulfill their sick fantasies. Please. Very well. Once I finish my lecture on the sins of combat, I will instruct you in how to be rid of the fangirl, I say calmly, and they rise and bow deeply to me. Recruits, what are the sins of combat? I bark at the trainees, who have caught their second wind. Sir, we have no clue, Sir Uzumaki replies immediately. Good. That means you don't have any wrong ideas about them yet, and hopefully no bad habits either. I don't expect you to have good habits. It's my job to teach you those, I explain. First sin is talking in combat. If you have the breath to talk, you should be using it in an attempt to kill your opponents, I tell them, and receive understanding nods. Second sin is explaining your techniques. If the enemy knows how you do something, it can be countered, I continue, and get another nod, the Anbu nodding in time, a couple taking notes, just as Ichigo and Uzumaki are doing, using notebooks dog apparently issued them. Third sin is announcing your attacks. If they know the attack you're about to use, the enemy may be able to counter it. However, if you announce one attack and use a completely different one, that's acceptable. Sir, yes sir, Ichigo replies, quickly taking my meaning. Fourth sin is simple. Not having the element of surprise when you attack your opponent. If they know you're about to attack, or worse, ambush you, you are going to be in a world of agony, should you be unlucky enough to survive, given how many punishment details you are going to get, I explain, and receive more nods. Fifth sin is not killing your opponent with the first attack. Surprise is a fleeting thing, after all, and not managing to eliminate your opponents with your first attack is excusable only if there are multiple opponents, or if they are much more skilled than you again, I get nods from my trainees. He certainly has a lot of knowledge on combat, Boar mutters, and another Anbu, this one wearing a jackal mask, elbows him. Be quiet, I'm trying to take notes, Jackal growls. Sixth sin is getting drawn into an extended fight. The more attacks it takes to kill the enemy, the more chance they have of getting lucky and killing you, I explain kindly, and receive frantic nods from Ichigo and Uzumaki. Seventh sin of the 10 major sins of combat is being predictable. If the enemy thinks you're a swordsman, trap him in illusions. If he thinks you're good with ninjutsu, kill him with ninjutsu. If he thinks you're going to face him in taijutsu, kill him with an arrow from a few hundred meters away, I explain. Predictability is death, am I clear? Or do you need further explanation, recruits, I ask sharply. Sir, you are clear, Sir Uzumaki replies, pushing himself even harder through his sit-ups. Eighth sin is using a technique or weapon you have not mastered or at least become proficient in using. A weapon you don't know how to use is an advantage for the enemy, I growl out, meaning to invoke the fear of my wrath in them before I send them on any mission. Ninth sin is hoping that a blow will bring down the enemy. Always make sure of the kill. Don't assume they can't survive. If there is any uncertainty, follow up the attack I order, and the Anbu are nodding in confirmation, trading anecdotes of how past enemies they thought were dead got up and nearly killed them. 10th and final sin for the moment is the biggest of them all. You ever commit that sin, you will wish you were dead, am I clear? My trainees nod, and I continue. 10th sin is making assumptions. If you're assigned to assassinate a civilian while they sleep and the path to them looks clear, assume that the way the path looks is a lie. Assume the path is trapped, the enemy knows you're there, and has made preparations including hiring guards. If something is worth doing, it's worth taking the extra time to take precautions about and do right, I explain. Hi, Yamamoto-san, Boar says, nodding as I finish my statement. Always take precautions, Genin Ichigo, Genin Uzumaki. Your sensei knows his job well, and if you listen to him, you'll do well as shinobi of Konoha. Those sins are all things that have gotten people killed, and avoiding them is vital if you want to have a long career. If you can't avoid them, quit now, he says. There are 3 ways to do things, recruits, I tell them. The wrong way, the marginally competent way, and my way, also known as the right way, I tell them calmly, in the tone of an instructor who hopes his students might one day, with a lot of work and luck, be worth something. Listen well, and someday you'll be good for more than meat shields. Sir, yes sir, they reply eagerly, now both almost halfway through the sit-ups. 2 of the Anbu left when I started listing the sins, and now they return with several dead rabbits and berries collected from the surrounding area, which is made up of many large trees of various types, the gaps between them filled with lush undergrowth, clearings dotted throughout the woods. One of which I'm taking advantage of. From the position of the sun, it looks to be about 3 in the afternoon, and I nod contently. Plenty of time to test my new trainees and see if I really can make them worth something. Now, finish your exercises, then take a bath in the stream. Modesty shouldn't mean anything to a shinobi. If surprised while sleeping, most civilians look for clothes. Shinobi should look for a blade. I will break you of the concept of modesty, I say, meaning every word. I will get you to the level where you could walk naked through Konoha without shame. Seduction, assassination, these things go hand in hand. Forget about honor. Honor is for samurai. Forget about modesty. Modesty is for civilians. You are shinobi. Killers in the night. The terror in the dreams of men. The shadows at the edge of your target's vision, which vanish when he tries to find them directly. Your weapons are fear, poison, stealth, treachery, ignorance, and practicality. Never reveal more than you must of your abilities. Sir, yes sir, Uzumaki replies, looking thoughtful. A good Hokage would rely on those as his main weapons, right? Not flashy ninjutsu. Correct. The Hokage is supposed to be two things. A good ninja and an administrator. Honestly, I'd suggest you aim to command Anbu or become the Jonin commander, as those two require ninja abilities, not civilian abilities. You don't need to be a Kage to get respect, and honestly, you're unlikely to see combat should you become Hokage. Paperwork is the lot of the Hokage. He sends his shinobi off to die, rather than being able to do much himself. Become a Jonin or Anbu member. Earn respect from your fellow shinobi. In your line of work, that's what matters, I tell him. Disregard the civilians. Their opinions don't matter. Am I clear, recruit, I demand. Sir, yes sir, Uzumaki responds, looking as if he has just set himself a new goal. I hear and obey, sir. Good. Now, there is an 11th major sin of combat. Attacking the enemy head-on. If you can avoid it, never do that. Hit them when they aren't expecting it, from behind. Glory isn't the aim. Killing the target is. Am I understood, I ask calmly. Sir, yes sir, Uchiha answers, finishing his sit-ups shortly after Uzumaki. Good. Dog, I trust I'll receive my third student, this Rock Lee, by 4 in the morning tomorrow, I ask. I get up then, and I'll expect my trainees to be up at that time. If he isn't here by then, inform him that he will be doing extra work. And recruits, this is the last day I go easy on you. Don't expect me to be this merciful tomorrow. I was going easy for Haruno's sake, after all. We won't ask you to go easy on us, Sir, Uzumaki tells me. Give us your worst. We can take it. Excellent. I look forward to you backing that statement up, recruit. If you make it through all 3 months, I'll get you a C rank mission or 3. As it is, you'll be running D ranks as well as training tomorrow. All missions will be outside the walls until I feel you won't embarrass me inside them. Now, let's eat, then you can start running through the obstacle courses I'm going to set up, I tell them, seeing that the Anbu who collected the food are cooking it. I'll go tell Lee and his sensei to report to you at 4 in the morning tomorrow. They get up to start exercising at that time anyways. I'm leaving these Anbu with you to assist in your training of these recruits, as they're getting the special treatment. Best sensei that could be found, and all that dog says, and walks away, leaving my trainees with odd looks on their faces. I turn and glare at the Anbu. Go easy on them and I'll make you wish you weren't born. I'm in charge here, is that understood, I ask. Yes, sir. Understood, Sir Boar responds. We're just here to reinforce your authority. Also, some of the other Jonin might throw a recruit or two your way for extra training, so we're here to help with that as well, he assures me. Good. Now, there's a lot to do, so let's stop wasting time. Recruit Uchiha, recruit Uzumaki, eat and let's continue, I order, and commit myself to their training. Well, hopefully this won't be boring, at least. Kakashi, why did you decide to back up this person who took over Team 7, the Hokage asks, the Anbu I met as dog standing in front of his desk, me behind Kakashi. In the spirit form I learned to take in the Grail War, which they apparently can't detect. The black-haired and bearded man in a Jonin vest and a black-haired woman in a mesh armor blouse covered by bandages, with only one sleeve on the blouse, also stand in front of the desk. I left a clone to keep my team going and followed Kakashi after my teammate, curious about what else he might get up to. I had a job in Demon Country not long ago guarding the invoking of a god. Only a minor one, but still a god, and I got a good read on its power. This person has the same type of power as that god, only much, much stronger. I suspect from the armor and swords that he may be Susanoo. I don't want to anger him unnecessarily, and he's teaching them to be useful anyways, Kakashi explains. You are sure that he is divine, the Hokage asks. I'm sure of it, at least the black-haired man says. Remember, I was in the Daemon's Guard and I went to a few temples, learned how to determine the true nature of things. He's divine alright, though I can't get a good fix on which god he is, and he's one of the major gods. Too powerful to be anything less than that, the man explains. Kakashi had me accompany him after I tested my team, and I got a very good look at him and his power when he was testing his genin. He's powerful, he's divine, and he'll do whatever he feels like doing. Most gods do, and mortals trying to get them to change their minds is a good recipe for suicide on the mortal's part. Remember, the Kikbi nearly destroyed us, and it was no trouble at all for a god to seal it away. And there was residue of that god's power left behind, which I've looked at. This one is stronger. Much, much stronger. I wouldn't be surprised if he was Izanagi, he finishes, and all three of them pale. You're absolutely positive about this, Asuma the Hokage asks the bearded man, and he nods grimly. You are correct. Konoha is rebuilding and cannot afford to anger a god. If the only thing his whims lead him to do is turn 3 genin into ninja in the old style, I will count us lucky, the Hokage decrees. The Anbu are to assist him in training the genin team he claimed for himself. If he shows an interest in training other genin, he may do so for as long as he likes. We have never, except possibly under the Shodai Hokage, been in any position to deny the will of the stronger gods. Mine are kami, more spirits than full divinities or demons, yes. Full gods, no. Demons can be sealed, even the strongest of them. Gods cannot, as was proved the one time someone summoned and tried to seal Susanoo. That turned into a disaster. Do not let him get bored. Try to keep his interests constructive. We will be properly, respectfully wary of him. In return, he will hopefully decide not to kill us all when he leaves to keep us from telling anyone of his manifestation, the Hokage, presumably the Sandaime from the carving on that monument of their orders. Am I understood? Sir, yes sir, Kakashi barks, then rubs the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, picked that up from Naruto and Sasuke. They're answering all his questions in that general format already. I start laughing at Kakashi's little habit, the woman, Asuma, and the Sandaime looking at him, as if the universe just decided to change a fundamental rule of existence. Can you hear that laughter, the woman asks suddenly, turning around to face me, knowing somehow that I'm present. What laughter, Kurenai the Sandaime asks, looking suspiciously at the air where I am. I shunpo behind him and materialize. I believe she heard me, I tell him, and have the satisfying view of all four going pale and the Hokage slowly turning to face me. Relax, I have no intent of amusing myself too much around here, I assure them. There are certain things I must do, and direct intervention is permitted when looking after someone chosen by fate for great deeds, I tell them. Naruto. He has the Kikbi no Yauko sealed within him, the Hokage says in a tone that says he just had a sudden realization. Perhaps. Am I obligated to answer any questions of yours, I ask, making it very clear who is the person in charge of this little conversation. I have a mission and a cover, and I will use my cover to the fullest. Of course not, Kakashi reassures me. Just wanted a little clarification, but you answer as you will. Naturally. Anyone who irritates me will be changed into the opposite gender from their own and left that way. Am I sufficiently clear, I request, and receive frantic nods from everyone in the room, including the Anbu who are supposedly hiding. More than sufficiently, Sir, Kakashi assures me, still nodding, now backing away from me slowly. Just 2 questions, which you may or may not answer, as you will, of course, he queries. 1. What irritates you, and 2. Who are you? I am currently restricting myself to 20% of my full power, that's a clue to my true strength. As for what irritates me, the sins of battle are among them, I say, then materialize the Naginata I summoned while astralized, drawing it forth from Kami's Amishim's treasury. It is richly decorated with jewels, designs of dragons being traced along the shaft in precious stones, and the same design being set in jewels on either side of the blade, which is decorated also with gold, silver, and platinum, the shaft of the spear inset with lapis lazuli, forming the constellations between the designs of the dragon. I astralize the spear once all in the office get a good look at it. I'm sure you have other things to do beside talk with us, the Sandaime says, pale enough to be considered transparent, voice shaking slightly. I nod, bow deeply, and astralize in a shower of black light. When they think I'm gone, the Sandaime lets his head fall to his desk. Well, at least we know which god is here. Kurenai tries to look on the bright side. Izanagi. If there's any more potent deity directly involved in the affairs of mortals, I can't guess who they might be. And he, the person who sired the majority of the gods, is directly involved with Naruto, the container of the most powerful demon ever to enter our world, the Hokage complains. Stay out of his way. If I hear of anyone irritating him, I'll have their head as an example. We do not need the most powerful god who bothers with mortals angry at us, he snarls. Kakashi, a list of these sins of battle are to be distributed. Also, does he have any orders for us? Or are we to be left guessing at his current motivations, the Hokage demands. 1. Try to get Kunoichi to stop being fangirls. He hates fangirls apparently. 2. Haruno Sakura is out of the shinobi program and isn't to get within a kilometer of anyone he's training. Also not to get within a kilometer of Uchiha Sasuke or Rock Lee. 3. Don't get in the way of his training of Naruto and Sasuke. Help, yes. Interfere, no. Also, Mido Guy and Rock Lee are to report to him at 4 in the morning tomorrow to join the training sessions he is holding. Rock Lee is now one of his trainees apparently, and Guy will love his training course. He makes the standard Anbu workout look a bit on the light side, Kakashi reports. Thanks be to Izanagi. Only serious Kunoichi, no more fangirls, Kurenai says happily, an evil smile on her face. Why is Haruno out of the program though? She quit 2.5 hours into the training or so. Said nothing was worth going through that training program, Kakashi explains. He got a fangirl to give up on her obsession, Kurenai asks, eyes sparkling. Kakashi nods warily and Kurenai seems to enter some paradise. I think I'm in love, she says, and I panic. I do not need this. I do not need this at all. Well, I've always said it would take personal intervention from Amaterasu to get a fangirl to give up. It looks like someone went above her head this time though, probably Uchiha. All of the Uchiha clan, those that survived Iwa's attempt to kill them off to weaken us anyways, are fairly religious. Itachi managed to hold them off, and that was actually the night he was to kill them to stop their coup attempt. But now, they feel the divine took a hand in their survival, granting them good fortune in that Itachi was already prepared to fight and have gotten religious. We're lucky Itachi survived long enough to be reinforced and gotten out of there, and that they gave up on the coup plans, seeing the Iwa attack as punishment and Itachi saving them as a second chance from the heavens. Wouldn't be odd for Sasuke to pray that Haruno would wash out, he's one of the most religious of them all. Odd for him to invoke Izanagi, but that might just have been the god who decided to answer, rather than the one invoked. After all, it was Izanagi who could grant the prayer in person. Should we tell Guy and those 3 genin who he really is, and what name is he using anyways, Asuma asks. Yamamoto Ichigo, and I think we should. Not like anything could make Sasuke's opinion of him higher, and honestly, that group needs to know why we're going to have them be extremely respectful of him, and why even the Hokage is wary, when so far as the world knows, he's only a Junin, Kakashi says, and nods come from the others. Very well. Let us try to avoid getting in too much trouble, and hope other gods don't decide to see what drew Izanagi's attention, the Hokage decides. Now, how did your teams do in their tests, Asuma, Kurenai, he asks. I know they passed, but how well did they do? We may need to throw them to Izanagi, so can they handle it? No, Kurenai replies. Uzumaki has nearly limitless stamina and Uchiha trains day in and day out to increase his physical fitness. Both are already at Anbu standards in terms of fitness, as is Rock Lee. Kiba is nowhere near their level, and he's the closest of the 3. There is no way that they'll manage that kind of training regimen, she says flatly. Same here. My team isn't in the kind of condition they would need to be to run the course he had his genin run. I couldn't be sure Ino and Shikamaru would survive a day with him, and Shinji wouldn't do so great either. He's trying to get them to levels where they can beat Junin without needing chakra for any enhancement. Even Rock Lee uses chakra for physical enhancement, but I think, with that regimen, that he might get them in good enough shape for that, Asuma declares. I see. Well, get them up to par. We have to try to keep our new genin somewhat on a similar level, or we get accusations of sending Junin to pose as genin for the Chunin exams, and that would be easy at the one happening in 6 months, the Hokage muses. We'll try. But Yamamoto doesn't seem to really get the idea that brand new genin can't be expected to do the same workout we'd expect of a veteran Anbu. He got lucky, getting the only team that could survive that Asuma reasons. Be your best. Dismiss the Sandaime tells them, and I leave, satisfied with my new information. I also plan to use their assumptions to my advantage. Apparently, bearing the title of Shinigami was enough for this world to call me divine, and I just happen to be able to access the spear of Izanagi, and I have the power to back up their assumptions. With Hineko and Nijibana, creating new landmasses isn't too hard. A bit of Kidman possibly using others Zanpakuto for detail work, and I have a flourishing new island, continent, or whatever I feel like making. As I arrive at a temple to Izanagi a few hours later, while exploring this village, which is near the edges of a district with a fan insignia the same as that on Sasuke's shirt painted on every house, I stop to pay my respects, and a voice speaks in my head. Ah, amusement at last. I do not mind you using my identity, just keep things amusing, the voice says. Izanagi, I presume I reply. I am not too surprised by the identity of the one contacting me, if it is him. There are formalities to observe now that I've been mistaken for him, after all. Correct. I really do not mind you using my name at all. We're fairly similar in power levels after all, providing you use one of your more powerful Tenkai, you're here to get rid of several annoyances I'd otherwise have to deal with, and that Uzumaki is marked for great things by fate, so intervention is required there, and if you provide it, I don't have to. Plus, you have my spear and will keep things entertaining, and I haven't had any entertainment in millennia, Izanagi complains. Glad to assist. I needed a cover, I now have one available, and entertaining for you might very well be entertaining for me. You mind if I draw on part of the power provided by worship to you? It would be odd if my power wasn't felt to increase, however slightly, when the shinobi here knew sacrifices were being made unto Izanagi, after all, I query respectfully. Not at all. Honestly, have it and be welcome. I'm planning to vacation among the humans for a few centuries and won't need the majority of my power, anyways. And worship has gotten irritating by now, so if you could see your way clear to helping me out, spending a couple of decades every century, by our time, here, I'd be grateful. Izanagi requests. Very well. I wouldn't be spending much time, in Sirite terms, here. And it wouldn't be too much trouble, I suppose. I agree. Excellent. 500 years of no cosmic responsibilities, here I come. Izanagi calls gleefully. It only takes 1 year every century to get them all done, pick any year you want. The rest of the time, it's pure boredom, and I don't get to go among the mortals unless I can find someone to help me out like you are. Izanagi explains. And I can't even grant prayers unless Amaterasu approves it, since she is the one who mostly took over ruling from me, he complains. I see. Well, I take it I don't have those limitations, I ask, already having thoughts for what I can do with the authority of a god in my hands. So many possibilities for getting Uzumaki and Uchiha into something resembling decent shape. I grin evilly. Correct. And the bulk of power is available to you, as I won't need it while I'm on vacation, Izanagi says. You also get my celestial palace, legions of minor spirits to serve you, and a lot of powers you don't have normally, though you could probably make reasonable copies of them, among them teleportation that can be invoked at a thought, and turning irritants into animals, he informs me. Ah, such a relief to have the traditional package of divine abilities at my disposal. Now how to use them, I wonder. That's your problem, I'm gone. Talk to you later, and please try to get Izanami back to the way she was before she entered Yomi. Given your natural authority over death, you can actually do so. You have the authority to revoke the death of another, provided their soul hasn't been banished to the pits of hell or been eaten, and neither applies to Izanami, and with my power, you have the strength to do so at your disposal, Izanagi explains. It's a simple invocation. Simply say I, acting in Izanagi's name and under my natural authority as the Shinigami, invoke my right to revoke the death of Izanami, he says. Resurrecting someone else, just change the name. Understood, I reply and materialize, setting up a kitten to prevent anyone from hearing what I will say next. There is no one in the shrine, I confirm with a brief pulse of Ryatsu. I, acting in Izanagi's name and under my natural authority as the Shinigami, invoke my right to revoke the death of Izanami, I declare, and power rushes through me, the now available might of Izanagi at my disposal. I have only felt this strong when I used Kai no Ti no Megami's Tenkai, and even then, I would have had to unseal to 100% of my power to match this. A dark mist appears in front of me, forming into a pillar before me. The pillar fades after a moment, and a beautiful dark-haired woman stands before me, clad in a black kimono with cherry blossom designs upon it. She is slender, her hair shining in the faint light of the moon that has now risen, and somewhat shorter than me. Izanami, I presume I query, and she nods, raising her head. I step forward, and she slumps, nearly falling to the ground. I manage to catch her, and quietly decide to stay here, rather than bother with her waking up while in transit to another secure location. I kneel, holding her in my arms, calmly awaiting her waking, which happens roughly around midnight. My kitten clone can deal with any matters that arise until I'm done dealing with her, so I decide that I can afford to take as much time as I need. Where am I? She asks in a voice that sounds like music, resonating with power. The world of the living. I resurrected you, I inform her, seeing no need to pull my blows. She probably remembers her time in the world of the dead, and if she doesn't, no need to try some fancy story which will fall apart. I see, she says. We are sitting in front of the main shrines, on a wooden porch made from oak. Around us, cherry trees are planted at the edges of the plot of ground upon which the shrine is built, warded as holy land. The full moon shines brightly tonight, and I feel it welcomes the return of Izanagi to the living. This setting is indeed a peaceful one. Where is Izanagi? I don't know, and I probably won't find out anytime soon, I reply quietly. Why not? And who are you? Izanami asks, and I sigh at the barrage of questions. Am I going to have to return to the realm of the dead? What are your intentions for me? She continues. I have no intentions for you, you aren't returning to the realm of the dead. My name is Yamamoto Ichigo, I am a Shinigami Teichm of the Sirite Guard, and Izanagi is on vacation, leaving me with the majority of his power, a request to resurrect you, and absolutely no idea how to find him, nor am I particularly interested in doing so. I have my own job to do, and it doesn't involve tracking down deities. I only accepted his request to act in his role for a few hundred years, because 1, it doesn't consume much time relative in the Sirite, which I'll return to for most of the time each century by this world's time, 2, because it gave me a useful cover, and 3, because I didn't really feel like refusing. None of those things apply if you ask me to find him, which I have a feeling would take me a long time, shatter my cover to bits, and I feel like refusing anyways, because it would interfere with my job, I explain. Of course. Izanagi was always trying to leave some other god or mortal with his responsibilities and powers so he could go have fun. But this is the first time he succeeded, so far as I know, Izanami reminisces. I do not know how to conceal my identity from mortals who know how to look, and Izanagi and I were split apart by death, it appears, she says quietly, sorrowfully. I tried desperately to keep myself from comforting her. I do not need an ancient goddess added to the list of women I have to deal with, even if only temporarily. I sigh. Well, what are you going to do? Return to your divine realm, await Izanagi's return, I ask almost hopefully. No, she says, and I cautiously await her next words. Two divine laws apply in this case. The first relates to my bonding to Izanagi. Upon the death of either divinity in such a bonding, and I feel now that I have returned to life after an age of absence from it, both are released from the bond. The second is that should a god or goddess be rescued from Yomi by one of the other gender, then until the death of their rescuer, that god or goddess is bonded and subordinate to them. Izanami continues, and I still in utter horror. She cannot mean what I think she means, can she? You are immortal, unless slain by one of sufficient power to truly kill you, like all your kind, the Shinigami of the Gate 13. I am thus yours for all eternity, my husband, she says, and I glare at the skies. Izanagi set me up. No, it wasn't Izanagi. Probably. But who would enjoy setting me up this way and know of me? Wait. Oh, no. Not him. I was exposed to the attentions of Kishore Zelrich Schweiner when summoned by his magic through the grail he helped make, and this is exactly his sense of humor. I silently vow to kill the first version of Zelrich I meet. Damn you, Zelrich. I see is what I say, no matter how much I want to scream curses upon Zelrich's name, call his ancestry into severe question, vow a terrible vengeance, swear to hunt the vampire down wherever and whenever he hides, and immediately set upon doing so for the purpose of killing him, slowly, painfully, and in a manner that will give Kuretsuchi nightmares. I see your memories and your past troubles. I am sorry, but the law binds even me, Izanami says gently. I'll manage. Now, there's work to do. I need to find Yuichiro, I say. I was looking for her while I explored the village, seeing the signs of her passage. She found a candy shop and then wreaked havoc. The Hokage monument is painted pink, the Hokage tower resembles a giant flower, thanks to her sense of art. Every single hospital bed was filled, and more patients waited at the doors, and the man-eating bunny rabbits I found out about earlier were apparently considered cute, and a closed basket of them delivered to every person in the village. This is going to be a long 10 years if I have to keep her under control. Very long indeed. Izanami asks quietly. A moment later, summoned by the sound of her name, Yuichiro appears. Ichi-chan, she greets me cheerfully and leaps onto my shoulder, clutching onto my armor. I heard you got to train a whole bunch of people today. Can I help you train them tomorrow, she asks happily. And what am I supposed to call you, she asks seriously, actually acting like a lieutenant of the Sirite Guard for a moment. The people here know me as Izanagi presumably. They assume that to be my identity, and I'm in no hurry to disabuse them. But continue with your usual name for me, in case they're trying to keep things looking normal. If anyone who wears a headband with a leaf symbol on it asks, just say you're my lieutenant, whose job is to keep me amused, I instruct. Okay, Ichi-chan, she answers affirmatively. I'll stay with you all the time from now on. Good. It will make less trouble for me, I say in relief, and Yuichiro nods happily, ripping my helm from my head and letting my orange hair cascade down my back. Is she your daughter, Izanami asks quietly, and I shake my head. No time yet to have children. I'm young for a Shinigami, and I've been kept busy. There are possibilities in the future, but none yet. However, if you wish to call her daughter, I have no objections. I like Yuichiro, we get along well, and it would bring me no shame to call her my daughter, I muse. Yuichiro, do you object? Nope, she says happily. You'll really let me call you father, she asks. Yes. Just try not to embarrass me when you're fighting, and I'll overlook any other mayhem I decide, and lock things in stone. Yuichiro, now that she has it in her mind that I'm her father, and being about to reinforce it for 10 years, will never let the matter go. Okay, father, Yuichiro chirps joyously. It appears we have a daughter, husband, Izanami addresses me, and I wince at her choice of title for me. Call me Ichigo. I need to adjust to being called husband if I'm going to be, as this is more than a little surprising for me, I request of her, as she rolls from my arms and moves to kneel and sees it facing me. Of course, Ichigo, she says kindly. I apologize for Izanagi, she says somewhat sorrowfully, and I move to stop her before things go bad. Don't treat this as your fault. It isn't. Izanagi is the one to blame, possibly. If not him, then have you ever heard of a man named Kishore Zelrich Schweiner, I ask, and receive a nod from the one who is apparently my new wife. At least Yamajiji can't complain. I got someone powerful enough to ensure a strong legacy, which he's concerned with. Neither Karen or Yuzu will ever bear Shinigami children, no matter which world they're in or who the father is. I am the only one who can carry on the blood of the Yamamoto, the clan that founded the Sirite Guard, built the Sirite, built the Rukongai, defeated and sealed the ancient rulers of Wako Mundo, defeated and sealed the entity who crafted hell as his own personal realm. Who was equal in power to the Spirit King, who defeated the Quincy and sealed their leader away. We have a proud heritage, and it must continue. So at least Zelrich helped there with his stunt. I might go slightly easier on him when I'm killing him slowly and painfully. But only slightly. I have Izanami confirms. He is most amusing, and a friend to Izanagi. You suspect his involvement, she asks. Yes, I respond, certainty in my voice. I suspect his involvement. He knows of me, has exactly the kind of sense of humor that would drive him to set this up, and has the chance to do so, apparently I complain. True on all counts. My thanks really must go to him for my resurrection and new husband, Izanami says. I won't stand beside a weakling. If you're calling me husband, I want you able to fight. I have enemies, and I can't afford weaknesses. So, can you get yourself in physical shape to fight, I ask of her. I am immensely powerful, but the Royal Guard are still stronger, and weaknesses cannot be afforded when I'm dealing with them. Yes. I am quite capable of matching your physical capabilities, Ichigo Izanami reassures me. I am a goddess, and I am physically strong enough to match you naturally. And you are much stronger than you think. This Royal Guard has power with their higher states of Zanpakuto release, but you are able to match those states of release, or will be able to soon. Also, Izanagi was incorrect when he assessed your power. You are capable of matching him if your inner hollow reached its second highest stage of evolution, that of Angel Kaido, became an Arankar, and you entered the 9th stage of Resurrection, while using the 10th stage of your Kai no Ti no Megami's release, and unsealing to your full power. He just assumed you could already do that, and you didn't need much of his strength to act with his authority. However, at full strength, you are able to match any god besides me in combat, and I will spend these years in this world, helping you reach your fullest power, as with my aid, you will become able to stand the strain on your body from such power, far more easily, she assures me. And I pale slightly as Izanagi's full power level is revealed. He is a primordial god, and he can definitely back it up. My thanks, Izanami-chan, I say, rising from my kneeling position. Now, I need to go get some sleep. Why, Izanami asks, rising as well, armor similar to mine appearing on her below her kimono. I have to train some new students of mine tomorrow, and they are getting woken up in 3.5 hours. I need a bit of sleep before then, I reply. I understand. I will wake you when it is time. I am not leaving your side, and be not discouraged by Izanagi's strength. You can match it at the moment after all, until he ends his vacation from his duty, she says, and my confidence is somewhat restored. At least there is that to console me. And I'll spend these 10 years training, and return home with a wife who may very well be able to beat the Spirit King, enough power to do the same, the secrets of how to attain the higher releases to spread to the entire Sirite Guard, and probably, if Zelrich is involved, and this is just the first sampling of the trouble he intends to make. And if the trait of mind that manifested as the noble phantasm attraction of power manifests again, probably several more females to add to my trouble. I curse Zelrich just in case. Then let's go. Tomorrow, we start your physical training. I'll be pushing myself to grow stronger, and I doubt you've ever done any serious physical training, correct, I ask, and she nods. Then you will be doing physical training soon. You are not allowed to rely on your natural physical abilities, which are fueled by divine power that might need to be sealed to some degree, depending on where we are, I say. Of course. You are physically stronger than I am, and faster. I come close, but improvement would be good, Izanami replies as we vanish, reappearing by the wooden house one of the 8 Anbu helping me train my new students created. Izanami looks at it, waves her hand, and the beds become much more lavish for all but the trainees, and each person gets their own private room. Let's get some sleep, Yuichiro, I say to the young girl, and she leaps from my shoulder, heading for the room to the left of mine, which has a plaque with her name on it. My room has the names Yamamoto Ichigo and Izanami no Mikoto on it, and I sigh and accept reality. I need to sleep, Izanami, so there had better be 2 beds in there, I say, and she nods in confirmation. There are. There is no hurry to seal things between us, Ichigo, she assures me. Very well. Now let's get to sleep, I say, and suit actions to words only a few minutes later. While I sleep, I enter the realms of my Zanpakuto. Hello, Ichigo, I am greeted as I come to full consciousness within my inner world. I am lying beneath Zanpakuto's cherry trees, the sunshine on my face. Zanpakuto, I reply, greeting one of my favorite Zanpakuto. I haven't used her much recently, but I have managed to spend time in my inner world with her, at least. It is good to be in this world. There are no grand threats to oppose you, simply more mundane foes, as most others will avoid you with this power you can access while in this world, she says. will you make me a promise, Ichigo? Of course, I answer without hesitating. I know you must use Zanka no Tachi once monthly, at least release his Bankai, even if not use it. But will you, if not overly pressed, forswear the use of Kai no Ti no Megami and Raijin Jaka, so others may have a chance at fighting alongside you, she asks me pleadingly, and I stand, reaching out one hand and brushing away the locks of hair that have fallen across her face. Yes. I have the chance, and you deserve it, I reply. Thank you. For all of us, thank you. Now, there is much to do. All of your Zanpakuto wish to speak with you. The newest have to instruct you on Shikai after all, Sanbonzakura says happily, and I follow her to Suzumushi's realm, where the stars shine down upon all of my Zanpakuto spirits, who have gathered around several tables that were apparently manifested by Suzumushi. But Sake and food awaiting. I fall into conversation with them, spending much time getting to know my newest Zanpakuto, reaffirming relationships with older Zanpakuto, training to use my new Zanpakuto with the spirits of those blades, brushing up on the techniques I already know, and learning some new techniques to add to my arsenal. All told, the next several hours, as I experience time in my inner world, at least, are spent cheerfully and profitably, Yuichiro and her Zanpakuto, finding the well-trodden path into my inner world a short time into the party and joining in, bringing both joy and mayhem to the celebration. It is good to see you, Ichigo-sama. Suzumushi greets me after about 6 hours of revelry. Time is meaningless in the inner world, with me able to spend days here, and but a second will pass in the waking world. Do you like the stars, she asks, and I look up. Among the constellations I'm familiar with is a new one, which has stars in an arrangement that doesn't just suggest a picture, they scream it exists. An orange mane of hair upon an armored samurai with blade in hand, many more blades at his side and upon his back. The other hand is raised as if to cast Hado 4 or Hado 88, blue stars haloing it. Very amusing, Suzumushi, I answer, laughing at her antics. It has been too long. Do you care for a game of shogi while we drink, perhaps, I ask, creating a board and summoning a jug of sake, 2 bowls flying over to me. Of course, it will be a pleasure to play with you, Suzumushi replies, and we sit as I set up the board, giving her the first move. I end the game 3 hours later with a promoted rook, my king, a promoted pawn and a gold general, while Suzumushi has her king alone remaining. We drained the jug of sake during the game, and our conversation was rather lively, stretching from philosophy to her exultation over Tausen's death to the idea of introducing Sanbonzakura and Izanami. I feel the two would get along quite well given the chance, based on what I've seen so far. Once the conversation ends, shortly after the game does, so no Shirayuki drags me away to dance, her footsteps frosting the ground wherever they touch, snowflakes swirling around her. How could I have forgotten you, Ichigo, she asks mere moments after we start dancing. It was Muramasa's work, not yours, so no Shirayuki, I answer calmly, taking the lead for a moment and calling upon her powers, the powers that suffused me and which I've grown to know so well now that I've achieved Tenkai. My armor vanishes, leaving my robes behind, and my now bare feet move more lightly than my bulk suggests, I spreading from them. There is no reason I cannot match the lightness of Sode no Shirayuki's step, for I am not only the nearly invincible engine of destruction that the powers of Kai no Ti no Megami allow me to become, but a dancer and an artist of battle. The strength of my step depends on the temper of my blade in the dance of death, and no matter how light my step, I am always deadly. Speak not of that. I still was lured from you, stolen and made to forget this, she says, gesturing at the gathering of my Zanpakuto, the wide assortment of realms, the inner world that is the shape of my soul. You are my beloved master, who took me in, gave me a home after Rukia left me to uselessness. This is my home now, not her soul. Your other Zanpakuto have become my family, and you have gone further than Rukia ever would have. You dance eagerly with me, your step light in spite of the fearsome power the bulk of your body exudes. Look at yourself, she says, creating an immense mirror of ice. I have grown, I notice. I am roughly halfway between Zaraki and Sajin in height, towering at nearly 250 centimeters in height. I appear to be made from iron hard muscle, every single gram of fat gone from my body. Light scars from wounds taken either in battle or while sparring decorate my body, every single one sharply defined against my skin, which has somehow tanned, becoming darker, the color becoming some mix between bronze and gold. My orange hair has darkened substantially, now a mix of orange and red, rather than the pale orange it was before. Every single muscle is sharply defined, and every single limb is under perfect control. I am a warrior born, and my body knows this. You see? You are immense, your bulk massive. You are more like your friend Sajin than you were before, and yet you are still able to dance, learning to indulge me. Rukia was no dancer. She would never make such an effort. The very thought that I could be forced to abandon you again tears at my heart, Ichigo Sode no Shirayuki laments. I am indeed bulky, my muscles not so immense as to be considered obscene, but still extremely visible, and my shoulders having grown broader, the rest of my body following. I am very nearly built along the lines of Sajin now, and yet I may still dance. Never again. I will never be parted from you again. Take whatever you want from me. I am yours, Ichigo. Everything I am is yours, for you are the fire that warms my cold heart, the heart of winter, she tells me, and I fall into the dance, giving myself over to the revel. The howls of wolves fill the air as the minions of Fenris join us, and all of my Zanpakuto are drawn, in some fashion or another, into the wild dance, as what we truly are is unleashed. I see them and recognize them for myself in the time following, which could never be measured. It should never be measured, for to assign such a petty thing as time to that dance, where the souls of myself and Sode no Shirayuki are expressed and become as one, would be an insult beyond words. Eventually though, as it must, the dance ends. My companions, my friends, my Zanpakuto, those born of the souls of others but who have come to me, this I swear, as you have sworn. All that is mine is yours. Your friends are my friends. Your foes are my foes. All that you are is mine, and all that I am is yours. We are many and we are one, and this bond will never again be parted, I vow. So it is spoken, so it is true, so it is done, so no Shirayuki whispers. We are in her realm, on the wide, icy plain. We are yours, and you are ours, Suzumushi agrees, stepping beside me, brushing her hand over my hair. So no Shirayuki lies in my arms, the snow accenting her beauty, and I find perfect peace in this moment. The pack is never apart. The pack is many, and yet it is one, Fenris agrees, all the forms of its spirit speaking in unison. You lead our pack, and so we are yours, Ichigo. And you are ours, Excalibur continues, the armor the spirit wore having vanished to reveal a woman very much resembling Arturia. The king belongs to his subjects. His subjects belong to the king, Kami's Amisham states. Both belong to each other, never to be separated. What foolishness for any to think they may part us. The swordsman belongs to the blade he wields, for he has dedicated his life to it, and the blade belongs to the swordsman, for it has dedicated its will to the dreams of the swordsman, Zarok grudgingly admits. We know each other too well now to hate each other. We are the same being, put simply, and for us to hate each other is an impossibility. Such crude limits are put on our state of release, but nonetheless there are stages to our power, as our souls grow closer together, Sambansakura states. And you may unleash each. To deny you what you truly are is beyond any now. To challenge you would be worthless. The challenge is there to make us grow closer together. I would never have thought you would come so far, having so many Zanpakuto, Zangetsu says. I thought you would never progress beyond Shikai, never find the path to becoming one with us. As did we all, Raijin Jaka growls. But having many blades hindered you not, I and Noburtu declares. Rather, bearing steel of many tempers advanced your cause, Kai no Tino, Megami fiercely declares, a wild, insane joy in her eyes, her every muscle tensed for battle, and yet relaxed as if she is at peace. Many notes combined into a grand symphony of steel, Shinigami no Yuta says. Each different, like the falling snowflakes, Hyorimaru says. Yet you persevered, and the single snowflakes combined, becoming a blizzard. A fierce storm to sweep away all foes. The tide which will never abate. An ocean of power. Not many lakes, coming together at times for a common cause, but a mighty ocean, Najibana says proudly. The release of hollow blades, the release of Shinigami blades, what difference is there, Murcielago questions. There is none. Such distinction matters no more to you. Perhaps the power of your inner hollow yet needs to advance through the forms, but that is formality. You are beyond challenge. It would be meaningless. The challenge for each state is meant to teach you about us over the course of years, and yet in a single night, you have seen into our core. You have no power alone anymore, and neither do we. All of us act in concert, as one. Our power is one mighty ocean, which will destroy your foes. Your aspect of death is not rage. It is not solitude, or emptiness, or sacrifice. If anything, it is blades. You are the sum of your Zanpakuto and yourself, combined as one. You are good. You are evil. You are Shinigami. You are hollow. You are Quincy. Before you became a Shinigami, true, Zangetsu was the manifestation of your Quincy abilities. But once you left life and embraced death, he became what he is now. The spirit of the dark moon matured into your guardian. You are blades. You are light and darkness both. Simply, your aspect is death itself, just as it is blades. A blade is good and evil. Light and dark. Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, all three use blades in some form, for something. All are connected to death. The Quincy have their release as well, and you will learn it in time, Ichigo Murcielago finishes. I know you all, and I am you all, and I belong to you all. What are names to such as us, I query rhetorically. Nothing, Ruriro Kujaku replies. Our names are yours. Your name is ours. Call, and we are there. Command, and we obey. You are our master, our partner, our self. Never forget that, he says quietly. Your understanding is complete. We will never be parted, Ichigo so no Shirayuki says. I wanted this. I wanted our souls to know each other so well they became one, and for all of us to know each that well. We can't hide anymore. We know who we are, what we are. To part any of us from you would be impossible. Our souls are too far intertwined, she says happily. I know you wanted this. I know what has happened, and I rejoice, I reply. I agree with so no Shirayuki, Muramasa says. And with all the others, meaningless as agreement may be. You can tell after all. But I still am the best qualified to evaluate what has happened. We are inseparable now. Death has no more meaning. Should you die, you will be reincarnated, and we will follow you. Your form as a soul will remain the same, and shape your body, no matter who gives you birth. Your personality will be the same, and you will remember us. Nothing can destroy your soul now. Not with what you have become. Kikm explains what no longer needs explaining. It's obvious to me. We're just saying this for the sake of recognizing it. You're Shinigami. You were not granted the higher releases by the Spirit King, you found them within yourself. Now others may follow you to them. Minazuki continues the litany. Your hollow Ira growls. Resurrection in all its stages is your birthright, now claimed. Others may tread in your footsteps. This moment ends now, but we stay together forever. Hineko finishes, and I am released from my inner world. I enter full sleep mere moments after leaving my inner world, eventually waking at 3:30 in the morning to prepare for the training of the day. I decide to remove my armor and simply wear the sheaths of my blades, preferring to show my trainees the kind of muscle they'll have one day if they train as hard as I do. When I walk out, my feet bare, moving silently over the wooden floor, I find the Anbu assigned to help me train Uzumaki and Uchiha sitting on the floor, talking with a pair of women, one with dark violet hair and the other with black hair. All of them appear not to notice me, and I stand at the door, unwilling to disrupt their conversation. The purple-haired one wears a cat mask, and the other a snake mask, and both are in full Anbu gear. So what is this guy like? The black-haired woman asks. He's ironed to the core. Pushes his trainees hard, pushes himself harder. Put himself through nearly 5 times the work they did yesterday on their run setting up traps for us, and then worked even harder while he tested them. Eventually found them fit for training, but they both collapsed from exhaustion when he said they could stop a tiger mask. Anbu replies. The one who created the wood house yesterday. The others wear the masks of a boar, a jackal, a hawk, a lion, a raven, a shark, and a monkey. All in all, Anko Yamamoto is someone who doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. He'll get his job done or die trying, and he'll be hard to kill. I see, the purple-haired woman says, nodding. What do you see? Ikao Anko asks. I see the kind of person he is. Uncompromising, doesn't bend or break. Does things his way or not at all, and goes straight ahead unconcerned with the opinions of others. An honest man who won't give in, no matter the odds. A person I'd really like to get to know. Yuga replies calmly, her body language signaling that she is curious. What about your relationship with Hayate? Anko asks. Or did you mean in a different way? You have a dirty mind, Anko Ikao chides her. Hayate broke it off between us. He doesn't have more than a couple years left with his illness. He's going to proctor the Chunin exams, then get a mission that will let him go out in glory. He said that before he dies, he wants to see me starting to find happiness with someone else. He'll be unable to leave his bed in a year, maybe a little more, and that's his last request of me. I think Yamamoto and I could get along well, and I want to grant Hayate's last wish because he's been my friend for a long time, and seeing him die without his wish granted would be devastating for him and for me, Ikao explains. Well, who is that at the door? Anko asks, and I step forward as they turn to me. She removes her mask and slowly looks at me, practically undressing me with her eyes. Ichigo Yamamoto, I reply to her query, and she nods slowly. I fully approve, Ikao, so long as you don't mind sharing. Finding someone who manages to keep himself in that kind of shape and look that good is not something I thought was possible, and if you are right about his personality, he's perfect, Anko says. You'll help me keep others off of him? Ikao asks, receiving a nod from Anko immediately. Deal. I can hear you, I say, gentle amusement in my tone, and the 8 Anbu Anko and Ikao were talking to start laughing. Maybe make your plans when I'm not around to hear them, I suggest, and Ikao nods. My plans extend to you, me, a room, and a lot of sake, Anko says, and I laugh in reply. Quite direct, I state. Are all kunoichi like you? I ask, beginning my stretches, Anko's eyes staying fixed on me. Or are some modest, at least outside of work? I continue, hoping for the latter. Most are more modest. Anko is a special case, Ikao answers me. Would you mind going to get some tea later and talking? She asks hopefully, blushing slightly as she removes her mask. Not at all. It would be a pleasure, I answer, moving to stand on the fingertips of one hand, then doing vertical push-ups while still standing on the fingertips of one hand, the other hand tucked behind my back, robes carefully secured so they don't succumb to gravity and tangle me up. I'm more of a sake person, but tea is fine as well, I say. I know a decent bar we could go to afterwards. Serves quality sake, the stuff for refined people Ichigo offers. Sounds great. We go at noon, then I ask, and she nods as I move onto 3 fingers of one hand holding me up while I do vertical push-ups. Good. Now, I have a warm-up to complete, so please wake the trainees, or Hawk, I request. Sir, yes sir, Hawk replies. However, Hawk's voice isn't that of a male. I raise my eyes slightly to look at her and see that the Anbu I assume to be male is actually female, and that Hawk's eyes are also trained on me as she gets up. Curse full body concealing armor to the hell it was invented in, she mutters. Why the hell does he have to hide the muscles he's worked hard for? Maybe to keep the fangirls off, she muses, still looking at me even as she heads to Uzumaki's door. That must be it. So I can start getting rid of the fangirls for him, and then maybe I can actually find a male who can actually keep up with me and bring me down from my adrenaline high when I get back from mission, she says, and I curse Zelrich in the strongest terms possible. Now that I check, I see Shark is also a woman and her eyes are also locked on me. Why did I have to be sent here again? Uchiha, time to get up, Bor says, kneeling at Uchiha's side, who complains in his sleep. Your sensei is awake, Bor says, and Uchiha shoots up, suddenly fully awake and ready to go. Hawk goes the simpler route of hauling Uzumaki out of his bed and carrying him out of his room, using one hand to hold onto his jumpsuit, shaking him violently. Sir, we are awake, Sir, Uchiha shouts, coming to his feet quickly. Then he sees what I'm doing. Who questions, Uzumaki says, from his place in Hawk's iron grasp, which she releases absent-mindedly, letting him fall to the floor with a thud. 1. How do you do vertical push-ups on 3 fingers? I surprise them by suddenly lowering my body even further, then forcing it up, springing into the air and landing on the fingertips of my other hand. I start noting details of the house, which basically has 12 bedrooms, 1 for each recruit, 1 for each Anbu, 1 for me, and 1 for Yuichiro. The entire house has 13 rooms, 1 main hall with doors at one end, leading to mine and Yuichiro's rooms, and doors all along the sides to the other rooms, Uchiha's room being on the middle of the left side, and Uzumaki's room being on the middle of the right side. There are no separations in the floor indicating boards exist, making it look like a tree grew this way naturally, which I assume is something like what happened. I do a slow set of 10 vertical push-ups on the hand I switch to, then switch again 10 repetitions later, repeating the process several times before Uzumaki speaks again. 2. How do you fit that much muscle on a human body, he asks. I don't know, Uchiha replies as Uzumaki finally gets to his feet. But think about it. He got this strong training this way. So if we train the same way, we'll look like that eventually, Uzumaki asks incredulously, and I nod in affirmation of his statement. He looks like he doesn't even need armor. He has muscle to take its place. You look like that in time as well, I reply, and Uzumaki looks like he's just entered a daydream. Work hard and you might make something halfway resembling, if no one looks too closely, of course, Ejimnin, I say. I've upped my expectations of you. Also, Yuichiro is going to be helping me. She may look like a child, but trust me, she isn't. She spread mayhem in Konoha yesterday. Among other things, she delivered a basket of those apparently cute man-eating bunny rabbits to every person in Konoha, I tell them, and see everyone, even the Anbu, blanch. Underestimate her at your peril. She is small enough to ride on my shoulder and acts like a child, but her definition of play is all-out bloody fight to the bitter end and painful death, and she plays a lot. I tell them, and Uzumaki shivers. Got it, Sir, Uchiha says, looking warily at the door marked with Yuichiro's name. Good. Now, your new teammate and his previous instructor should be arriving soon. I want them to walk into an ambush, am I clear, recruits, I demand, and both grin nastily. Sir, yes sir, they reply in unison, and start setting up a trap. 2 nets that are nearly invisible on the floor given the light brown rope they're made of, tripwires rigged to trigger the nets, and paint balloons filled with pink and orange paint, rigged to fall on the hapless victims. A few minutes after the trap is in place, 2 people come running in and trigger the trap. I silently peruse and judge them as they hang a meter above the ground, dripping paint onto the floor. Both with black hair and bowl cuts, bushy eyebrows, orange leg warmers, bright green spandex jumpsuits, wearing their headbands as belts, and physically fit. Obviously they have a good work ethic. Everything else can be corrected and forgiven. Lee, we have been caught in a most unyouthful ambush, the older one, wearing a Jimnin vest, shouts. Sensei, I am most sorry that I did not see this ambush in time to warn you. As penance, I shall do 1,000 push-ups, Lee replies, then the pair notices what I'm doing, continuing my vertical push-ups on one hand as before, but now only using a single fingertip, switching hands and fingers with every push-up. Such strong flames of youth, Lee says. Yosh, Lee. We must train harder to become as strong as this most youthful shinobi guy responds. No chakra when exercising. I'm Ichigo Yamamoto, and you're welcome to join Team 7 for its exercises, guy I tell him. Lee looks downcast when I mention only guy being allowed to join us, so I deduce that he doesn't know of the transfer. But how am I to join in these most youthful exercises, Lee asks desperately. My most youthful pupil, the Hokage in his wisdom, decided to transfer you to Team 7, guy explains, and Lee looks like his birthday has come early. Niji and Tenten both received transfers to Team 3 after it was reduced to a single genin, so you need a new team, and one of Team 7 refused to meet Yamamoto-san's expectations, he continues. Correct. You keep up with me, or you quit. No middle ground, is that clear, I ask Lee. Sir, yes sir, Uchiha and Uzumaki respond before Lee can even open his mouth, their response reflex after only a single day. I'm so proud of them, learning so quickly. Sir, yes sir. Your most youthful orders are very clear, Sir, Lee answers a moment later, taking his cue from his comrades. Excellent. Now that we're all here, we're going for a little run. 30 kilometers over the worst terrain I could find, including a ford of a river right through some rather nasty rapids, a ford of another river with crocodiles in it that tend to be drawn to anything in the water. And a straight run through a massive collection of the warrens of the flesh-eating bunnies found in the Forest of Death and many places outside it, among other things, I say cheerfully, and Lee is suddenly weeping in joy, joined by Guy in that pursuit, while Anko, Ikgao, and all the Anbu are looking at me as if I've suddenly gone mad. What about breakfast, Uzumaki asks hopefully. You have options, recruit Uzumaki, I say, and he looks suddenly very hopeful, so of course I bring his hopes crashing down. Crocodile or man-eating rabbit? Or perhaps you'd prefer one of the giant man-eating snakes that are known to usually be sunning themselves in about 30 minutes from now, right in a place we'll pass through on our run in about an hour, and they tend to snatch and eat anyone who passes through while they're sunning themselves, I say, and Uzumaki starts to look horrified at the terrain he's about to go over. I hear those snakes are very nutritious. Or there are those ant hives. The ants have grown to the size of cats, the things escape the Forest of Death, and they spit a nasty acid. Very tasty, according to rumor, and there's always a lot of them, I say. Maybe something less dangerous, Uchiha suggests, as Anko starts grinning. Sure. Grab some honey. We're passing through an area with a lot of low-hanging beehives and hornet nests, and you'll be going through them rather than above them, I say cheerfully. Or perhaps the giant spiders. They eat humans, I think, and I've never tried spider before. Who knows, all of us might like it, I muse. Lee is grinning ear to ear. The most youthful challenge to start the day. Catching breakfast while running, and it will be trying to eat me while I catch it, making it even more challenging. Yashi screams, Guy looking ecstatic as well, Anko laughing madly, and the Anbu shivering in utter terror as I describe the course of our warm-up. We are so dead, Uzumaki groans, and Uchiha nods in agreement. After that, there's a couple kilometers straight through some caves filled with blood-sucking bats that tend to drain people dry when disturbed. Then, there's pretty much no more creatures on the way back, just a few deer escaped from the Nara herds. Anything you catch for breakfast must be alive when you get back, and you catch breakfast on the run this morning, recruits, I tell them. Sir, yes sir, Uchiha replies glumly. Wait, if this course can't kill us, I doubt most other natural things can, Uzumaki says, seeing the point of this. Uchiha suddenly looks very pleased, grinning as madly as Lee. You'll have a whole 2 hours to run the course, everyone in this room is coming with, and when we get back, the two trapped in the nets are cleaning up the paint. But first, they're cleaning the paint off of themselves, I order, flipping to my feet, drawing Senbonzakura, and with a single slash, creating air pressure blades that cut the ropes holding the nets up, the two falling to the floor. You have 30 minutes to get ready and chat with Kakashi, also known as Dog, who will arrive in roughly 15 seconds. Then, we go. Is that clear, recruits, I bark, and receive a resounding response 15 seconds later from Uzumaki, Uchiha, Lee, Guy, Anko, Ikgao, and all 8 Anbu. Sir, yes sir, they chorus, joined by Kakashi. Kakashi, want to join us on our run? Yes. Excellent. Ask them all about the course we're running, I instruct, and go to Wakichiru and finish my warm-up. I listen in and hear Kakashi telling them of my true identity as Izanagi, hear them discover that Izanami is also in my room, hear them discover her, and hear them quietly leave my room, hoping that she didn't sense them enter. Probably a futile hope. Then all I hear is preparation for the run, Kakashi being briefed on the course, and his swearing at precisely what he just got volunteered for. A couple minutes before we're due to leave, he resigns himself and consigns his soul loudly and dramatically unto Yomi, praying for a swift death. Well, this should be amusing. Kakashi, you just earned special treatment, I decide in my own mind. Well, time to go for our run, Uzumaki says as I leave the house, seeing them gathered outside near the middle of the clearing, about a minute before we're due to start. Just remember, we need to stick together. We don't support each other, we get eaten alive while alone he lectures everyone, receiving serious nods from the Anbu. Well, this is one way to teach teamwork, Kakashi says as I start the run, them following. Time to start the da. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe and comment down below and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the AEthereal Devastation for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.